everyone, welcome to this course on strategies for paid campaigns maximizing. Now, if you're looking to optimize your paid campaigns and get better results, you are at the right place. Paid campaigns are growing in demand and mastering them is key to driving high returns. This course is special because we will walk you through practical strategies to help you get the most of your campaigns. So here's what we'll cover. First, we'll start with an introduction to paid campaigns and performance marketing, along with key metrics and conversion rate optimization. We'll also talk about landing page strategy and how to use persuasion principles in your campaigns, including influencer marketing. Next, we'll dive into principles of persuasion and how to set up dynamic ads, remarketing, and track your campaigns using Meta and Google Ad tracking. Plus, we'll also cover app campaigns and give you budgeting and bidding strategies. Finally, we will wrap up with attribution modeling using Google Analytics and UTM parameters to track success, creating high converting landing pages with Unbounce and fine-tuning your paid campaign strategy and even optimization. So let's dive in and get started. Before we move on, here's a quick information. If you want to become a digital marketer, I highly recommend checking out this AI-powered digital marketing certification from SP Jain Global Management and Simplilearn. This is a 5-month online course that teaches you everything you need to know about modern digital marketing, and it's designed specifically for the AI era we are living in right now. The best part is you will get to learn how to use AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, and SEMrush, along with 50 plus other marketing tools that companies are actually looking for. You'll be also working on 7 hands-on projects with mentor support and study over 15 real-world case studies. This course covers everything from SEO and social media marketing to email campaigns, analytics, and automation. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll, and you can find the course link below. Here's a quick quiz question to get you started. Which of the following is essential for optimizing conversion rates in paid campaigns? Your options are increasing the ad budget, tracking key metrics like CPC and CTR, using generic landing pages, or ignoring user feedback. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
The first topic is like we will go through some introduction, guys. Okay, so we have a few topics to cover for the day. We are starting with the introduction to understand what exactly is paid campaign, what exactly is performance marketing. Okay, and yeah, there are some other metrics that we would be coming across. So before we start with paid campaigns, guys, okay, the basic of marketing or digital marketing, or in general, even I talk about paid campaign, is understanding your customer. Okay, why understanding your customer is very important in digital marketing overall, because you as a digital marketer would be, let's say if I talk about paid campaigns, okay, you will be running ads on Meta, you might run ads on Google, you might run ads on any other social platform out there. You will do the targeting. Okay, what is targeting? Targeting is nothing but you will choose whom you would want to show your ads, right? But how do you know, like, you know, whom you should know, whom you should show your ads? That's where understanding the customers comes into picture. If you don't understand your customers, you can't create your target audience as well, right? So understanding your customer, ideally it is important for paid campaign, but it is also important for the other aspect of marketing or digital marketing in general. Okay, now how do we understand our customers? Okay, um basically when it comes to understanding your customer, guys, there are basic strategies that you can follow. Okay, you try to understand what your customer needs. Okay, like try to see some trends. Okay, understand what do they need and try to customize your product according to them. Okay, so basically you customer identification and understandings are kind of directly proportional to your growth as well. Okay, in general about your business growth. Now, how do you find out common needs of your customer? Okay, so try to check all these aspects whenever you are trying to do the research about your customer. Okay, understand what is their personal need. Okay, understand what is their functionality needs, understand their price point needs. Like, you know, let's say if your target audience is a middle class or a upper middle class or an HNI, so what is their price point? What is the price point where they are comfortable to spend, right? Get some compatibility and quality needs, like, you know, do they value more, uh do they look out for more value products or cheaper products? So understand what are some common needs of your customer. Okay, and if you find that out, you would know what communication you will have to use, you'll know what targeting you have to do. Okay, like people directly jump into targeting, communication and all, but you can't create a communication unless you don't know what your customer needs, right? Let's say if I ask you that, guys, create an advertisement for Fevicol, you should know, right, who's the audience of Fevicol, what kind of people are they, because you have to create that relatability factor with them, right? So create your relatability factor, you'll have to know what do they like, what they don't like, and based on that you'll create your communication as well, right? Now, few things, some methods to understand your customer, guys. You can take some customers opinion and conduct surveys on following things. You can take survey on product, you can take their feedback, see the trend, like what is, like you can see a trend, right? Like let's say recently what was the trend, there was some doll which got very famous, I don't, Labubu doll or something on those line, right? So trend, see pattern, like what actually audiences are liking, right? See, understand, do they like quality product, quantity product, see if they have more inclination to some certain kind of ingredients out there. So this is something called a sentimental analysis, okay? This will help you to understand the basic behavior of your customer, okay? Now we'll start with our paid campaign, guys, okay? See, paid campaign in a very simple term, guys. Okay, you never have to mug up those jargons. Okay, in digital marketing, no one would expect that you should know the exact definition. Okay, even if you understand the concept and if you explain it in your own word, it's all good to go. Okay, so let's say if you are in an interview and someone would ask you, guys, okay, what is paid campaign, explain it, what is paid campaign, you can simply say whatever ads that we see which are running on Google or on any other social media is paid campaign. Basically, a brand is paying some amount of money on that platform to increase the brand visibility out there, okay? So for example, let's say if I open over here, let's say I'm searching for health insurance, okay? Can you see all these brands which comes under sponsored result? This is part of paid campaign, okay? The ads that you see running on Meta is paid campaign. If I go on YouTube, I might see some ad right now on my page. Let's see this one, okay? This is paid campaign. Wherever you see some ads running is part of paid campaign. That is what we call as paid campaign. Brands are paying money to all this platform to increase their brand visibility, as simple as that, okay? Now in paid campaign as well, guys, so let me create one Word doc as well. It's a very wide topic, okay? Paid advertising or performance marketing in general is a very wider topic because there are so many platforms to work on, okay? If we create a list right now, let me let you know over here, okay? So paid campaign, nowadays people also call this as performance marketing, okay? This is like a new term, but whatever you are okay with. So first thing comes under is search engine, okay? Search engine, one of the most popular platform is Google Ads, where basically with this platform you can show ads on different inventories on Google in general, okay, including your YouTube over here, okay? So includes YouTube because YouTube is owned by Google, okay? Then you have Bing ads, okay? You have Yahoo ads, you have Apple ads as well, okay? Not part of search engine, but I'll still mention over here. There's whole topic going on for Samsung ads separately, okay? Then you have your social media where you will be having your Meta, which includes Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, okay? Your Messenger. Then you have LinkedIn, Pinterest, Twitter, okay? Think whatever social platform you could, Snapchat, okay? These are like most popular social media platform. Your TikTok is banned in India, but for international market, we run ads on TikTok as well, okay? Then even if you're running some ads on OTT, let's say you're running ads on Netflix or your Amazon Prime, Z5, Sony Live, MX Player. I mean, it keeps going on. Nowadays, a performance marketer is the one who handles running this ads on OTT as well. Earlier, it was a paid campaign or a performance marketer used to only work with search engine and social media. But nowadays, like ideally, if you want to run ads on OTTs and all, ideally a paid person who's looking into performance marketing, they only usually get involved with it, okay? um, Running ads on e-commerce platform like Amazon, okay? You have Netflix, Even the ads that you guys see on some payment platform like your Google Pay, Cred, I don't know, Paytm. So it's a very, how should I say? Then you have something called as programmatic advertising as well coming into picture, where there are some premium platform now. Programmatic advertising is all about premiumness out there. There are some brands who want to show their ads on some premium inventories, and they have a platform, a separate platform altogether over there. Okay, I've still not covered. Like there are other platform as well which would be there where you can run your ads. So imagine this is such a big list for a person to run ads, right? Now you can't learn everything in one go. Try to understand this. Like me also, when I started my career, I used to know only Google and Meta. After 7 years of career, I have explored working on all this platform because obviously you should work with a brand which will allow you to work on all these platforms, right? Hence it is always mentioned that if you want to be very pro in digital marketing, rather than working on a brand side, you start your career with a digital marketing agency. Because when you start your career with a digital marketing agency, guys, you'll be working with multiple brand at one time. Let's say on an average, I used to work with 5 brands at a time, and every brand had a different requirement, and we used to explore all this platform all together, right? So now for you guys, because of you are very new to the concept, you shouldn't know all the platform. See, each platform has some community factor with each other. Even if you know those basic, even if you know those common factors, if you know the basic core of paid campaign, you can yourself navigate all these platforms by yourself. Okay, programmatic advertising you can't, because this is like a premium platform out there, but yeah, the basics of all the platforms are same only. Okay, so uh, ideally you should be a pro in Google ads. Okay, this is something where you should be good with. So if you know Google ads and if you know Meta, you can, if you know Google ads, you can run campaign on other search engine as well. If you know Meta, you can run ads on other social platform as well. Okay, rest all OTT, GPay, programmatic, for that you have to actually work with a brand to learn all this. Okay, so I hope I'm clear. So imagine, like, even after 7 years of my career, I still feel there's some platform where I've not worked yet. Okay, so I've still not worked with SA360. Some of one or two OTTs I've still not worked on it. It depends on the opportunities that you get, right? Um, so that's how big this particular topic is. Ideally, paid performance marketing itself is like a, how should I say, a very huge topic overall in digital marketing. Viral has one question: how can we research efficiently about target customer? We don't have a huge network of following to run surveys and stuff. Are there any other method where we don't have to rely on other people? Um, See, so there is something called as primary data collection, okay, and something called as secondary data collection. Okay, now primary data collection is something where you have to run all the surveys. Okay, you run survey, you go offline, talk to people out there. Secondary data collection is where you rely on your news. Okay, you rely on websites. There are many websites out there who will give you those database. Okay, like you rely on some news at how this particular brand is growing, where the consumer mindset is shifting towards. So second data is all about this news and the Wikipedia article and some blogs that you read, and you collect data from there. These are the only two way where you can do this basic survey. Okay, apart from that, you can use tools like Google Trends to understand, okay, what people are liking nowadays. Okay, so you can use such kind of tools as well if you don't want to go into survey and all. But ideally you have to do a survey. You have to, like, yes, you can rely on the secondary data where like you have blogs, articles and all of that, but trust me, the insights that you get by using primary data collection method, that would be some, it will be altogether something else only. Okay, now also people ask that please do conduct a survey, go offline, talk to people, understand what is the problem that they are facing. Right there you get a very deeper insight that you can't get under your secondary data collection. Right, or otherwise you can also use Google Trend, but again Google Trend is there are platforms are also there, but to understand the human emotion, surveys, talking to them personally really gives a better insight, I would say. Like I'll give you one example over here. Okay, so there was one brand I used to work with called as Steve Madden. Okay, and we used to run campaigns for them on Meta. Okay, now from client side, a very person, uh, basically the manager of Steve Madden from client side, what he did, he visited the store of Steve Madden to just do some basic observation. Okay, And what this guy observed was, like, he didn't even ask anything to anyone. He was just observing for 1 or 2 days, and he observed that many people who come on in the store are the one who use iPhone. Like, he has seen all of most of them using iPhone compared to Android. Okay. And he asked us to do this. He asked us that, okay, the campaigns that we are running right now, let's just not target all device, let's just target people who use iOS. Okay. And we did it. And we saw a really good performance with our campaign. We saw lot many people converting. So usually before doing these changes, we had a conversion rate of, let's say, 10%. It increased to 20%. Right. So these are observations that you do when you go offline, speak, observe, or you do some online surveys. You can't get this data by just like relying on some secondary data collection or relying on some tools out there. Okay. Because humans keeps on changing, right? You as a marketer, it's your basic job to go and check that. Cool. Okay, guys. So yeah, let's get started. I'll cover your basics of paid campaign. If you feel any questions, like Viral, if you come across any question, feel free to put it in the chat. Okay. So as I said, when it comes to paid campaign, why nowadays people are moving more towards paid campaign, let's discuss this. Okay. See, every brands want to grow their business very quickly. Do you guys agree with me? Okay. Now in digital marketing, one of the way to quickly grow your business is only performance marketing or paid campaigns. Why? If you rely on SEO is a very slow process. Okay. SEO takes time to grow. Okay. It doesn't grow overnight. SEO might take 6 months, 1 year to just reflect some results. Okay. Apart from that, you have social media organic, where you will post something on social media, reels and all of that, but even that will take some time to grow. Then where can you go to increase your brand quickly? Okay, performance marketing, because you are paying money on the platform to increase your brand visibility. Okay. In performance marketing, there and there itself, you can see how much money you are spending, how much business you are getting out of it. So if you would have seen, I'm not sure how many of you have watched in Shark Tank, India based Shark Tank. Have you ever watched Shark Tanks? If not, please watch some Shark Tank episode, and you would heard this term a lot, that how much money you're spending on performance marketing. You would see there would be many founders who would say that, heavily they are relying on performance marketing to grow their business. This is like a common term you might have heard. Okay. Or if you have not heard, or if not watch Shark Tank, please go and see, understand, because this particular department is growing like anything, because business are in hurry to grow their business, grow their numbers, and the only way they can do is with the help of performance marketing. Right. So basically, with performance marketing, you reduce that time. Okay. To grow that business, the time that you need organically, it will take a lot of time. So if you want to quickly grow your business, do performance marketing. Okay. And you grow your brand in a much more faster way. Okay. So that's why it is one of the most, how should I say, trending department, or it will keep on trending, it will keep on growing only. Okay. As the world moves so faster, I mean, brand would want to move faster further, and for them, this is like a major department where they spend money on. Okay. There are brands who spend in crores every month on different platforms out there. Right. I know many startups, for them, they would have 1 or 2 people in SEO, 1 or 2 people in social media, but they'll have 20, 20, 50 people in performance marketing. In startup, you will see this department, there'll be a lot of hiring in this department as well. But with this department, the one thing is, and obviously it's one of the good high paying department as well. But as I said, like, it, out of all the department in digital marketing, this is one of the high pressure department, especially if you work with the Indian brands, because we all know Indian brands are very frugal. So they'll check all the nitty gritties. But if you work with the international brand, guys, because they have kind of money, because they have kind of time, because they have that kind of patience, they'll give you time as well. They won't bombard you with a lot of work. They'll give you enough time to experiment. Right. So both the experience are very different. Like, my experience, whatever learning I've got, okay, my learning is so strong because I've worked with Indian brands, because there you do everything. There you get to chance, there you get chance to experiment with 10 other things out there. Okay. So after I got that experience, I shifted to the international market, because now I wanted to get that international level exposure. Okay. So I always strongly recommend everyone that first work with the Indian market, see that hustle, see that experiment thing that goes on. If you just work 3 year with an Indian brand, trust me, you learn everything. then you work aram se with an international brand. It won't be that high pressure job as well. There you'll have very higher spend, you'll handle a very good budget. So as a performance marketer, we flex on our budget, that how much budget we spend on a month. Okay. And again, you get better pay, you get better opportunity based on the media spend that you have handled, right? So probably the media spend that you handle in India and the one you handle in international is obviously way up, like there's like a big gap between both. Okay, coming back to our point, as I think I've already discussed all of this, but some of the USPs of paid campaign is, as I said, it will double your ROI, return on investment. Okay, it will expedite the product selling process in the market. I mean, quickly you can grow. Okay, it will track everything. Okay, with paid campaign you will be able to track, okay, let's say you're doing it for an e-commerce brand, guys, you will be able to track, okay, how many people have added the product to the cart, how many people ideally checked out, how many people went to the payment page, and how many people have actually converted. So you'll see the entire journey of your customer. Okay, you can do retargeting as well. Now, what is retargeting? Have you guys ever heard about this term called as retargeting? Everyone, guys, anyone who has heard this term, retargeting or remarketing? Let me see if I can show you some remarketing campaign right now. So, remarketing, guys, is nothing but you might have experience, probably wouldn't know about the concept. So, let's say right now, if you go to Mintra, okay, and you see some product, you don't buy it, and then wherever you go, whether you're going on social media or on any website, you'll see that those same products are shown to you, right? That is what we call as remarketing. So you can do remarketing through with the help of paid campaign. Basically, if the person doesn't do that end transaction, you can show them ad again and again and again of the last product that they have checked as a reminder that they have to buy the product. Okay, and obviously to push them further, we give them more discount offer and 10 other things. Okay, and very good thing about paid campaign is you can reach out to the exact audience whom you would want to show your ads to. When I say exact audience, guys, imagine, okay, I'll just give an hypothetical example. Imagine Viral owns a hospital in his area. Now, for Viral, there's no point to show ad to the entire city, right? He would just probably, even if the people in nearby vicinity, if they see his ad and they get to know about this hospital, it will be enough for Viral, right? So with paid campaign, Viral can do pin code wise targeting as well, right? If you don't want to show ad in your entire city, it's okay, you can target people or show ad to people who lives in your specific area or in your pin code, right? So that's a narrow level of targeting you can do with respect to paid campaign. You don't have to reach out to everyone, like you are not doing a billboard based campaign out here. You can reach out to as specific audience as you would want to. I was just trying to see if I can see some. So hereby, yeah, this okay. It's still loading right now. Right now, I could see some ad, but now, oh, okay, wait. I don't know why is it still not loading. It did loaded, but I refreshed it. Yeah, see, that's loading. So this was one website that I just visited like yesterday. Okay, not today. Yesterday, I visited this website to check some of the home decor product, and these are the exact product that I checked. Okay, like I viewed this product, I didn't bought it. I didn't the remarketing to me over here, right? These are some exact keyholders that I was checking, and they are doing the remarketing by showing me those exact picture. And can you see they are giving me offers at the top, like 53% off, 39% off for me, for them, because they're trying to push me to buy these products now. Now, when we talk about paid campaign, guys, one of the most important funnel is called as conversion funnel. Okay, now what is a conversion funnel? Basically, it is a path. Okay, basically a your user or your customer would be at a different stage of user journey, right? And that is what we call as a customer conversion funnel, and it looks something like this. Okay, now what exactly is this? Basically, let's say I started my own brand. Okay, I started a clothing brand. Okay, when I start my clothing brand, the first thing I would want is reach out to as many people as possible. That is what we call as awareness. Awareness is where I want to reach out to the mass audience because I want them to know about my product or my brand. Okay, then some of them would be interested in my product. So not just my product, my company product as well. So interest stages where, not everyone would be interested in this particular category. So when I say awareness, I'm reaching out to people, each probably pan India level, okay? But some of them would be someone who's very much interested in clothing in general. So, there will be a narrower of audience which would come over there. Then next stage would be desire, where okay, they really liked my product and now they've started checking out my product. And lastly, there's something called as an action stage where they'll take that action to purchase my product. Okay. So this conversion funnel is very important because based on the conversion funnel, we create our marketing strategies. Okay. Our communication, our targeting, everything is based on this conversion funnel. I hope I'm clear what is a conversion funnel. This is like a funnel that you guys would have seen, probably if you come from a basic marketing background as well, you might have heard about this particular term called as a conversion funnel. Basically, you start with reaching out to a master audience. Then some of them would be interested in your category in general. At a desire stage, they have started liking your product, and at an action stage, they have finally bought your product. Okay. Now, why it is important for you to know this conversion funnel is because at different stages of user journey, you run your ads on different platform and you use different communication. Okay. For example, we can do an example over here. Okay. So I'll open my word doc again. So if a person is at an awareness stage, okay, what are the platform where I would want to show my advertisement would be YouTube and let's say Instagram. Okay. Why? Because here, and again, so my wait 1 second, I'll just mention this would be my platform. Okay. uh Video would be my format. Okay. Now, why YouTube and Instagram? Because do you guys agree that YouTube and Instagram is where you'll see a lot of mass audience? Okay, everyone is there on YouTube, everyone is there on Instagram, right? So if I want to create awareness more for my brand, that is the best platform to be there on, right? Because I will be able to reach out to the mass audience, and I because people relate more to the video communication. Like if I show you text, so there's audio, there's text, and there's video, people relate more to video, and hence I can create a lot of video promotions over here, right? So I'll create some shorts, I'll create some reels, I'll create some stories and all of that, right? Now if a person is at an interest stage, what I can do, where can I take them? Okay, I can use more specific platform like, let's say, Google search. Okay. At the interest and desire stage, basically, why Google search is very important, because now, see, if you might have, I'm not sure how many of you have done this, but if you see some really good brands ad on Instagram or YouTube, there's a good chance 70% or 50% of the people will go on Google and search about that brand. Okay. Now if the person is searching about my brand on Google, I have to be there as well. Correct. I mean, this is like a very common trend that I've seen. If you, I'm not sure you have personally experienced this or not, but as per the recent research that we did, we saw that if a customer come across a very different brand altogether on Instagram or YouTube, let's say they're scrolling on reels and they see some influencer mentioning some brand, the first thing that they'll do is they go on Google and find out their product and check out their brand. And hence you have to be there on Google, right? So basically, at every stage of conversion funnel, you will do marketing on different platform, and there will be a different communication altogether that you would be using across. This is like a part of your strategy. Okay. I hope this makes sense, guys. So again, you can call this conversion funnel. Now there are different terminologies here. We call this as awareness, interest, desire, action. We can also call this as upper funnel, middle funnel, and lower funnel. Upper funnel, where you're reaching out to people who are interested in the product. Okay. Middle funnel, you're reaching out to people who are considering your brand. Okay. And then in lower funnel, you're trying to show advertisement to those who are at the stage of buying your product. For example, they've added the product to the cart, but because of some, like, they're waiting for more discount or they're waiting for more offer and they didn't buy your product, so they are at the lower funnel. Okay. Upper funnel, middle funnel, lower funnel, guys. I hope I'm clear with conversion funnel. So now when it comes to paid campaign, guys, one of the very important part that one should know is conversion rate optimization. Okay. What exactly is CRO? We, in short form, we call this as CRO. Okay. Basically, in conversion rate optimization, guys, you want, okay, as many people as possible to convert from your app or your website. Okay. So basically, try to understand how does a user flow looks like. Okay. It starts with impression, then clicks, and then conversion. Okay, what do I mean by impression, clicks, and conversion? Okay, try to understand this metrics, guys. It's very important for you all to know. Okay, now reach is number of unique people who sees your advertisement. Okay, now imagine we have 10 people on the call and all 10 of you have seen the ad. That means my reach is 10. Okay, but if I say, what is impression? Impression, number of time your ad has been shown to the customer. For example, okay, if I say my reach is 10 and my impression is 20, what I'm trying to say is my ad has been shown to 10 unique people and impression is 20. That means each person has seen my ad at least twice. Reach is unique people who have seen your ad. Impression is number of time a user has seen your ad. Right? So let's say if just Priyanshi would see my ad, my reach would be 1. But if she sees my ad 2 times, that means my impression is 2. And that's where we get one more metric called as frequency. Now what is frequency? So all those advertisement, guys, that you see on your social media or on YouTube, a brand sets a frequency over there. Frequency is nothing but I am controlling that you guys should see my ad how many times in a week or in a month or in a day. Okay, so a good frequency is 2 to 3 times a week. A user should ideally see your ad 2 to 3 times a week. That is like an ideal frequency. Okay, okay, these are some basic metrics that you should know. Okay, then comes click. Now what do I mean by click? We all know what is click, but I'll just try to show it to you over here. Let's say if I want to buy a tote bag. Okay, can you see I'm seeing ads by so many brands over here right now? Okay, this is impression. Okay, so imagine, guys, I've just seen. Okay, now what would be impression? Try to understand this. Right now, let's say I'm seeing ads of all this brand. All this brand would have got one reach and one impression. Okay, because I'm seeing their ad for the very first time for today. Okay, and all of them are like unique because I'm seeing it for the first time. Let's say if I refresh this page again and if I see ad of the same brand, now their reach would be only 1 but their impression would be 2 because I'm seeing their ad for the second time. Okay, what that is what we call as impression, number of time a user is seeing your ad. Okay, if I click on it, now if I click on this particular ad, this is what we call as click. Okay, number of time people have clicked on the ad. Okay, and what is conversion? Okay, now in case of Myntra, the conversion would be number of people who, like, if I buy this bag, that is called as conversion. So number of people who have done the final conversion. Okay, now see, guys, conversion as a concept varies a lot. Conversion brand to brand would vary a lot. Okay, what do I mean by that? For an e-commerce brand, what is conversion? Basically, how many people went on the website and bought the product. If it's an any e-commerce brand or any D2C brand who's selling any product online, for them, what is the conversion? That how many people went to the website and bought our product. Okay, but imagine if it's a real estate company or if it's an educational client, for them what would be a conversion in digital marketing perspective? It would be how many people went on the website and gave their details. Why? Because would you buy a flat online? No. Would you buy a course online, let's say a course of 5 lakh or 10 lakh? No, right? So for any educational brand or for any real estate brand or for any B2B business, from a digital marketing perspective, guys, the conversion is how many people went on the website and gave their details. Because all these products you can't buy online. And this lead is further shared to the sales team who would call and convert you guys further. I hope you are understanding. So conversion as a metric is different for each and every brand. Like let's say if see this, if I search for 2 BHK flat in Pune because I reside in Pune, I'm seeing one ad by this company called as Rohan Builders. Okay, and if I click on it, right? If I say get details, can you see what they're asking? They're asking me to give me my details to them. Now, if I give my details to them, that is the conversion for them. For some brand, the conversion would be how many people went on the website and bought the product. For some brand, the conversion would be how many people have give their details. For some brand, it could be how many people have installed their app. So to find out your conversion rate, guys, this is your formula. Okay, number of conversions you have got divided by number of visitors into 100, because you want to convert into percentage. For example, right now I'll take an example. Okay, for this tote bag, okay, we have got around, let's say, 10,000 clicks. Out of that, we have got 1,000 conversion. I mean, 1,000 people have bought the bag. Okay, what would be my conversion rate? Conversion rate would be basically your formula, number of conversions. So our number of conversion is 1,000 divided by 10,000. We have to do into 100 because we want to convert this into percentage. I hope I'm clear. So this is where you can use calci. If you are very good with numbers, you can just directly. And again, if you convert this into percentage, it will come around like almost 1% of people who have converted. Okay, ideally whenever you want to do a calculation, we always do it in Excel, because all our numbers are usually put in Excel and not a Word doc. But I hope I'm clear. How does this work? To calculate your conversion rate, guys, first take your clicks, then take your conversion count. Clicks 10,000, conversion 1,000. How do you use this in Excel? You take, now it's easy to calculate in Excel. You take your conversion divided by your clicks, okay, and then 10% people have converted. What do you think? Okay, your conversion rate percentage should be higher or lower? So you should always aim for a higher percentage. Okay, like 10% is still okay, but let's say out of 10,000, if 5,000 people would have converted, it would have been 50%. 50% of people have converted, right? So guys, this is some basic question that you would get asked in the interview, that a conversion rate, what is the formula to calculate a conversion rate? So you should know it is your conversion divided by clicks and into 100, because we want to convert this into percentage. Now, how can you improve your conversion rate, or what are the steps one can take to improve their conversion rate? Okay, um see, try to understand. You will have to improve your conversion rate, guys, and this happens very commonly whenever we run a paid campaign. We have to do a lot of A/B testing. Okay, when I say A/B testing, is basically, okay, imagine, first thing, what is A/B testing? A/B testing is you are trying to test between two versions. Okay, let's say I will might have to A/B test between, does a video perform better or an image ad performs better. That is like an A/B testing, or text performs better, right? I can A/B test between a tier one cities or a tier two cities. Okay, I can A/B test between remarketing, like showing ad to the audience who already know my business, or prospecting audience, basically who have heard about my business for the very first time, right? So in A/B testing, basically you do a lot of testing, like, because there are so many options, like, for which you can do some targeting for a brand, and you have to find the best one. So to find the best one, you have to do a lot of A/B testing. You can't be sure, like, let's say if you give me a brand today and you're like, ma'am, give me a strategy which will work for sure. I can't say that, guys, because brand to brand strategies differ. Okay, and hence we do a lot of A/B testing to find out what performs well for which brand, right? So the same thing, if you want to increase your conversion rate, guys, you'll have to do multiple tests. Okay, you'll have to test between different kind of content and its communication as well. So you'll have to do a lot of deeper level analysis to improve this conversion rate number. Okay, like for example, what all things we can A/B test with? Okay, so things to A/B test with, there are many things you can do an A/B testing with. You have to do an A/B testing with platform as well. That does Google perform better or Meta perform better, right? With the ad format, with ad content, with your targeting, with your budget, with your location, with your demographic, right? These are still lesser in number with your website, because on website also brands create a different pages to find out which pages perform well, right? So there you can't, even after like years of experience, because if you give me a new brand or a new category altogether, I still won't be able to tell you ki this will perform well for this brand. I can give you some hypothesis, but until and unless I don't test out, I can't give you a short answer for that. Makes sense? So for any time when you want to increase your conversion rate, try to understand you'll have to do a lot of A/B testing. You'll have to find out which works well for your brand, and you'll have to do a lot of deeper analysis. Now, what I've mentioned right now, it's just there in the same thing in the PPT. Whenever you want to, basically increase your conversion rate, there are few things that you could do. Okay, first thing, your website speed, very important. Imagine your ad is really good, your website is also really good, but once the user clicks on your ad, your website is not loading only. How would the person convert? Ideally a person wait for only 1 or 2 seconds for the website to load. Imagine your website is taking 10 seconds to load. Do you really think people will wait on your website? They'll just bounce back, and hence the person won't convert. How much time do you guys wait in general for the website to load? 1 second, 2 second? And if it takes a lot of time, don't you get frustrated and you just bounce back? So hence it is very important to have a good website speed. Imagine if your website speed is really good, it's very smooth, the person will for sure land on the website, and if everything is all good, they'll buy the product. But the main thing, if the person is not able to land on the website, they won't even convert, right? So this is like a basic thing that you have to fix if you're running any campaign and if you want to increase this conversion rate. Okay, then your landing page layout makes a very good difference. Imagine guys, okay, a person came on your website but it is very cluttered, the person is not able to understand the website. Do you think that the person would convert? No, right? See, okay, I'll show you an example right now rather than talking theoretically on this. Okay, I'll we will do a test right now. Okay, I want to buy a health insurance, let's say. Okay, guys, and I'll open some websites, okay, to check. So I'm opening one website which is HDFC Ergo. This is all ADCA website because I'm checking under sponsored results. Okay, I'll check this website also, Care Health Insurance. Okay, we'll check this two website. Whenever you're buying an insurance, see, try to understand. I'm not sure you guys are in that age to buy an insurance or not, but you see, if I know personal experience has been that whenever I want to buy an insurance, if I just give randomly my details on all the website, trust me, they'll trouble me by calling me again and again, and they'll make my life hell. So I have to be very vigilant on which brand should I trust when it comes to giving my details. Okay, now why I have said HDFC are compared to Care, because the way they have structured their website. Okay, I'll tell you why. Yes, their website, this page is very long page, but it is required as well for a person who want to buy an insurance. They check all everything. Insurance is not like a 100 rupee thing that you're buying and you're testing out. Okay, it is a very important product that you're buying, and you would want to check each and every aspect. Okay, and that's what HDFC are going trying to tell you over here on the page. They are telling you, imagine like why this website is really good. See, their brand color is red. They have mentioned that theme, that color, that font style is standard on the entire page. Okay, because it's a lengthy website, um they have not made it text heavy. They have used all those emojis and emoticons everywhere to make it less text heavier. Okay, for the person to understand it in better way. For example, why to choose them, what is the usual process, what are some other benefits, what are the trust, like how many people are claiming or buying for them, right? Again, why should, what is the entire process, like when they say three claims, right? How easy it is to claim, right? They have given an FAQ because they know a person who's buying an insurance, they will do a lot of research. A basic research detail need to be there on the page, right? Unlike Care, where they have just told you why to choose them. Okay, there's no other detail given. What is the process to claim, how much time does it take, any FAQ, anything of that sort, right? And even if they have a longer page, they are very smart. See this, if you would see, after every part, okay, they have given a CTA. This is called as call to action button, and after every part they have given a CTA. Can you see? Now why is that so? Because they don't want the user to get distracted. Okay, so if I tap on buy online and I say okay, it will take me up to the form, so I won't even get deviated here and there. I'll tap on the button, it will take me to the top to give my details, right? So that's what I mean by a landing page layout. It needs to be very crisp, it need to be clear, it need to be marketable, right? They have make sure the font style, the font color, every part they have a CTA given, right? They're using all this pictures so that it shouldn't look text heavy. If it's a text heavy website, the person will feel very bored and they might not even check the website further, right? Like they have created such kind of section where you can, if you want to know more details, either you know it or see, imagine even you say that I don't want to know all this detail, I'm okay till here. So you might tap on buy online. So they're very smart. If you tap on buy online, they'll take you at the top and ask you to give your details, so you're not getting distracted here and there, right? I hope that makes sense. So it is very important to have a good landing page. In paid advertisement, it is very important because we don't want the customer to get diverted. You understood my analysis why I was more toward HDFC compared to care. See, the only, I mean, for care, if this would have been, see, insurance, real estate, a person is very cautious when it comes to giving their detail on a website because they know that brand will make their life hell by calling them again and again. They'll spam them from here and there. Okay, so the brand where I want to give my information also, I'll be very thoughtful about it. Okay, same goes with real estate as well. Real estate brand also have to give, like their website also has to be very crisp and clear. Like if I don't know, it's been a while I've checked some real estate brands web. Let's check Kalpataru. If they have, like, see them, right? They are giving all the details over here. Inquire now. So it's a static landing page. By the way, can you see this pop-up has come again? This is what we call as a static landing page. Okay, it won't direct you to another page altogether. You just have to be in this page, and if you are interested, inquire, or else you go back. They won't allow you to go to any other pages of the website. But this is only okay when you're doing lead generation, like real estate, education, or insurance. But if it's an e-commerce brand, you have to take them to different pages, because I mean, in insurance and in e-commerce, there are different pages involved when it comes to buying the product. Okay, but that's what I meant by landing page layout. Again, your content matters a lot. SDFC Ergo's content was very, I mean, personally, I really like their content. I mean, if you, and they keep on changing, they don't make it like a very constant, how should I say, right now it's not popping up for me because I've seen their ad so many times. Let me just open their content once. Can you say, now they have changed this tagline because right now Diwali is going on, so they are making it customized as well. Okay, they are changing their content based on event as well, which no other brand I could see doing. Care Insurance didn't do that. Okay, now again, because there was a recent news on health insurance, you don't have to pay GST and all. They're saying 0% GST. So their copy is very interesting, even if you see in general. So content again plays a very important role. Follow trend, keep on changing your content based on events out there, right? It should be very relatable for them. Again, heading is very important in your content. What HDFC Ergo was trying to do over here, because it is Diwali, they have made it customized to Diwali out here. Celebrate Diwali worry free by securing your health with 4x coverage at no extra cost. Diwali aapki suraksha hamari. Again, uh, to make the content relatable, they are using Hindi over here, right? To make it more touch personalized. Again, the writing style, as I've said, it depends. You have to make sure you are following your brand communication style. If your brand communication style is very emotional or it's very cut straight, like you have to follow your brand guidelines, is what I'm trying to say. The font style, the font color, the communication. Okay, like, health insurance is very personal. It's about taking care of the family. So SDFC Ergo gave that touch in Hindi, right? If you would have seen many Indian commercial, by the way, today, not today, yesterday, the legend of advertisement, Piyush, is it Pandey? I'm not sure about his surname, but the one who created all this communication for Fevicol, Asia Pens, and all, he's no more. But why those advertisements were so famous? Because they gave that touch, that human touch, that relatability factor out there, right? If you might still remember what was the tagline for Fevicol, what was the tagline for Asian Paints, right? आपका some घर related thing, Cadbury, कुछ मीठा हो जाए. Why? because at least in India, people are very emotional. They relate a lot with the emotional touch, the emotional communication out there, right? So as a brand, if you're something on those lines, you have to use that kind of communication. Obviously, brand to brand, the communication style would differ, but your communication style should be in a way which can touch the customer. For example, nowadays Gen Z's and millennials are more into memes, entertainment content. You would see Swiggy, Zomato, their content is very in a funny way, or in a meme kind of a content that they create, right? I'm not sure, do you guys follow Swiggy, Zomato, create all of this brand on Instagram? Check their content is very in a funny conversational connection way. Like they'll create those trending reels and put their brand in it. They'll create some trending memes because that's what their user like, right? The user is Gen Z focus, millennial focus, correct? Your content writing style, I mean, it should, what your customer like, your communication should be in the same style, okay? And you should have a good form, as I've mentioned. I mean, it shouldn't be very lengthy, because imagine if HDFC Ergo would have asked 10 questions to me over here, I would have not taken efforts to give my details to them. They are making it simpler by just asking my name and mobile number, and when I say get code now, it might ask me how many people are dependent on me and 10 other things. But if the imagine, it is okay if I go next, and then they ask me the detail. But imagine on the on here only, if they ask me 10 question, I won't even take effort to start with the first question. Okay, I'll just bounce back that kaun itna info dega, like who will give so much information. So they are very careful. They ask me one question over here, I'm pretty sure when I say get code now, they'll ask me some further question next. But you can't give a very long form and ask them 10 question and make them like, ideally humans are usually nowadays more lazy to give their details. Usme bhi, if you give so many questions to ask, they won't even fill the form, right? So your contact form also needs to be very crisp. So basically, these are some of the factors that you have to check when it comes to improving your conversion rate. And the major problem, if your conversion rate is not good, is with respect to your website. If your website is not great, trust me, people won't convert. The speed, the format, the design, the communication style, these are the juncture where a person will decide, do they want to convert with your brand or not. So going toward the next part, which is your, how do you measure and track your conversion rate? And so there are two ways you can do that. There are two kind of metrics that we check whenever we want to track our conversion rate. Okay, one is called as micro metric, and second one is called as macro metric. Okay, metric are something which doesn't create the end impact, but it shows the user flow. Okay, what exactly do I mean by that? So when I talk about micro metric, let's say if it's an e-commerce brand, okay, you can check how many people have added the product to the cart. Okay, or check how many people have added the product to wish list, or how many people have went to the payment page yet, right? You can check how many people have taken your subscription, or how many have created at least the account if they have not taken the subscription, right? So these are not those metrics which will grow your business, but at least it will show the user flow, that what is the steps that people have started taking across. Okay, and then you have something called as a macro metrics, which will show you the end result, like how many people have, like what is your total sales, or how many people have converted, or how much revenue you have got, or how many have signed up for this demo or for the webinar out there, right? The actual metric which will show you your revenue. Okay, so in simple term, micrometrics will show you that to help achieve your bigger goals, what are those small steps that the customers have taken on your page or on your app. Whereas macrometrics will show you the actual goal that you wanted, and how much business it has generated for you. Okay, so you have to check both of this metric to understand how well people are responding to your campaigns. Okay, and again, there's a list of macro key metrics that different, I mean, the metrics will keep on changing from brand to brand, but these are some of the metrics that you can check at a macro level as well. That how many people have came to the site, how many have shown the interest, how many have checked your blog, how many people have exited the page, right? But apart from this macro key metrics, the important one are total sales, conversion, and demo sign up. Total sales is applicable for e-commerce, conversion is applicable for both e-commerce and lead, and sign up is more towards lead generation kind of an activity. Okay, so here we end our first part for the paid campaign, which is what exactly is campaign and what is conversion rate. Okay, we have discussed two major pointers in this particular in this particular lesson one. So this was our lesson one of introduction to paid campaign, where I'll just summarize what we have covered so far. I have taken you through what exactly is paid campaign, what are different platforms where we can run ads, what is a conversion funnel, okay, conversion sales funnel, and how do we calculate conversion rate, and what are some metrics that we check. Okay, now when it comes to landing page creation, guys, let me landing page is nothing but what do you mean by landing page? Whenever a user sees your ad, where do you take them, on which page do you take them, is called as a landing page. Okay, now when I say that we would be discussing how to create the best landing page, you as a performance marketer, okay, if you are into performance marketing, ideally it is not your job to create the website. You'll have a website, the person who will create a website for you, there will be a website developer, but you are the one who will guide them and help them what does a good landing page looks like for performance marketing. So, okay, so you should know how to, when I say that we would be discussing creating the best landing page from a strategy perspective, not from an execution perspective, because to execute, like to create the landing page, you'll have a web developer who do it for you. Okay, there's a separate department of website development people out there, but they don't know, right? They don't know what does good landing page looks like for a paid campaign. They wouldn't know that, right? You are the one who will guide them for that. Okay, so you are the, how should I say, you are the consultant, or you are the guiding person to that web developer. You will sit with that web developer and you will instruct them that, okay, this is what I want, this is how I want my website to look like. You'll set them some referral URL. Okay, so this is what we would be discussing, because page is very important. Like, see, you create a very good campaign, you do everything good, you find out good communication, good targeting, good video, but everything is on point. But once a user goes on your website, if that website is not great, trust me, the person won't convert, and all your effort would go to waste. It would be zero. Okay, people think landing page, what should we do into it? No, you as a performance marketer, you as a person who's into paid campaign, it is your job to guide your web developer in creating the best page, because that's where the user would land to, that's where they'll spend a lot of time. Okay, where do you spend a lot of time? While seeing the ad, or once you came on the page? You spend time when you once you land on the page, right? That's where you take a call that should I buy the product, or shouldn't I buy, or should I not buy the product, right? So before I jump into this topic, guys, again I'll take a very quick activity, and again I would want to know your perspective. So the first activity we took there, it was all about lead generation. Now I'll give you three e-commerce website. Okay, not that popular brand, but these are some mid-level brand, okay, mid-sized brand out there. Okay, and I want to understand which website did you like and why. Okay, but as a user, which website did you like? And like, let's say if you want to buy, if you're planning to buy, out of this three website, from which website would you buy any product? Okay, so these are all, I'm not giving you big brand name, because see, bigger brands, they have a good website, you can't find out the loopholes in them. Most of the time you can't find out the loopholes, and I'll tell you why. Okay, Inji, I mean, if I have to give you a ranking as a marketer, okay, not as a person who liked the product, I'm not even talking about the product over here. See, product is more business centric. We as a marketer don't have any opinion to give on product, that I like this product, I didn't like that product. We can't give that opinion. Our opinion should be more from marketing perspective. Okay, so as a marketer, first ranking would go to Maisha by Isha, second would go to Inji, third will go to Pear Potola. I'll come to it why. Okay, so first one, Inji, it is a very simple website, but the problem is it's a clothing brand. Okay, I am no one to comment on the product, but there is no model in the pictures that they have taken up. As a human being, when it comes to clothing, you want to imagine that how we would look on the cloth. Like, if I wear this particular top, how would I look into it? Hence you have model in pictures. This people, if you see all the pictures that they have added, either it's hanging in the hanger, or there's like mannequin over here, but there's no human being for us to imagine how the clothes would look like. And as an e-commerce brand, or as a clothing, especially clothing brand, it is not um It is not good. Yes, the website is very clean, very simple, but the one who would land on the page, yes, they might like it for the simplicity, but one of the problem that they would face is that we can't imagine ourselves over here. Okay. Second thing, because it is so simple, they have not given any testimonial, nothing of that sort. Like, I would want to read how people experience has been. At least it's okay, they have made it a simple website, which is all good, not a problem. But somewhere they should mention that how people are feeling about the product, some review, something of that sort. Okay. And on homepage they don't have that. If I go to a product specific page as well, if I just see, I can't see any review, any review, any rating, nothing of that sort. So yes, the website should be simple, but not to this level of simple where I wouldn't even understand should I, like, because there are many people who buy product based on seeing the reviews and the ratings. Do you guys agree? Right, like you might like, you will buy those bestseller products that many people have purchased because they really had a good experience with it. There's nothing of that sort. Yes, you have to make a simple website, but not as simple website as this where there's no model for us to imagine ourselves on that cloth, or there is no review, there is no USP that they're mentioning that why should I buy all these clothes that you guys are seeing is, I mean, again, no, I'm no one to comment on the product. This is something that you would see on the street as well. Then why one should buy from them? There should be some USP that they should mention, right? Correct. There should be some storyline to the brand that why one should buy from them. Could be they are sourcing from Jaipur, something could be the USP that they can talk about, right? It, nothing is there. It's only product and the pricing that I could see, nothing else apart from that. Then I'll go to Pair Patola. Why I have given third ranking to Pair Patola, guys? Okay, first thing, what why people are, why NG is on the second? Because it's simplicity. Okay, they're following the same, the logo, like if you see the logo is black and white, they're following the same color theme everywhere. Okay, even if you see the background picture, it is plain white, so they're following that color theme, color style, everything is followed as per the brand guideline. Opposite to that is Pair Patula. They are not following, like, look at their logo. Okay, like, as a professional, would I like this logo? No. Okay. Okay, they have made a logo of purple, pink, or whatever it is. Are they following this brand color on their entire page? Not at all. Here it is black, here it is beige. I mean, it is a very cluttered website if I look it in that way. Right? Second thing, okay, the main thing, when I came on the website, the first thing that is covering the major part of the website is this banner. I can't even read what they have wrote. This part is getting cut out, if you could see. Can you even read it? Don't you think this is such a negative drawback? The once the person came on the website, the first thing that they're seeing is your main banner, and that main banner is not looking appropriate. Why this shop now is in this way? God knows. Why this alignment? And this is the main banner. Like, a brand, a customer would judge you by seeing your first poster, and if that first poster is not great, there's a good chance people would not even take that effort to scroll down and see. If any person is visiting this page, the first thing that they'll see is, okay, okay, they won't be bothered about the brand logo, colors. Chalo, I'll ignore all of that part, but this, the main banner that one could see, if that is getting cut out, don't you think I'll judge the brand? As a, like, these are the feedback that you have to give to a web developer as a marketer, that why are CTAs in this, in some different angle altogether, why this is not center aligned. Okay, why this content is getting cut out, what is this, why this picture is coming up, like, what should I understand out of this? Right? Why are brand colors not followed on the entire page? Right? Yes, okay, they have given some bestsellers over here. Cool, makes sense. Meet our bestseller. Again, why the bestseller thing is getting repeated, God knows. Okay, they are talking about their collection. Okay, that is fine. New arrival. Okay, that is fine. But again, no reviews, nothing of that sort. Right? You are an e-commerce brand. You have to make sure would people see whenever they buy a product. If that is out, if the brand is not known, like, let's say Paraputula is not a known website, what will bring that trust for Paraputula is their testimonial, their review, what people are talking about their brand. Right? That's how I'll trust the brand. Right? Otherwise, on what basis I should buy from them? Right? For an e-commerce brand, testimonial review ratings plays a very important role, which is not reflected again for Pear Patola. And apart from that, as I said, person would judge them based on the way kind of graphics they have created. There's no alignment, there is no same color theme, everything looks very messed up if I see it at the at like at as at one glance, right? Now coming to Maisha by Isha, okay, they, okay, like starting with their logo, which is very simple. Now why they're putting this in red? Because it's offer, big offer, buy three get one. Red does attract a user, right? Hence they are putting it in red, so that and even if I scroll, this thing won't change, because they want people to keep on seeing this offer that they're giving over here, right? Now, yes, they have mentioned their bestseller. The good thing is this, okay, because their Instagram game is so good, they have made sure watch and shop. So now again, when you see people using the product and all of that, you get better feeling. You can imagine yourself over there, right? You want to buy a product, right? You would want to see yourself over there. So hence they have created a section of watch and shop, that see our product and then you think of buying it. Can you see they have tagged the product over here, that how this product would look like, how this would look like, and there are many other that they have added over here in the line. A very good feature that they have added over here for to build that trustness, right? Again, they have given a category, what all category do they have, right? Their collection, whatever it is, their tote bag thing, whatever it is that they have over here, and their testimonials, which can talk about their product. They also have a notification popping up what people are buying. Okay, so let's say if I check any of one product, right, look at the details I have provided for that product, like why would you like this, what are some USPs, features, everything, size, everything that they have given, right? So even if you see each product, the description, the detailing that they have given is top notch, right? Who provides such kind of in-depth information? No one does that. Like, I mean, there are obviously good brands who would do that, but this is what this is what the customer would like about this particular brand. What are some nitty gritties one would check? Can you see they're showing a video over here of this particular bag? See this. Now, even if I'm scrolling, this video stays intact. So don't you think it's a very good feature that they have added? They might have done this for other product as well, to show us how does this product look like in a video way again. Now we'll just go and discuss some theory part of what does a good landing page looks like, because these are some nitty gritties that one should know. It is not your job to execute it, but yes, it is your job to guide. Okay, so I always, what do I do? Again, this is something that you guys can also do for every industry, okay, because I keep on working on marketing and all. For every industry, whenever I'm working, whichever website I really liked, I bookmark it so that I can show it to my developer in future. That okay, let's say if I'm working for a real estate brand in future, I would have to show some reference to my web developer, right? So if I come across very good website, I make sure to bookmark it, because I want to show it to my developer as a reference. They have to, like, if I say, imagine all of this thing I would have just shown theoretically, you could have not visualized only what I'm speaking. But when I show you visually that okay, this is what I liked, you can imagine and you can implement the same thing, right? So I would say you guys to also do this in future. If you come across some really good website that you liked, okay, bookmark it so that you can use it for reference in future. We are not saying you have to copy paste what the brand is doing, but you take that as an inspiration and you give it your own touch to it. Okay, so let's discuss some theory now. Okay, now landing page, we all know what is a landing page. A destination, a website destination where you will take the user to uh, whenever you're running a paid campaign. Now, as one very important thing I've mentioned, okay, if you are doing lead generation, guys, like let's say health insurance or real estate or anything of that sort, these people create a static landing page. Static landing page is nothing but the user can't go to any other page of the same brand, right? Like Max, can you see this? If I tap over here, I can only be on this page only, I can't go anywhere else. And this is very important, because if you take them to a home page or a page where they can get distracted and they can go to 10 other pages, they'll forget to give their details. So for whenever you do lead generation, it is a thumb rule that you create a static landing page. Static landing page is like one page website. Okay, but if you are an e-commerce brand, let's say if I'm, as I mentioned, I want to, let's say if I search for Mintra, or even Mintra is running an ad right now, let's say, right, this is the ad that Mintra is running, it comes under sponsored result. If you see, Mintra will take me to their home page, because when it comes to e-commerce, a person would want to check other product. There's good chance they might buy, instead of buying one product, they might buy 10 other products out there. So for e-commerce, you can't create a static landing page, because I mean there's a multiple step involved. But whenever you do lead generation, please make sure to create a static landing page. A static landing page is nothing but a person won't go to any other pages on the website. They can only be on this page, and they have to give their detail and close the deal. Now, as I said, landing page, the sole purpose is to get that user's attention and make them take that instant action. Like once a person goes on the website, they should feel okay, this website is really good, this brand is really good. That trustworthiness needs to be there. Okay, because if the website doesn't look good, no matter how good your product is, if the pictures are not taken properly, that to build trust, it will take a lot of time. Okay, hence if you know many brand, what they do, if they're starting their own brand, first they will try to sell themselves on aggregator platform like Amazon or Flipkart, and there they would want to become bestseller, and from there they create their own website. Why? Because they also know that, see, it is Indian consumer, or in general everyone feels very dicey if they want to buy a product from a very new website. Like if I give you a link right now and I tell you, okay, go buy a bag from this website, and you have never heard of that brand, it will take some time for you to trust them, right? Now if your website is also shitty, trust me, that person won't even take that step to know about your brand. They'll just bounce back, right? So either what you can do, you can establish yourself on all this aggregator platform and then create a website. Or let's say you don't want to sell on aggregator platform and you have just created your website right now, make it a very good website. People should trust your website, because in India usually people are very dicey if they see a new website, and should they buy, should they not buy. So how well your website is created, based on that, that trust factor would get created, and they would take that push. Okay. um Now, what are some of the things that you can do to make your landing page attractive? Okay, your headline plays a very important role, as I've shown you for HDFC Argo, when we saw that line, that Hindi touch given to it, because people will read it and then they'll feel connected to your content, right? Again, if it is not an e-commerce brand and you're creating a landing page, it shouldn't be very lengthy, it should be short and crisp. Okay, design also matters a lot, like how Pinteresty, like if it's an e-commerce brand, if you would have seen that Maisha by Isha's website was very Pinteresty, right? They have taken a lot of inspiration from Pinterest, because that's what the categories into, bag, clothing, and all of that. So depend, like your design matter, your UI and UX matters a lot, right? The color that you use again really changes the game. Okay. Now, what are the purpose of landing page? Ideally, you have to make the use case of a landing page is, you have to take your customer to the next action of your sales funnel, which is conversion, right? Now there are different kind of landing pages that we have. When I say landing page, guys, I'm only talking about lead generation right now. I'm not talking about e-commerce, because for e-commerce this is not applicable. Okay. Now in landing page, you can have a short form, you can have a mid length, or you have a long form. The HDFC Argo one that we have seen was a long form landing page. The short form was the care insurance wala page that we saw, and mid length is something in between of that. Okay, so you can create any three version, depends on your brand or the category. Ideally, there's no rule that you should create a mid length page or you should create a short length page. It depends on brand to brand, it varies from brand to brand. Okay. Now, in a landing page, it is very important to have a form. Okay, form where people will go and submit their details. Okay. Now, what does a good form looks like? Again, a good headline to it, uh, asking the detail like the name, address, and number. A good call to action, like for HDFC Ergo, we could see a call to action of buy online and all of that. So have a good CTA, and if you want to put some pictures beside it, you can have that as well. But I mean, if you're doing lead generation, generation and your website doesn't have a form, you can't do a lead generation, right? So the basic of your landing page for any lead generation activity is to have a form, and the form should be there at the top only. Okay, now again, people create the form in a very different way. For example, for this Kasturi, this thing, they have created the form at the top, right? Could you see? And they have done one more thing, because if the person will scroll and they don't want the person to get distracted, see this, they have created this to, I mean, this is very static, this is not moving. So if I tap over here, it will ask me to inquire now. If I say download the brochure, it will also ask me to give my details to them. So for a lead generation, you have to make sure you keep on reminding them that they have to give their details. Nowhere, wherever on the page they are, this should be static only, or your form shouldn't move at all. Let it be here only, so the person will remember that yes, they have to give their details, right? Like this particular website, even other brand would have done the same thing, I believe. Let me, I'm not sure how this Rowan thing I've done, but we can just check quickly. For them, I don't, yeah, they have given this request a callback. See, they have kept this constant, right? So the customer don't forget to give their details basically. I hope you're understanding. These are the features that you have to keep your eye on, and you have to guide your developer to do something on those lines. Now, whenever you create a landing page, guys, okay, I think I've already discussed this, but I'll reiterate on it again. A very good explain headline, very important. Detailed content, you can't just give one liner and skip it. No, the way HDFC Ergo has explained everything in detail, you have to give a detailed content. Based on that, the consumer will take a call. Okay, proof of authenticity, basically the testimonials, very important. I want to see what people are talking about your brand, what are they saying. Now in proof of authenticity as well, it is always recommended to have a video testimonial over text testimonial. See, text mein to anyone can write, right? Video testimonial feels more authentic in nature. Imagine there's a text testimonial which says a very great product, but imagine there's a video testimonial where the person is like recording himself and talking about the brand. Which feels more authentic? The video one, right? Obviously any form of testimonial looks good, but to create more trustworthiness, the video one is preferred. Okay, again, have a good sub headline, use some good picture, use some good call to action button. Okay, if you stick around to this, you can create a decent website. Okay, again, if you are creating a long form landing page which is like a very much in detail, there you'll have to put more details. Okay, like there you'll have to create multiple links, because it's a very long page, right? The speed needs to be very good. See, heavier the page, better should be the speed. What happens, your website speed would decrease if your website is very heavy. Okay, there are a lot of things added over there, so you have to make sure your website speed is not getting impacted because of the content that you have put on the landing page. So you have to make sure that is followed. Again, a good CTA, a good website design, unique content, right? Some customer pulse, like the USPs that you can mention over there. And follow the hierarchy. Okay, what is the hierarchy? Basically, see, testimonials usually comes at the end of the page, so that is the hierarchy. At the start, you just talk about your brand in one or two liner. Below that, you talk about some USP. Below that, you talk, give more details about the product, and then give your testimonial. So this is like a standard hierarchy that everyone's follow. Okay, again, because it's a long website, you have to make sure it is easy to read. The way HDFC Ergo did, their website was a long one, I would say, right? So now people can get bored if it is not easy to read. Hence, they have made sure to divide it at every junction, putting that CTA, putting all these images. Why they have taken so much effort? Because it should be easy to read as well, no? Right? So when it comes to readability, you have to keep the font size of a heading big enough to read, right? Because can you see the heading one has a bigger font size? Can you see? That is what will show me that how each section is differentiated. So they are following that, right? Avoid overspacing and underspacing. So they have not given like a big space, or they have not given a very small space. If you see, the space is stagnant everywhere. Like this is the how should I say, the length that they have considered, right? So they have given a good spacing as well. Again, font size and spacing is wisely used. They have made sure when I see this box, I can understand which is a main headline, which is a sub headline, and which is like a normal explanation to it based on the font size and the style they have kept, right? So they are trying to follow their color theory, red and black, right, and white. They have followed it everywhere, so they are following their brand color, right? Again, text is also evenly distributed. It doesn't look cluttered. When I come on this page, I don't get that feeling of it's a very cluttered website. Not at all. There's equal amount of spacing given, right? Like, see here also, because they don't see, why did they use this feature of a website? If they would have created, see, this toggle they have created to decrease the size length of the website. If they would have not created the toggle, this website would have become much more lengthier, right? Hence they created this toggle, if you could see, right? I hope you're understanding this. Similarly, they have created a toggle over here, see. Otherwise, ek ke niche ek they would have just mentioned, and this website would have become very very, very much lengthier. So they have found out that trick. Even for FAQ, like I can just expand what I want to read, right? So this also decrease the space a little bit. So they have been cautious on each and every part over here, right? Now when it comes to hierarchy of your website, um see, there are some visual hierarchy that you should follow. And I mean, see, whenever you sit with your developer, make sure basically these are 5 checks that you would do. First one is the color and contrast of your website. Like, check, is it syncing with your brand? Okay, the layout, how it is layered, the size of your text, the media placement, basically where have you put your picture, where have you put your video, and how symmetry is like, is it center aligned, is it left aligned, whether it is right aligned. So if you sit with your developer, check this 5 thing to understand how good your website would look like. So these are the 5 checks that you'll have to do for having a good visual hierarchy basically. Okay, and use some good media. Okay, when I say interactive media element, basically use some good pictures, use some good videos, as I said. Otherwise, see, imagine if HDFC Argo would have not used all these pictures and all this icon, imagine how the website would have looked like. Okay, the way the care insurance, like if I open one more website to show you, let's open Star Health and see how their website looks like. I'm not sure, but we can just see the website is taking a lot of time to load. Now there's a good chance a person can get frustrated. Now see this, see example of what happens when you don't put enough pictures. Can you see they have not added enough pictures? See, there's problem with their page only. Very sad. Now this is what frustrates the customer and they wouldn't take the action, right? Like if I see this website, it is very text heavy, there is no icon, or probably it is taking so much time for them to load the website. I hope you are understanding. Now, these are some frustration that the customer might have, and they won't check your page only. They'll just bounce back the way I did. Let's check another brand. Okay, this is now, see, this is, look at this page. This ends over here. This is a very short page. This is shorter than that care insurance, right? Doesn't look good at all. So, all in all, what I wanted to say is, if you don't want your website to look bore and dull, use some good interactive elements like some icons, some pictures, some videos. Okay, this will make your website more engaging. It will make them feel more connected. Your website will feel more connected towards the towards the customers out there. Okay, like if I see this icon, and those icon also you have to select very smartly. Like random icon they have not created, if you could see. They have used it like very, in a very proper way. If you could see what are the benefit, because they're talking about benefit, they have shown this growth, right? Here, because health insurance is all about family, they have put a picture specific to Diwali. See this cover, if they're talking about time, happy customer, there's another sign. So randomly also they have not selected any icon, they have been very thoughtful of their icon as well. Correct? So use good graphic. There are some principle that you can follow while creating your graphic. uh, minimal image, you can't just put all the image at one place and keep it the way it is. No, you see, you can't, you don't have to do everything overdo. Like, image, also use image wherever required. Okay, you can create some autoplay videos where the video can keep on playing itself. You can create some carousel cards are people can swipe basically. Okay, again, your image should be something which shouldn't distract. Again, proper color, short videos, mobile friendly. Because what happens, guys, if you use a lot of pictures and video, it will decrease the speed of your website. Okay, so you have to be cautious in that way as well. If you add a lot of elements like images and video, it impacts your website speed. So aisa nahi hai that you have to put a lot of pictures and images and then it impact your website speed and person won't even land on your page. That should not be the case. Only use all these elements wherever it is required. Okay, so ideally, if you do all of this, for sure your website would be something where people can trust and rely on. Okay, see, your website should be something that people should trust. Once they go on the website, it shouldn't look a scammy website or a fishy website, right? So put your testimonial to build that trust factor, add some credential, add some authentication proof, use some good tagline which can make it memorable. People remember your brand tagline, they remember your brand mascot. Like, I remember Parleji's mascot, I remember McDonald's mascot. So you can create such kind of mascots or icon that people can remember, or the tagline that people can remember, right? Make it look professional. It shouldn't look, how should I say, a cheap website, right? So it should look professional, well designed, correct? So, and all this factor is something, when you see a website, you will get that feeling. You shouldn't even know all these technicalities as a consumer. If you're someone who has eye to details, right, you can find all these loopholes and you can fix it. As I told you, when I gave you the link, you yourself could tell me why did you like this website and not the other one, because you as a customer, that is your personal opinion and you could give it. So the same personal opinion or your consumer opinion you need to share with your developer and get your website fixed. Okay, but apart from that, all the technicalities that I've discussed, you have to make sure you remember these technicalities and you can explain it in a similar way to your developer as well. I will give you a quick summary. So ideally, all in all, what we discuss when it comes to landing pages, guys, landing pages basically which will decide would your paid campaign would be successful or not. It would decide would people convert or not. Okay, so you have to make sure you create a good landing page. If you are creating a landing page for lead generation activity, it needs to be a static landing page, basically one page. If it's an e-commerce brand, you can take a person to your home page as well, because people would want to see other products. Second thing, when you create a landing page, you have to make sure the speed is really good. It is easy to scroll. Okay, I mean, the UI and UX needs to be good. It should be mobile friendly as well, because most of the people who come on the website could be from mobile. So when you create a website, you have to think it from mobile friendliness as well, right? Then you have to look after how your form needs to be a shorter form. If you create a very big form for lead generation, person might not give their details, because again, humans are lazy in general. So only ask important questions and get their details from there. Use images, icon, video to not make your website look text heavy. Follow a hierarchy. When I say hierarchy, at first you'll have a form, then you'll have your benefit, then you'll talk about your best seller, then you'll give your testimonial, and you might add some frequently asked questions as well, right? um your communication should be in a way that people can connect to. As I said, I mean, if you want to use some Hindi element to it, use it. If you think people will relate to it, use that Hindi element, build that trust factor. Again, these are all some basic thing that we check. Okay, we'll go towards the lesson number 3. We'll try to cover whatever we can for the day, and rest of the part we can take in tomorrow's lecture as well. No need to rush. So um basically, we would be discussing one of the principles overall which is applicable in digital marketing. Okay, which we also call as a persuasion principle. Okay, so we'll try to understand what exactly is persuasion principle. I'll cover the basics of it, guys. I don't think we'll be able to cover the entire principle for the day, but we can just cover the basic, and remaining part, let's take it up in tomorrow's lecture. Okay, so no need to rush. I don't want to rush unnecessarily with you guys. Now, see what exactly this persuasion principle talks about is that, see, individuals are usually drawn towards influencer promoted products, right? Like, do you guys agree that nowadays brands are doing a lot of collaboration with influencer? Because we do see, like, if I see my favorite influencer using certain kind of product, I would trust it and there's a good chance I would buy it, right? So um basically, if you if you do such kind of collabs, you would see your product might sell in a much more higher way compared to creating a normal video promotion, right? Imagine your favorite YouTuber could be, let's say, I don't know, Bhuvan Bum, Carrie Minati, Ashish Chanchlani, all those favorite YouTubers that people really like. Why brands are featuring them, right? Because, see, the people who blindly follow them, if they see their influencer buying those product because they have that kind of trustworthiness with them, they would also buy that product, okay? And hence influencer marketing has grown so much, correct? I mean, influencers are getting paid like anything. Even personally, when now I run ads, okay, so let's say 2 years back when I used to run an ad, I used to run a normal video ad, okay, like a normal, could be a random person, and there would be a commercial that we would create. But from the last 2 years, whatever ads that we use or whatever ads we run are user generated content ads. Basically, I would collaborate with an influencer. I would ask that influencer to create a video for me talking about the product, and I'll use that video as my ad, because that will have a better CTR, that will have better interaction, that will have a better engagement, and there's a good chance more people will convert as well, right? Because when we talk about persuasion principle in general, guys, people are attracted to engaging offers, right? They are dependent lot on reviews. They, if they really like an influencer and they follow them and they blindly follow them, they'll do what they're doing, right? Because people are usually inspired by reviews based on some emotion and image building that influencer do. Hence the user generated contents are getting popular so much, right? So basically, sponsor funded influencer reviews raise, like let's say, imagine, एक होता है that influencer is promoting that product organically, you'll obviously believe them. But imagine if that influencer mention, okay, this is a sponsored promotion that I'm doing. Would you believe them? Nowadays, again, the consumers are very smart. They won't believe those influencer who mention in their video, okay, it's a paid promotion, it's a paid collab that we are doing, because they will think, okay, just for money they are doing this. But imagine your favorite influencer is talking, hey, I really like this dhaba. Okay, I visited this dhaba few days back. I visited this restaurant few days back and I really liked them, right? You would want to go and check that out, correct? Because that shows authenticity. I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say over here. The reason influencer marketing, and trust me, influencer marketing will get popular day by day. As I told you, 2 years back, my normal the ads that I used to run used to be a normal ad. Now 80% of my ads are on influencer based video that we have created, and trust me, they usually performs better than your normal videos, right? Hence in the market there are so many influencer marketing agency now. And see, we don't just blindly take an influencer, give them money and run an ad with them. We track what kind of business that influencer is able to bring on the table. Have you guys ever observed this? So on the YouTube channel where influencer says that, if you remember, there are many influencers in the YouTube video, they mention, okay, if you want to buy this product, if you buy this product through my code and my link, you will get 20% off. Have you ever seen this? There are many influencer who does this. I'm not sure how many you guys have you have checked that out. So what brand do is, brand create those specific offer code and specific URL for those influencer. They give it to that influencer because that is the link and that is the code that they'll paste in the description. And anyone who use that code or anyone who use that particular link, the brand would track how much business they have got from that influencer. So to in next stage, they'll think they would, whether they should keep that influencer on board or they should fire them, right? So nowadays it is not that we'll blindly take an influencer on board and we'll ask them that, okay, you run you create video, I just want awareness. No, the brand will check how much business they are getting on board with them. I hope it makes sense, guys. So influencer marketing will keep on growing, obviously. And influencer marketing, I mean, back in the days it was that we used to take some Bollywood stars, and we used to take some cricket stars, some sports player. But now for influencer as well, brand takes that niche influencer who's known in that particular industry. For example, if I'm a finance brand, I'll take CA Rachna Rana Day, I'll take Akshay Srivastav, I'll take Ankur Wariku, I'll take all other finance influencers that we have in the market. If it is fashion, I'll take, I don't know, Masum Minawala, Ranveer Alubadia, if it's a men related brand. So, brands are also picking those influencers only who are known in their industry. And not necessary nowadays, you have to pick big influencers, guys. You can take small influencers as well. So, there's this brand called as Zook. I'm not sure you have heard about this brand or not. When they started the influencer marketing journey, they couldn't afford big influencers. So what they did, so there are some influencers who are very popular in the region. For example, in Pune, there might be some influencers who are very popular. There would be some influencers who are very popular in Mumbai. There are influencers who are very popular in South. What this brand did, they collaborated with those micro influencers and multiple micro influencer, and it turned out very well for them. So not necessary you have to take a mega influencer, you can start with a micro influencer as well. I'll give you a website where you can check the rating card of this influencer. I think you should know about this. So there's this website called as Media Ant. Okay, my favorite website, guys. I'll talk about this, and then I'll take we can stop for the day. I don't, because it's our first day, I don't want to bombard you with other part. We will discuss this persuasion principle in the upcoming next lecture as well. But before I close the session for the day, I just want to show you this website very quickly. So if you see this media and website, they have different kind of magazines, digital media and all, but I'll just talk about the influencer part here. If I go to in the influencer part, can you see they are, I can divide my influencer in so many ways. The starting with the location. Okay, like, do I want influencer which are more famous on reel, story or post? Category. Okay, platform, because there are some influencers who are famous on Instagram, there are some influencers who are famous on YouTube, right? Kind of influencer, are they macro, micro, mega or mid tier? Gender specific, their location, your budget. Let's say you have a budget of 2 lakh or under 10K, let's have budget of 10K. Which are the influencers whom I can take on board? So right now there's no one which is popping up. Let's take 10K to 50K if someone reflects. God knows why it's taking so much time, but anyways, it's not reflecting, some glitch. Let's make it clear. Okay, so let's say I want an influencer for let's take a category. Okay, automobile. These are all influencers which are very known in their automobile category in general. Now, let's say I want an influencer who is known in food. Okay, so you'll get all those food influencers. Sinful Foodie, Deepika, I don't know all of them, but this guy, Kunal Vijayakar, they all are kind of popular. Now, I want to understand the rate card. This one is very famous, right? Shivaj Bhatia. I can go over here and check how many followers does he have on Instagram, right? What are the average likes he gets? What is his engagement, right? If I scroll down, I'll understand how, what kind of followers does he have. Like, does his target audience are like something that I want, right? And then if you take the premium version of this particular platform, it will also let you know the rate card, like how much they would charge in general. For some influencer, they will tell you the rate card over here itself. For example, um, I don't know. Let's see, Rashamani. Okay, so it says on request. Basically, he will charge different for different brand. Hence, it is mentioned that on request he would tell you the charges. But at least here you can find out the influencer that you want. Let's say Prajakta Kohli. But can you see that telling you the minimum spend? See this per story, how much she might charge. 11 lakh per reel, 22 lakh, right? Obviously it could be negotiable, I don't know, we have to go and talk to Prajakta Kohli. But then, what is an average media spend you should have if you want to work with this particular influencer? It's mentioned over here as well. This guy 17 lakh, this girl 3 lakh 25. Samir Raina on request, he's not disclosing. This particular girl 6,500, she's a small influencer. right? So a very good tool whenever you want to do some research on your influencer. Okay, I'll give you the link over here and you guys can explore. Let's understand what are the six principles which are part of persuasion. So those six principles are basically reciprocity, scarcity, authority, commitment and consistency, liking, and social proof. Okay, so these are some six important principle of persuasion, and we'll go one by each of them. We'll just understand the basic of this principle. And then we'll go towards the next topic for the day. Okay, starting with reciprocity. So now when I talk about reciprocity, I mean reciprocation. Okay, you are trying to reciprocate, we know, right? I mean, if someone is helping you out, you will try to reciprocate the same thing with them. So reciprocation is again a very important effective principle, to kind of persuade your customer to buy your product, right? It is more of like a technique to make your customer feel indebted, basically. Okay, now how can you experiment reciprocity? um you know um like there was one experiment that Randy Garner did, that he experimented to find out if sticky notes that we have, can sticky note convince customer to react to a marketing strategy, right? So you can create some handwritten sticky notes. Like what you can do, three thing, like you can write a handwritten sticky note, you can have a blank sticky note or no sticky note, and see how people react to it, right? So like an observation. And what ideally when he did this experiment, what he could observe was that there was a high amount of response rate for a handwritten sticky note compared to no sticky note and blank sticky notes. Okay, so again, the quality of answer which were given on the handwritten sticky notes was much better, right? Then the second principle of persuasion was scarcity. Again, it is a good marketing strategy which will target the need of people. You know that, like for example, during Diwali, right now there was Dhanteras, right? And that is the time where people buy a lot of gold and silver, and that is a time when the price also increase, because the people in the market know that okay, there's a lot of demand, and because there's a lot of demand and this is like an auspicious day, people will buy it even after the pricing is going so high. So again, this is a persuasion principle of scarcity, right? Customer again appreciate the product value in its absence, right? Like if you just, like, there was so much news in middle that silver price would be increasing, we have less silver, whatever it is. Like even if right now if you announce something on those lines, people will have that um urgency to buy that product. Like there are many brands who create some limited stock edition, so people feel very special. Okay, if I have this limited stock edition, right? So again, that's what we mean with perception principle of scarcity, that customer would appreciate the product's value in its absence, basically, right? And obviously once they will lose the interest once they purchase it. But again, your point is, with this technique you are trying or making, depending on understanding your customer's product need ideally. Okay, now how do you can do that? Okay, you can use all this kind of communication that you could see on my screen. You can target the customer indirectly using a statement like, let's say, hurry up, you will miss on this golden opportunity. Nowadays whenever you see any ad coming up, they put a countdown that the sale will end in this hour, this minute, it will end in this hour, this second. So what are they trying to do? They are trying to create a FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. That is also like a way, kind of part of your scarcity thing, that the sale will end soon, you go and buy it quickly, right? So such kind of communication really create that urgency and need for that product. So works wonder in marketing again, right? Then you have something called as authority. So here, um in authority, it is required that you influence the customer forcefully or voluntarily to make a purchase, right? So how you can show that authority? By being highly emotional, right? You can create some certain kind of fear and submission, and probably could be, they'll listen and agree to your expert opinion, right? So you're trying to idealize the customer in a great strategy to kind of market your product. Okay, um um like again, for this authority thing, let's take an example. Okay, I'm just trying to find out a good example that I couldn't remember right now, but like allow me 2 minutes. um so again, like all the sale thing, like nowadays people are focusing so much on health, right? Organic food, right? Don't you think that is like they're trying to create that emotional context to it, that it will impact your health if you don't eat organic food and other things. And that's why we are seeing there's a lot of shift with how people are consuming their food, right? So again, that creates certain kind of fear in them, and like they think, okay, now let listen to what the expert is saying. Same thing happens in hospital, right? What doctor says, you will follow what they're saying, right? Because you have that fear that if you don't listen, you don't follow them, right, you might it might impact you in a way. So same, I mean, there are many products that are marketed in a way to um in an authoritative way and create that fear in their mind, right? And especially when it comes to health, education, right, these are some topics where people are ready to spend money as well, right? Then you have commitment and consistency. But before I jump to commitment, now the next one is your commitment and consistency, right? Again, in commitment, you're trying to fulfill a commitment made by a seller which will lead to customers retention, like you say, right? There are brands who are very much committed to their customer out there, like by giving them some special offer, discount, new range. They listen what their customer is saying. And consistency is that if your customers are clicking or they're completing the fields and they're continuing to fill in their data, they're consistent with their action as well, right? So in for example of commitment would be, in 1987 there was Anthony Greenwald, and he studied that potential customers intention through an experiment, right? Now, like for voting, he saw that 86.7% of the surveyed people cast their vote, and 61.5% of unsolicited people cast their vote as well. So his observation in general was that people often feel bound when they have agreed or committed to do an action, right? Like for example, voting happens in that way only, right? Like um, you ask people to come and vote, so give their feedback, right? Show commitment towards the nation, right? So again, it has been an observation that people will found bound when they have agreed or committed to something, right? I mean, there are many people who are right nowadays committed to sustainable living, and that's how they follow their life. Even if that products are expensive to buy, they will follow it because they have committed to one kind of way to live, right? Thrift shopping, you might have heard nowadays people are getting into thrift shopping. Thrift shopping is basically you buy second-hand clothes or second-hand products. I'm in India, it's still going on, but I think if you go abroad and see this, it's very common for people to do thrift shopping. Like now, why are these people doing this? Because they're committed towards sustainable living, right? So one of the example out there. Then you have perception of liking. Your customers are kind of influenced by their liking for the product, okay? Like if I really like a product a lot, probably there's a good chance I won't look after the pricing, right? So because again, people will develop different perspective, they'll decide to purchase and they'll get attracted to like-minded people as well, right? So you also know that there are times when you really like a product, no matter, there are times when the product could be expensive as well, but you would end up purchasing it, right? And if you don't end up purchasing it, I'm pretty sure for some of you it might haunt you, right? That I didn't bought the product, I missed out on buying this particular product. It happens in general. Then a perception principle of social proof. So here we all know that um, like if you're providing a sense of proof, like sense of proof really helps in building some trust and reliability, right? That's why testimonials, like why Amazon and why so many brand would ask you to give rating, to give feedback, because they know that people will come and read it, and based on that their buying decision changes a lot. Yes, I mean, recently I wanted to buy a cleaning robot, and I saw, like, obviously I could see rating, but I wanted to see what exactly people are facing. I read that, and that kind of decided should I buy it or should I not buy it, right? So you have to create that proof, sense of proof, to build that trust and reliability on the product, right? Customer needs some social proof to act, right? Customer needs want some clarity by exploring some relevant subjects as well, right? Now again, an example of social proof would be Robert Cladden. He investigated the factor which ideally influenced guests reusing hotel towel in Arizona, right? And the four factor to measure this outcome where he I mean you can encourage the towel reuse to address the environmental concern. Okay, mention that the hotel end of year gift for donation related to environment, or you can encourage the participation in the hotel's contribution initiative, or probably you can identify that most of the customer reuse their towel at least once during their stay, right? So again, like to influence them, to give them some proof, right? So what did they observe? That most customer reuse the towel because other had done it before, right? Do you understand? So out of this four case, people, there were many people who would use the reuse the towel because they saw that other people are also doing it, right? So that this is an example of social proof. You follow, you see what other people are doing, and that gives you a confidence that would you want to do it or not. Hence, sustainable living, thrift shopping, all of this things are getting popular day by day as more people will adopt it, right? So environmental concern, 38% people opted. Donation for environment, 36 people of opted. Will you join a donation campaign? 46 people opted. But when it comes to customer reference, that most have reused this once, 48% of people had opted for it, right? So ideally this are like some important principle of your perception theory. You also have a theory of cognitive dissonance, right? Now, what is cognitive dissonance? Okay, it is a feeling of discomfort. Okay, could be because of the behavior, could be because of your belief, and could be because of some conflicting attitudes, right? I mean, see, like, s- uh for example, let's say, why in India nowadays, okay, you would see this all this astrology apps and all of them are getting very popular, right? Because people have that feeling of discomfort. Now, it could be because of their belief, right? They believe in kundli, they believe in horoscope, and hence this all these apps are getting so popular. When something goes wrong in your life, you might go and check, you might would want to go to a pandit and show and ask them how things are going. And the reason that's why all this astrological apps are getting so popular, right? There are so many apps, okay, I'm not sure you guys know or not, which is about puja online. Like you can do puja in some popular temples in India, right? Because people have that belief, people have that, how should I say, could be their conflicting attitude, but usually when it comes to spiritual thing in India, it's all about the belief, right? Now, how can you use this cognitive dissonance in digital marketing? um, Again, it is an effective way in digital marketing for some indecisive customer, right? Who you Where you can use some graphic, you can use some perception technique, you can use your media as well. Basically, your customer tend to seek some consistency in their views and behavior when it comes to this. Okay, then you have a principle of reciprocal concession. Reciprocal concession is more about it is more about the reciprocity, right? Like, if you give some discount to drive your customer response, if you give some free gifts or surprises to make your customer feel very obliged, right? Your customer will feel connected when obliged, right? Nowadays, again, you would see all this skincare brand, all this makeup brand, they give so many giveaway, so many free gift, new pouch, 10 other things out there, right? Again, that is reciprocal concession, right? Now, where can you actually apply this reciprocal concession? Again, this is majorly used in sale negotiation, right? Like, seller will agree to do some price negotiation to create that customer obligation, right? Like whenever you go and buy something, if that seller gives you a special offer, more discount further, you would get obliged to it, right? And again, seller can make customer feel obliged even after the payment. They might give you free after services, right? So again, in sale, you would see this reciprocal concession works a lot, right? um you can use some negotiation. Again, there are many brand who use this negotiation strategy, that to increase their sales and performance, to attract the offer to the customer. They create some campaign which are very specific to related to offers out there, right? I mean, I've done this personally whenever I run paid campaigns. So when we run a paid campaign for any e-commerce brand, we usually create two kind of campaign. One campaign where we are giving, let's say, up to 50% off, and then we have one campaign where we don't put where we only push the products which has less discounting or no discount for that matter, because we know the target audience for both this kind of customers are completely way apart, right? Then you have power of empathy. Okay, we all know what is empathy. It is like an extensive understanding of users immediate concern. You say, right, I empathize with your feeling, I empathize with what you're going through it right now, right? Again, it is more essential than sympathy. Okay, it is more about doing some knowledge sharing and how you can show the empathy to your customer, right? um um like you can do this on your landing page on your website, that you create some awareness about immediate concerns, right? You can create some campaign based on your user need. You can advocate probably them with a logical problem solving approach. You can create some interactive ideas, you can create some user generated content, right? um now, uh, like when we say that you have to create awareness on users immediate concern, I mean, you understand what are their real life challenges before creating a landing page. Like think from the perspective to solve the problem within that particular time period, and use that kind of communication on your page, right? uh, when we talk creating campaign according to user need, basically think, okay, what pricing would they fit into, what kind of product would they like, what kind of customer they are, right? So the business model should be kind of adaptive to the user's problem, right? It should be very correct, it should be optimized, and it should be goal driven. Okay, when we talk about day to day life example, you can include some empathetic visual. Okay, where a common man is trying to address the problem and offer solution, like in video or in graphic or in picture, right? And you can provide a logical solution to the problem as well, give some practical approach that can be taken and that can enhance the brand experience as well in general. For example, I'll give you nowadays, how should I say, like I won't say this is empathetic way, but when we talk about providing a logical solution to a problem, so let's say someone people want to buy electronics. Okay, I just saw this feature right now. uh I wanted to buy a fridge recently. Yes, I saw all the review 10 other things, but I was still not convinced, right? So now Samsung added this feature that we will live show you the demo of that entire product, you don't have to come down. They're trying to solve this particular problem, right? This is what we call as logical solution to a problem, where they would take me and they'll take me through that entire product. How does it look like, what are some pros, what are some cons, right? So again, you're trying to give a logical solution to this particular problem, right? Endorse some interactive ideas, so you can create some interactive content which can help them, which can help the user to get engaged more, right? Create some poll, create some quiz, create some games for them, right? And then you can encourage some user generated content. Why, what is user generated content? Basically, to enhance your brand experience and customer experience, you can ask the customer to create some content for you, like as a testimonial and all. um that they can also turn into your influencer. There are many people who in their advertisement feature their customers in general, right? So you can encourage them to create some user generated content. Okay, I hope we are clear with all this principle. This were majorly the theory part of perception principle. There was nothing practical, but these are, how should I say, these are some basic principle one should be aware about, where you can apply not just in the paid campaign but overall your marketing journey. Okay, now what exactly is dynamic ads? Okay, dynamic ads are something um that you guys tend to see. So for example, how should I say, these are ads that keeps on changing based on customers needs. Okay, as I've told you, like yesterday when we saw, you remember I saw you that I've taken you to that remarketing ad, where I was seeing those same products that I just checked on the website. You remember? So that is a dynamic ad, right? Basically, this is a set of continuously changing customized advertisement. Basically, based on what are the last product that the customer has checked, the brand will create a customized ad for them. Okay, that is what we call as dynamic ad. The word dynamic means it keeps on changing based on customer to customer. Okay, and why dynamic ads are created? Because it help in increasing the conversion, like better conversion. It enhances the brand value. It shows some product personalization. Imagine you guys, like you just visited the website few minutes back and I show you the same product with some offer. It will create some personalization, right? And basically you're trying to do remarketing with this. Okay, again, if those who have, I'm not sure how many you guys observed this yesterday, but then today also I can show you what do I mean by dynamic ad. Now dynamic ads are being showcased on social as well, on website as well. I mean, there are different placement where you can see a dynamic ad. Right now I'll just open this very popular website where I see a lot of dynamic ads coming up, at least for me. Till this time load, we can go to the next part, okay? But yesterday also I've shown you what were dynamic ads. Like, I checked out some product of a brand and they were trying to show me those same product over here. Now see, I recently checked Wakefit. Okay, I was planning to buy some mattresses, and they are trying to do, this is dynamic ad. Basically, they are trying to show me what was the last product that I checked. Okay, and in that they are giving me some offer as well to some of the mattresses. So like for last few pages I'm visiting, okay, and the products I'm checking, how does this dynamic ads have been created? Okay, I'll take you through that as well. We won't be able to create it, I'll tell you why, but I'll show you whatever practical implementation I could for the day. But let's first discuss some theory of dynamic ads and then we'll jump towards the practical side of it, okay? um so what are benefits of dynamic ad? I think I've already spoke about it. You are doing some automate customer retargeting, okay? uh, you are trying to buy and sell product easily through device friendly ads. You are getting some new leads and you are doing a lot of personalization over here, okay? um what are the factors you you need to determine to create a better dynamic ad? Okay, so you should have a good budget, okay? There are different kind of ads that you can create out of it. There should be a good mobile friendly devices, like basically most of the website because people see your ads majorly on mobile compared to desktop. Hence you should target a right audience and there should be some brand acknowledgement. I'll show you practically all this aspect, don't worry about it right now, okay? um what, like with dynamic ad is part of retargeting only, basically where you're advertising directly to interested user who have failed to convert previously, right? I added a product to the cart, I didn't bought it, they're trying to show ad again to me, is called as remarketing. And when you do remarketing, there's a higher chance that the customer would end up buying a product when they see it very regularly, right? Now we would be understanding how these dynamic ads are created on social media platform like Meta and all, okay? But before jumping towards that, what we all know, what is the importance of social media marketing, right? It will help you to increase the traffic on your website, it will help you to improve your ranking, it will allow the marketer to connect with an engaged potential customer, right? And you'll get some you can identify some suitable social media platform as well, right? Now I would talk now. How do we? What are the requirement to create a dynamic ad on a social platform like Meta ads? Okay. Now, because as I've told you, you would see a lot of dynamic ads have been bombarded to you when you're scrolling on Instagram or Facebook. That is like one of the most popular platform to run dynamic ads because customers spend so much time on social media, right? You tell me how much time do you spend on reading a blog and how much do you spend time on doom scrolling on social media? If you see a normal stat, it would say that there are people who spend so much time on doing that doom scrolling on social media. Hence social media is a very popular platform when it comes to running dynamic ads. Now what are the requirement to create your dynamic ad? First thing is you need a product catalog. Second thing is you need pixel, and third thing is ads manager, okay? I'll just explain you quickly what each one would mean. A product catalog is, guys, nothing but, okay, so sorry, over here, okay? What, by the way, this is your Meta ads manager platform, okay? This is how the ads manager platform looks like, okay? To access this ads manager platform, guys, you should have an account on Facebook. And if you have an account on Facebook, you can access ads manager. Like if you just log into your facebook.com, like you log into your Facebook, and here there's an option of see more and there's an option to go to ads manager. So this is how you can use Facebook ads manager, basically, okay? You can go through here. Coming back, this is how your ads manager looks like. when you're opening the ads manager for the very first time, this would look completely blank. Right now you could see some campaigns created because I was just creating some dummy campaign in past, but it would look something like this. Okay, so first requirement is you should have access to ads manager. Second one is you should have a product catalog. Okay, now what is a product catalog? Okay, product catalog is nothing but any brand. On your meta ads manager, guys, you have something called as commerce manager. Okay, and in this commerce manager, guys, you have to create a catalog. Okay, catalog is nothing but whatever product you want to promote, okay, as an ad. You have to first upload it in this catalog, and then only you can run that as an ad. Okay, so let's say you're working for H&M, okay, and you want to run this dynamic ad. What you'll have to do is you'll have to come to this commerce manager, and here you'll have to create a catalog. Basically, in this catalog you'll add all your product details, where whatever product you want to promote through meta ads, it needs to be uploaded in this catalog. So like if I want to create a new catalog, I just said I want to create a new catalog, right? So what are you promoting? Online product, so you can do it for online product, local product as well, travel, property, auto. If you're part of any of this field, you can create a catalog, right? You can give a name to your catalog. I can call it Jigisha or whatever I would want to call it, or I can call this uh, online product. Like ideally you write your brand name to this. Okay, now this is, I'll talk about now this is your metapixel and SDK. What is that? Is the second requirement, that you should have a metapixel and SDK. So you'll understand in a better way. See this, okay? I will go to Mintra's website right now. Okay. If you want to check if any brand has added meta code or not, you can install this Chrome extension called as Metapixel Helper. Okay, right now on my website, right, can you see this extension is trying to show me that there are some pixels are nothing but conversion code which are added on the website. Can you see it says page view? Now on every page they have added different kind of code. Okay, for example, if I go to a product specific page, you will see a different code which will fire over here. Let's say I want to buy this timeless eyewear. Okay, let's say I'll go to some timeless eyewear page, this one. Okay, see this. Let's pay attention to this. It's still loading. Can you can you see view content? Now basically this page view code is there on all the pages of the website. The second code, view content, is usually added on a product specific page. Can you see? If I now right now it is not showing any add to cart code, right? But once I add the product to the cart, this code will capture that I have added product to the cart. See this, okay? I'll say add to bag, okay? And if I go over here, can you see? It is taking some time, but can you see the add to cart code has fired? Now basically this code has tracked that I've added this product to the cart. Now if I don't buy it, and after some time I go back to Instagram, Mintra will try to show me the same product as an ad. I added this sunglasses in my cart, but if I don't buy it, let's say next few hours, and I'll scroll on Instagram, I would see, there's a good chance I would see the same shades which would be showcased to me. Okay, now I hope it's clear. So this is where your pixel comes into picture. Every, see, this ID is unique. Okay, every ads manager would give you this pixel ID which is unique. Okay, if you see this pixel ID starts with 5428. Okay, the Mintra's ID starts with, can you see, 138, right? They have one more, 153. So every ads manager has a different pixel ID given, because you want to track unique people, right? You want to track uniquely for each brand. I hope it makes sense, right? So this also needs to be there. If this is not there, if you don't put the pixel, how would you know what is the last product a customer has checked? To understand what are the activity a user is doing once they land on the website, you need this. If this ID or if this code is not added on your website, guys, you can't do remarketing, you can't run dynamic ads. Okay, so I'll select this, and here it will ask me how I want to upload my product. So I can manually add my product by one, or I can connect my website to my ads manager directly. Okay, I would just say skip for now. I mean, you can choose later on, and that's how you create your commerce manager. That's how you create your catalog. Now here, if you go to product, okay, Here you can add your product detail one by one. See this, I'll see an option to add, and okay, I want to add my product manually. See this, I'll have to add my picture over here, give title of my product, description, website URL, the price of my product, what category does it fall into, is it a new stock or a old stock, pricing, 10 other things. I think I've discussed whatever there's in the PPT, I've anyways discussed. But product catalog, I've already spoke why it is important. With this only, see what will happen when you create a product catalog, okay, and you have this Facebook pixel added, and you're running a normal ad on Instagram, okay, the user will click on the ad, go to the website, they will see the product, they won't buy the product, okay. So the pixel will capture, okay, what are the last product that they have checked. Now because you have a product catalog added on your meta ads manager, it will automatically show you, like, this product catalog will then, based from the product catalog, that advertiser would choose, okay, what product we want to show as an ad to that particular customer. Okay, so all this three are interlinked to each other basically, okay. um as I've already shown you what are the component of product catalog, right? Images, call to action, pricing, discount, review, color variation, like basically you, for each product you have to add all this detail, their features, their dimension, material use. You have to, like, you have to give end to end detail of each product, the sale price, the so like, what is the original price, what is the sale price, what are color variation you have, if you have any size variation, every end to end detail of every product needs to be added in the product catalog. Okay, how many stocks are available, each and everything. Okay, then again, to create your product catalog, as I've told you, ideally if you create it manually, that would work best. Okay, I have already discussed what is Facebook Pixel and Facebook SDK. SDK is for app. Okay, so Facebook Pixel is for your website, the code which is there for website. Facebook SDK is a code for app. Okay, so like, see, you want, Mintra has a app and has a website as well, right? So for website they will put Facebook Pixel, and for app they will put Facebook SDK. SDK, the full form of SDK is Software Development Kit. Okay, so as mentioned over here, Facebook Pixel are a collection of code placed on website to track traffic and target a specific audience. Facebook SDK, basically a set of software development tool that allow businesses to integrate Facebook functionality into their mobile app. So if you want to track what people do when they go to Mintra's app, you put Facebook SDK. If you want to track what a user does once they go to the Mintra's website, you put Facebook Pixel. Now I'll just show you this Facebook pixel, okay, rather than explaining it in a PPT, which will make things very daunting for you guys. I'll just actually show you how does this look like. Okay, let me we'll close the commerce manager. Now where do we where so if you want to create a catalog, you go to commerce manager. If you want to see your pixel, as I said, every pixel will have, every account ads manager will have a unique pixel ID. You want to find that, you have to go to events manager. Okay, so in events manager, so this is my pixel ID. Okay, and I'll just show you. Okay, so there's an option to set up your pixel manually. Now see this. Okay, please observe this very carefully. See this. This, okay, this code. I'll just quickly open my Word doc, show you the code. How does, so basically your job is to give this code to your website developer, okay? You, because you are not a web developer to place the code, but if you start running ads on Meta Ads Manager, what you have to do, you have to come to this events manager and go to your Meta Pixel, and you will get this base code. Okay, this is something, it would look something for my account. This is how my code looks like, and this is the unique ID. Can you see FBQ track page view? So this page view, this is basically a code which goes on each and every page of your website. Okay, this is the code which will track each and every interaction on the website, and you have to give it to your developer. The job is of the developer to place the code on the website, and once they place the code on the website, it is your job to check with the Chrome extension if the code is placed properly or not. Okay, Now, and by the way, there's an instruction as well. You have to give this instruction as well, that where exactly this code needs to be placed. Can you see the meta pixel is a piece of code that you added to your website by copying the base code below and pasting it into the header section of your website. So you have to give this instruction as well to your developer. Take this instruction, copy this code, and give this doc to your developer. They will place the code on every page of the website, and then your job is to check if that code is added or not. This one was only page view code. What was a page view code? Like, page view code is there on every page of the website. Like let's say if I go to this kurta and suit page, there also you will see a page view code that would fire. Let's wait and see. It's still loading. See, can you see there's a page view code, right? Whatever page I visit, this page view code needs to be there. But what about other codes? Like, we have view content code, we have add to cart code, we have so many other codes as well, right? Like that I've just shown you right now. There was a view content code which might appear here in a while, right? So from where do you get that code? Okay, from here you will get only this base code. Okay, but for other code, okay, for add to cart code, content code, to get all these other codes, guys, I'll just show you from where you can get that. So for that, you have to refer to this link. Now, if you want to create an add to cart code, what you have to do, it's very easy. This is your normal code, right? Here, just below the page view thing, okay, you have to say enter. So if you want to create any code apart from the page view code, what you have to do, you have to say enter. Let's say I want to create an add to cart code. I'll just copy this line, put it over here. Now this has become my add to cart code. Same, if I want to create this as a wish list code, I'll remove this line, and instead of that, I'll put the wish list, which is like this one. Okay, even in this page, they have given you the instructions. See this, they have mentioned it, that if you want to create any of this kind of code, what you have to do, just in your normal base code and just below page view, you can add this line, and this will become your specific code that you want. Like, for example, I want to create my purchase code. Now, what is purchase code? Basically, I want a confirmation that how many people through my ad have bought the product, right? So this purchase code is usually added on your thank you page. You remember, right? Whenever you buy a product and when you do the transaction, it takes to your thank you page, which gives you a confirmation that yes, you have added the product. Now, on that page, it is very important for you to put this purchase code, because this will give a confirmation to Meta that yes, people have bought the product. Now, if you want to, like, what you'll have to do, you'll have to copy this and you'll have to put it over here. But if this is an Indian website, then the currency shouldn't be GBP, it would be INR. So this is something that you'll have to change. If you're running this in US, it has to be USD, right? So the currency is something that you guys will have to change based on for what location you are doing this tracking for. Especially, see this, for an e-commerce website, what all codes are required? Payment info code is required, add to cart code is required, wishlist code is required. Okay, then this purchase code is required, view content code is required, because in e-commerce a user do different transaction, there are different steps of buying that product, right? For lead generation, you would just need one code from here, which is this FBQ track lead. Now we will jump towards how do we exactly create a campaign on Meta Ads Manager. I'll give you an overview because it's a very lengthy topic. Obviously, I can't go through all the nitty gritties, but I'll cover the basics that you should know. Okay. So basically, Facebook pixel is the code that you put on the website. If you want to do tracking on app, you have Facebook SDK. For if you want to run a dynamic ad, you have to also use a product catalog. And once you do all this on your normal ads manager, you create your campaign. So this is the place. Now this is your event manager. You have to go back from here to your ads manager and you create your campaign. Okay, so basically this is the back end. So whatever ads that you see on Instagram or Facebook or WhatsApp, they are created over here. This is the back end of that ad creation. Okay, the basically all advertisers like me, we work on this kind of back end and we create the ads that you guys can see on your front end. Okay, so the use case of your ads manager is nothing but here you create your campaign, you see the performance, and then you analyze it. Here you'll be able to create your ads. You'll see their performance, nitty gritty, whatever you'd want to check. You see overall performance on the ads manager, and then you take your future calls. Okay. Now I'll just quickly do a quick demo to you guys. Okay, by the way, you will get this PPT on your LMS as well, so like you can refer to my recording as well. But apart from recording, you can there are some steps mentioned over here as well on how the campaign creation works. Okay, so let me just take you through this quickly, and I'll directly take you to the ads manager. Okay, now see how does the campaign setup, a basic campaign setup looks like. Okay, we say create from here. Okay, and now the first thing that Meta would ask you is the objective, why you want to run your campaign, like what is the objective behind running your campaign. Okay, like do you want awareness where you want to reach out to a mass audience, or you want traffic means you want to take the user to the website or to your messenger or to your Instagram DM. You can choose objective based on that. Engagement is you want to increase your like, comment, or your followers on Facebook or Instagram. So that is what they mean by engagement. Lead is you want people to go to the website and give their detail. App promotion is you want people to install your app or do some activity within the app, right? And sales is you want people to go to your website and purchase your product, right? So basically you can choose objective of your choice, like why you want to run an ad. Basically Meta will ask you what is your logic, or what is your, why do you want to run this ad. So you can choose whatever objective that you would want to select based on. See, now you choose objective based on your client's brief. My client would tell me, Jigisha, I want 1,000 sales a month. I'll say select sales as an option. My client would tell me, Jigisha, I want to increase some interaction on my post that I've put it on Instagram. I'll choose engagement because this is one of the way I can do that. My client would ask me, Jigisha, I want people to go to WhatsApp, or I want to take them to my website, I want to take them to my Instagram DM account, and I want to build that conversation over there. I'll select traffic, right? So these are different objective. You can choose any objective based on your client's brief. Okay, there's no standard answer that you should select this objective only. What your client asks, what is your client requirement, based on that you choose an objective. So to show you a dummy campaign setup, I'll choose the most common objective, which is traffic. Okay, so I'll say continue. Now here Meta, there's manual and there's recommended. Okay, manual is where you give all the inputs to Meta, and now Meta so what Meta is doing, Meta is adding their own AI integration on this platform. Okay, AI integration is nothing but you don't have to give much details. Meta will use their machine learning, their automation, and they'll try to create campaign without less details provided from your end. Okay, but this is still under testing mode. So right now I'll show you the manual campaign, because in manual campaign you'll understand all the nitty gritties. Okay, so I'll select manual campaign over here. I'll say continue. Okay, now here, now there are three level for your campaign. Okay, you have campaign level, you have ad set level, and you have your ad level. Okay, what do we exactly put at all the three level? Let me just explain this to you in a Word doc quickly. So at the campaign level, you choose your objective, okay, and your budget. Okay, at ad set level you choose basically whom you want to show ads, which is nothing but targeting, where you want to show ads, which is basically, do you want to show ads on Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. Okay, and at ad level, what you want to show, basically the ad that you create. Okay, now I'll just quickly take you through it. I've selected my objective, right? Here I can put my budget, that how much I would want to spend. Guys, there's no as such any limit. You can start with as low as 50 rupees a day as well. Okay, but this budget is more dependent on your client side, how much budget your client is giving you. Let's say your client is giving you 30,000 a month, then your budget would be 1,000 rupees a day, right? So depends on what your client has, whatever budget that your client would give you. Okay, A/B testing, I think I've already I'm not sure if I've spoke to you guys on A/B testing, but A/B testing is nothing but, as I've told you, you would want to, let's say A/B testing is, you want to see there are two options and which option perform better. For example, you want to A/B test between Instagram versus Facebook. You want to A/B test between image ad versus a video ad. You want to A/B test between reel versus stories. Okay, so this is what we mean by A/B testing, where you want to check two options to see which one performs better. Okay, so this is an option to do that A/B testing. Special ad category, guys, is something that if you fall in any of this category, you have to mention it on Meta. So if you're promoting any finance related product, you're promoting anything related to job, housing, or election or politician, you have to mention it, because see, Meta in general, whenever you create a campaign, they will check your campaign in a very deep. So once you create a campaign, Meta will review it. Okay, Meta representative would review your campaign. Now, when they review your campaign, they check all the nitty gritty. What is your communication? You are not misleading the customer in any way. So, for this four category, it is very easy for the brand to mislead the customer. When I say mislead the customer, let's say for politics, you know, right? People, the politician might give some false claim in their advertisement, right? So Meta will check for all these four category. Meta will scrutinize their ad in more, they will scrutinize the ad in much more detailed way, right? They will check each and every aspect, because they ideally, if these brands or any of this category try to mislead the customer, people will blame Meta, because Meta has allowed them to do it on their platform, right? So basically, to scrutinize them in much more detailed way, it is for them, they have to mention, like for financial thing, you can mislead a customer by saying you will get 100% profit, your stock will grow at 2x amount, right? All these are misleading way to say, right? Job may, you will say you will get a package of 1 crore. This is misleading content. So Meta will check for all this four industry. Meta will check, like obviously in general they check the campaigns in a very detailed way, but for them, for all these four categories, they'll be more cautious. Okay, so if you are doing any advertisement related to any of this four category, you have to mention it basically. So we have discussed all this campaign level. Now I'll go to ad set level. Ad set level, as I've mentioned already, what all you can take. So here at the ad set level, guys, you can choose where you want to take the user to. Do you want to take them to a website, or you want to send them to Messenger, Instagram, or WhatsApp? Where you want to take the user to? Let's say I want to take them to the website. I'll choose that. Okay. What exactly you are aiming? So if you want traffic, do you want more clicks, or do you want people to spend more time, or do you want reach? Basically, your performance goal is, Meta is asking you what exactly you want. Okay, like even in traffic, what do you want? You want reach, you want click, you want them to spend more time. So you can choose as per again your client brief. Okay, dynamic creative over here is, guys, is basically Meta's AI integration, where you can give 10 pictures to Meta, 10 headline, 10 description, and Meta will create their own permutation combination of the ad, and they will try to show the best performing ad to the customer. Okay, here you can mention your start and end date, when you want to start your campaign, when you would want to end it, right? So you can give all those date. Okay, now this is where you do the targeting, basically to whom you want to show your ad. So to do that, you have to say switch to original audience option, and this is where we would do our targeting, basically whom I want to show my ads to. Okay, so in targeting, guys, here, location is basically in which location you want to show your ad. Now again, as I've mentioned, not necessarily you have to show ad in entire India. Okay, let's say you want to show ad in Maharashtra, like just a state. Okay, you can do that. If you want to show your ad in one of the city, let's say you just want to show ad in Ahmedabad. Okay, you can do that. Okay, let's say you want to show ad in a particular pin code or in an area. Let's say I want to show my ad in my area where I'm residing. Okay, so I'll just put my pin code because I reside in Pune. Now if I hover around this, can you see, it will just show the area where I'm living. So you can go as narrow as this in your location targeting. Okay, in age as well, guys, you can choose whom you want to target. Obviously you can't target people below 18, so hence, and here what is the max age you would want to target. Do you want to show ad to both men, women, all? Okay, apart from this, guys, you have more targeting option, like you can target people based on where they have studied. Okay, like if you go to education, you can target people based on what colleges or what schools they have visited. Or life event is more of like, are they getting their birthday, or they have just newly engaged, something, anything related to their life event. You can target parents based on the children's age group as well. You can target people based on their relationship status. You can target people based on their work, like where do they work or what is their job designation. Basically, how Meta get all this detail, it is all based on what you upload on Meta and what pages do you visit. For example, see, half of the information you yourself uploaded on Facebook and Instagram, that this is my birth date, recently engaged, you are the one who posts about all of this, right? Even the kind of pages you visit, Meta will divide into different audience. For example, if you are someone who really like clothing page, then Meta will put you under category who's interested in clothing shopping, right? So all this data that Meta is capturing is in ad manager is through your interaction on all this platform. Okay, so demographic, you can do this kind of targeting. Interest is based on users interest. As I've told you, let's say viral is someone who he really follows Swiggy and Zomato page, and he really likes and comment that content. Meta will put viral into this food and drink consumable kind of interest. Okay, I am someone who shops very frequently. Let's say whatever ad I see on Instagram and I tap on the shop now button, right? Meta will put me under shopping and fashion, right? You have some other behavior characteristics that you can target. You can target, I mean, there's so many options with targeting, guys. It's a very big box when it comes to targeting. You have all the options out there. You can target people based on their behavior. I told you, right? Engage shopper. If I'm someone who frequently tap on that shop now button, I'm part of this engage shopper. You can target people based on their, are they traveling locally or internationally. Now how, again, it's the data that you put on your social platform in general, or the interaction that you do. So right, apart from this age, demographic and all of that, you can target these three things as well. Okay, so this is where you do your targeting. For example, if I want to create a targeting um for a digital marketing course, then what I will do, I can search here digital marketing. So people should have interest in digital marketing, and you see there's an option of interest, right? By the way, whenever you create this targeting, it shows you this, the audience size, that how much audience you will be able to reach out to. Okay, the more the targeting you add, the narrower this audience size would become, right? For example, let's say the digital marketing course is very expensive, then I can say define further by saying it like I'm putting a second condition to it. Now I just want to show ad to a richer audience. Let's say, to target a richer audience, there's an option of consumer classification India, and then there is a option of people India who prefer high value good, matlab who prefers premium product. Now see, the audience size has further decreased to 11 lakh to 13 lakh. Before this it was in crore. So the more the details you put, the narrower the targeting would be. But we always focus on quality over quantity. It's okay if the audience size is less, but if the audience is quality audience, then it's all good. Okay, so this is where we do the targeting. And then this is where we choose where we want to show our ads. Okay, so placement and platform is, let's say if you want to show it on all the platform and all the placement that falls under Meta, you can choose this advantage plus option. But now you want to choose where you want to show your ad, then you can use the manual option. So in manual option, the first thing it will ask you what device you want to target. Do you want to show just ad in desktop or mobile or both? Okay, below that it will ask you where you want to show your ad: Facebook, Instagram. WhatsApp is still getting integrated, so hence it is shown in gray. But again, in next few days we'll see WhatsApp as an option. Thread, Messenger. Audience network is, guys, Meta has collaborated with some third party websites and app, and you can show your ads on those third party websites and app with the help of this option of audience network. Okay, um, so it's up to you. Apart from that, okay, let's say you have decided we just want to show ads on Instagram, so you can turn all this off. Okay, you don't have to keep this on then, like this. Okay, and now on Instagram also, let's say you just want to show your ads on some reels and stories, then can you see there's a option of placement? I don't want to show my ad on feed, then I can turn it off. Okay, right now I won't do it, but yeah, can you see? So it's up to you. Either you can choose where you want to show your ad, or let Meta control where your ad is shown. Okay. So in ad, guys, you just have to write your ad name over here, what kind of ad you're creating. Okay. You select your business Facebook page and Instagram page. Okay. Why this is important? Because again, for whatever brand you are doing this advertisement, you should have an access of their Facebook page and Instagram account. Okay, so let's say you're doing this for H&M, then you have to ask H&M to give access to their Facebook page and Instagram handle, because you have to select it over here. Okay, and now here there is two option. Can you see this advantage plus catalog? Now to run that dynamic ad, you have to use this option. Okay, so okay, the only difference between a normal campaign and a dynamic campaign is, in a dynamic campaign, guys, basically, let me just show this to there, your option would be sales, okay, not traffic. So if I choose sales, can you see this advantage plus catalog? So you have to turn on this catalog, and basically when you turn on this catalog, guys, you don't have to, like, because now my catalog doesn't have any product, it is giving me an error in red. But once you choose your catalog over here, you don't have to create the ad from catalog. Automatically the ad would be created over here in the ad section. Okay, so to run a dynamic ad, basically you don't have to create an ad, you just have to select the catalog, and from the catalog, can you I mean, if I have to just show you, your product will get automatically fetched. The headline, everything will get auto. Can you see dynamic media enabled? That means, or from catalog, can you see item from your catalog automatically appear in this card? I don't have to create my ad. Automatically from the catalog, my ad would be created. That is what we call as a dynamic ad. And if you don't want this one, you want a manual ad where you put everything detailed from scratch, then you just need to turn this off over here. You go back to your ad level detail, and here you create your ad from scratch. So now can you see, now this option is disabled because I've turned off the catalog option at the campaign level. Now you can create an ad manually as well over here. How would you create an ad manually? Let's say I want to create a single image ad, I'll select single image. Or if I want to create a carousel, I can select carousel. Here I have to give the destination, basically where I want to take the user to. So let's say if I'm creating this for Myntra, I will say Myntra.com. I have to put the proper URL, not something like this. HTTP, www, everything needs to be added. Okay. Now here I put my creative. Okay. So let's say I'll say image ad, and I'll go to media. Right. So now I don't have, like, whatever, either if you have some image uploaded, or you can upload the image from your desktop as well. If you want to upload some image from your desktop, you can take it from there as well. Right now I have some images uploaded over here, so I'll use this one only. One thing, whenever you use an image, guys, for your stories and reels, you have to create a creative for in vertical dimension. Can you see this? Otherwise it will look something like this. Doesn't look appropriate, this gray area doesn't look good. So for your feed, it is okay if you upload a normal small square picture. But if you are showing your ad on some stories and reels, then you have to create a creative specifically for in this vertical dimension. Okay, then you can say next, and then next. These are some AI elements that you can just enable if you would want to. Okay, and done. This is where you can see your ad. Now for each ad, you have to give a primary text, headline, and a destination, and also a CTA. Now what is primary text, what is headline, what is description? Let me just show this to you very quickly. So it's a text copy that you have to mention over here. But how, like, by the way, this tool is very good. If you want to stalk your competitor and see, let's say I want to see what kind of ad Myntra is running right now. So I'll select all ads and I'll choose Myntra. And I'll see all the ads that Myntra is running right now on Facebook and Instagram. Okay. See this. I can see the entire history. Now, what is the primary text? This is your primary text. This is your primary text. Okay. The one that appears above the picture. Okay. I'll just copy whatever. I don't want to sit and brainstorm, so I'm just copying from an existing ad. Okay. Then this is your CTA, like call to action. This is your headline. Okay. So you can put something on those lines. See this, it's appearing over here. Can you see? You can see a preview of my brand ad. Right? It is showing in different way, carousel and all of that. Right? So I can give a headline, let's say 50% off, something on those lines. It will appear again in my preview over here. So it is showing me that in different format how my ad would look like. See this, a normal image ad would look like this, a collection ad. Okay, would like look like this. Collection ad is something where you can see the product catalog as well below. Can you see? Carousel, in carousel it will look like a multiple swipe. I hope you're understanding this. And that's how you create your campaign. That's how you create a basic campaign. Okay, this was not an advanced campaign, this was like a very basic campaign setup on Meta. I'll just delete. By the way, whenever you create a campaign and if you don't want to launch it, keep it in a pause state. And if you don't need it at all, you can delete as well. You can delete a campaign, you can edit a campaign, you can make whatever changes you would want to do on the campaign. Okay, and on Meta you can run different kind of ads. Okay, you can create such kind of image ad, you can run a video ad, so instead of image you'll upload a video. You can create a carousel ad as well. I think in the preview only I've shown you, this is your carousel ad where you can upload like multiple cards like this. Okay, and then you can also create a collection ad. I think I've shown you collection ad as well, but it looks something like this. This is a collection ad. Basically, a collection ad will, what will happen? See, usually whenever you click on an ad, it takes you to the website, right? But for a collection ad, if you click on this ad, it will open in your entire phone screen, and whatever catalog you have created, the user can see that catalog. Can you see? And once if you like any product, you tap on it and you go to the website to buy it. So this gives you an instant experience. This feature, this middle feature is called as an instant experience feature, where it opens into your entire phone screen and it gives a better experience to the user. Okay, so now we are towards lesson number 6 of budgeting. So there are two concepts that we would understand in this lesson. That what are app campaigns and how budgeting works in paid campaigns. Okay, how do you allocate the budget in paid campaigns? Okay, so I'll start with what is an app campaign. Now we all know what are app campaigns. Okay, when you go to Play Store, okay, right now I don't think we'll be able to show. I can, let me just show you. um mm, Wait, so see this. You like whenever you open your Play Store, you might see some ads popping up like this, right? Which will call itself as an app ad. Okay, so that is what we call as an app install or app promotion campaign. Okay, let's say right now also if I hmm let me, I'm not sure if Amazon is running. They are running a normal ad right now, not the app install app. But app campaigns are basically, um, brands and businesses, they want to advertise their mobile app where they can reach out to their TGs, right? So to get more engagement, app developers tend to collaborate a lot with blogger, influencer, and some website owner. Okay, and on Google Ads especially. Okay, so because where do we install the app? We install the app from Google Play Store, right? So in Google Ads we have a specific option to run an app campaign. Okay, I can show it to you on the platform. How does it look like? By the way, to run it, you need to have an access of this platform called as Google Ads. Okay, you just need your email ID. If you want to understand how does the platform looks like, you just need your email ID to access this platform. Okay, and you can just say sign in, and I'll just show you. Okay, so here, mm, see this here, you need to connect your app. Okay, so can you see in Google Play? So if your brand has an app and you want people to install your app from Google Play, it is very important for you to go over here and connect your whatever app. So you need to link your app over here. Okay, right now I don't have an app, but I'm just showing you what exactly it looks like. And whenever we create a campaign on Google Ads, we have a specific objective for app promotion. Okay, this one, can you see app promotion? Get more install and engagement in your app. Okay, so what do you want? You want installation, you want some engagement, or, and again, what kind of app it is that you want to promote, whether it's an Android app or an iOS app. Okay, so on Google Ads we have a specific objective to run an app install campaign or an app engagement campaign. Basically, any brand who owns the app and they want as many people to go and install their app or do some in-app engagement, they run this kind of campaign. Okay, I can't show you the entire campaign setup because right now we don't have an access to an app. I have an access to an app, but that's my client's app and it is unethical to show. Hence, I'm just showing you the top level of it. Okay. Um. Now, uh, whenever you create an app campaign, okay guys, to promote your campaign, you will have to add assets like images, video, like you will try to vouch for that app, right? You'll show some good pictures, you'll show some good videos out there. Like, let's say if I don't think I don't, I mean, even if we go over here, it will let me see. Search for Swiggy. Right now, if we see any sponsor that, I can try to show it to you. Uh, let's say clothing. Right, so somewhere over here, there would be times you would see some apps have been boosted and shown as an ad. Okay, right now, it is usually shown on mobile compared to the desktop version of Google Play. Okay, but you would see, I've shown you an example, right? How does an app install ad look like on Google? See this, if you're searching for sports game, these are some normal apps which are listing, but there are some brands who run that app as an ad and ask you to install as much as possible. Like, let's say if you're searching for hotel reservation, wherever you don't see any ad kind of a prompt, that means this other apps are listing organically. But for this one, for booking.com hotel reservation to shown at the top, the brand is running a app install campaign on Google Ads. I hope that makes sense now. Okay. Now, how can you budget your app campaign? Okay. Mm, why budgeting is important? Because, see, I mean, if you give a very less budget, you will get less app install. If you give a very high budget, and if the app campaign does not perform well, you might burn out your money, right? So it is very important for you to give a decent budget to your campaign and experiment with it. Okay, now we would discuss, let me just, I want to show you the pointers. Okay, so how exactly do you do the budgeting for app? Coming towards the budgeting part. Okay, uh see, based on basically, ideally what you should do whenever you start your campaign for the very first time, let's say you're a new brand, it's a new app, you can't spend very less. Because if you, let's say, when I say very less, let's say you're spending only 100 rupees per day, you won't get that kind of insight to understand should you put more money or not. You can't even start with 10,000 rupee a day, right? Even that's a very high budget, so you have to find a middle number. Let's say you can start with 2,000 rupees per day as a daily budget and see what kind of traction you are getting, how many people are installing an app. And now in one day you can't take a decision, okay, today I have spent 2,000 but I have hardly got any response. No, you have to at least experiment it for like a week and see how does your campaign perform. If the campaign performs great, you can feed in more budget. If the campaign doesn't perform great, you can decrease the budget. So this is a good thing of paid campaign, that you can keep on tweaking your budget based on how it performs. Okay, so that's what, when we talk about budgeting, that if you're starting, it's a new brand, new app, you're just testing out, give a decent budget testing. Maybe you should have that kind of insights. No, let's say you're spending only 100 rupee per day, 700 rupee a week, and you're not seeing much business coming up, that is not enough spend to come through that analysis, right? So to do that analysis, to do that hypothesis as well, you should spend a decent amount of money. Okay, now whenever you're creating a campaign, as I've told you, first you should know where does your brand stand. Do you want to do awareness of that app, or you want people to directly install the app, or if people have already installed the app, you want people to do some in-app engagement, what exactly you want them to do. Okay, so that is what we mean by funnel and goal setting. Wait, on what channel you would want to promote. See, this app promotion thing you can do on Meta as well, you can do on Google as well, right? So find out the right channel. Okay, compare your KPIs, key perform indicator. For example, for app installation, okay, let's say my objective is app installation. What are the KPIs? What could be my KPI, guys? Okay, number of install. Okay, how many people have installed my app? Cost per install, like to get one user install my app, how much I'm burning. Okay, and basically my conversion rate. Conversion rate, basically number of people who have seen my app, went to the app, and out of that, how many people have actually installed it, right? So these are the KPI. So you have to list down what exactly would you track when you're running a campaign. Ideally, for an app installation campaign, these are some basic KPI that we check. Okay, I hope you guys are understanding whatever I'm discussing. Okay, and then basically your budget, how much you would be sending across. Okay, now I think I've already mentioned, um, there are two major components of budgeting part. Okay, you can do app installation. So see, there are two ways you can do app installation: through ads. Okay, here money is required to spend on app installation through you're running a paid campaign. And mobile marketing through an app, here basically, um, you will try to, basically, how should I say, mm, you're allocating a budget on mobile marketing activities, such as you're doing giving some push notification, you are some doing some advertising on third party app, you are doing some email marketing campaign, right? There are many mobile app marketing campaigns, such as URL Genius, Mobra, Zoomd. These are some of the platform through which you can promote your app install campaign on some third party websites and app as well, basically. So you can choose where would you want to do. Ideally, the first one works better. Okay, now, uh if you are running, you are doing app campaign through a mobile marketing. Okay, it would have three phases, guys: pre-launch, app launch, and push notification. Okay, pre-launch is basically where, your major KPIs would be: you'll do some market research, you'll do some testing, you will do app store optimization. App store optimization is what, basically, even on Play Store, you want your app to rank higher, right? So when I search for clothing, why Mintra's app is ranking higher than H&M or than Bewakoof or Zara? Because they have optimized this page. The way you optimize your website for to rank higher on the search engine, which is we call as SEO, for app we call as ASO, app store optimization, where basically if anyone on Google Play is searching for the category where your app falls into, you would want your app to rank higher organically, not by paying any money, right? So you just don't have to rely heavily on running ads. You have to make sure this page is also optimized. When I say optimize, you add all the pictures of your app, talk about the review rating. Like, can you see, it's a very well created page, right? So each and whenever you list down your app in the Google Play, you have to make sure you are using each and every feature. Like, you have to use import keywords in your ASO as well, right? How for SEO you optimize, you create your website on some popular keywords, and if somebody is searching for that keyword, your website would rank. Same is the concept for ASO. It's just that the place has changed. For search for website, you prefer Google search engine result page, and to rank your apps higher, you prefer this Play Store, Google Play Store, as a platform, right? But the concepts remain the same. You are using important keyword, you are adding all the pictures, review, rating, videos, whatever you could do to make your, if someone is searching for that category, you would want at least in top 5 or top, at least on first page, your app should be shown somewhere organically, right? I hope you are understanding this, guys. So you might have to give some influencer budget as well. Influencer budget, I mean, you can collaborate with, depend Tanmay Bhatt. There are so many people. Like, if you watch Tanmay Bhatt show, he create a lot of review videos and all of that. There, he at the start, he promotes some brands and he say, go and install that app and get 200 rupees off. So you can do some such kind of influencer collaboration as well. You can create some viral marketing campaign, right? Once this is pre-launch is before launching, you are creating that buzz. When your app launch, you have to check that what is your cost per install and cost per action. Cost per install is how much you're paying to get that app installed, and cost per action is once the app is installed, the activity that you want people to do once they install the app, how much you're paying for that. For example, For Myntra, app install would be people install the app. But what would be cost per action? That people are going to Myntra apps and from the app they are buying the product, right? Let's say if you are a trading app, then you would want people to install the trading app, open their brokerage account in that app and start trading, right? So that is what we call as cost per action. And then after app launch, you can do a lot of push notification. You see those pop up coming up on your phone, right? Where it will ask you to go, like you see there's so many apps who give you so much notification, like Zomato, Swiggy, they keep on giving you notification to go and open an app and see what is the new food out there, right? Myntra will give you a push notification for you to go and check there are some additional offers on your favorite product, right? So you can do all this activity to check how your app campaigns are performing basically. Even if I just mention randomly Myntra, I won't be able to do, because can you, like, I can select over here Myntra, okay, I can say continue, but the thing is I won't be able to do the further setup because I need access of Myntra over here. But again, on Google Ads also it is like this only. You can select what location you would want to target, what language you would want to target, okay. You can put a start and end date to it. You can give some budget, how much you want to run for this campaign, right? Here you can create your final ad, right? Basically, see this, it would look something like this. Can you see? Like I have created the entire ad. Here you'll have to give some headlines, description, and 10 other things. But see on different place how your app install ad would look like. See this, on I can show you on Play Store how it would look like. See, so on Play Store it would look something like this. It will show as an ad. You see, related app as an ad, Myntra could be showcased. On YouTube also, you can show your app install ad, not necessary on Play Store. On YouTube also, you can do that. So this preview is basically on different place of Google. So Google search pay how it would look, how it will look on Play Store, how it would look on YouTube, how it would look on the Discover section of Google. Discover section is where you see all the news, right? And how it would look on some third party websites and apps. So as I've told you, Google has also collaborated with a lot of third party websites and app to show their ads. So how it would look over there, okay. So I hope this gives you a basic information of app promotion campaign on Google Ads, okay. Now we'll go towards the next concept, which is goal based ad campaign. Okay, goal based ad campaign is nothing but, guys, see, it is nothing but you're choosing what is the goal, what is the objective behind your running your campaign. Because if you select the right goal, you can reach out to the right audience, you can validate their investment, and you can improve your targeting as well, okay. So your smart goal stands for, like, this thing, smart goal would stand for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound, okay. So whenever you're running any digital marketing campaign, you think it from a smart goal perspective, okay. When we say specific, the objective that you're choosing to run your campaign needs to be very specific. Like, okay, I want reach, I want traffic, I want sales, I want leads, right? So that is what we mean by specific. Measurable is basically, if you're running any campaign, you should measure the impact, right? Achievable is like you can't, like, those goals that you have thought should be in the achievable stage as well, right? You can't create an unrealistic goal, right? For example, an unrealistic goal would be, today only I want to increase my followers to 1 lakh. Not possible at all, right? It should be relevant. You should show your campaign to relevant audience, and it should be time bound. When I say time bound, imagine you can't run one campaign and show the same advertisement to the same audience again and again and again, because they will get frustrated, right? So when we say time bound, you need to change you have to keep on changing your communication. You need to keep on changing the audience, like try showing ad to different audience out there, different buckets out there, right? Because if you just repeat the same thing again and again in your advertisement, the customer will get bored eventually, okay. So whenever you create a smart goal, your smart goal can be measured, and it can be measured either in a way by checking how much traffic it has increased on your website, or how much leads you have got, or how much return on ad spend you have got. I think I've already explained you what is ROAS, basically 2x return, 3x return, or how much awareness you were able to generate. Okay, so like whenever, basically this is a basic, whenever you create a campaign, think, sit and figure out all this basic thing, that what is your goal, what is your objective, whom you want to show your ad, who's your exactly TG, is your TG an HNI audience or a normal audience or a middle class audience, right? Think it from all this perspective. What are the things that you would track to understand is your campaign performing well or not, right? I hope you guys are able to understand what I'm trying to say with this topic. Then we have something called as marketing budget. Now, I mean, for marketing budget, guys, here how to spend, where to spend nowadays, because you have so many options. You need to know what are the right platform where you can spend. Okay, so basically, marketing budget is a budget for an organization campaign or for their advertising purpose. Okay, um, now why do we allocate a budget? To execute some social media campaign, to put some money in my website maintenance, to track the service, to do some remarketing, to run some paid campaigns. Okay, now what are some best, so you guys, okay, you guys are very new in this industry, so ideally no one will approach you in this way because you'll be still an executive. Ideally, this budgeting part or the strategy part is something that you guys do when you come to a manager position after 4 to 5 years in this particular industry. Okay, now what are some best practices when it comes to the marketing budget? Okay, let's discuss this one by one, because if you know this best practices, you can create a decent plan for budget allocation. Okay, first thing, uh whenever you're putting a budget, you should know you are putting money for the right goal. Okay, you need to create that budget plan based on your audience and your yearly plan. Okay, you need to calculate the ROI. Would it be profitable for me to put money in this platform? For example, okay, uh, let's say your client want leads, but they want quality leads. Now, one of the way to achieve quality leads is to run ads on Google search. Like when a person is searching for the keyword, your ad has been shown to them, because they give quality leads. Okay, instead of this, let's say you spend money on meta ads, it won't perform well, right? So you have to calculate the ROI, that which platform will give me better ROI. You know that Google and Meta are the most popular platform, so your major budget allocation will go to this two platform only. And in general, like for the 7 years of my career, I have seen in paid campaign, the first priority is always Google and Meta. Then if the client is left out with some budget, or they want to do some experimentation, they will put some money on LinkedIn, they'll put some money on influencer, they'll put some money on Snap, Twitter, other search engine, and all of that. But usually for a brand, the first choices have always been Google and Meta, because that's where major amount of audience are there, right? They know that Google and Meta will give you better ROI, and then they'll keep some budget for experimentation part, where they can experiment with some other platform, OTTs and e-commerce, right? Now, whenever you work on this budget allocation, guys, sit with your sales team, because they have some very good insight that they can share with you, right? They also know, because they do a lot of calling, they talk to so many people, they get an understanding where so see what happens whenever you do lead generation. Okay, let's say you're doing lead generation from Google ads, Meta ads, and all 10 other platform. That lead data goes to your sales team, right? Now when the sales team call, they also do an analysis that from which platform we are getting better quality leads. Okay, so let's say your sales team have seen for the last 1 month, the lead that you're passing out from Google ads and the leads they are getting from Meta ads, Google ad leads are converting much more faster than Meta. So they will sit and give you this feedback, because they are the one who does the calling work, right? Not just for lead generation, for e-commerce as well, because sales teams are so much involved in talking to people and all, they can give you an insight, right? Where what kind of audience are coming better in quality or quantity from which platform. So collaborate with your sales team, they'll give you much more better guidance when it comes to budget allocation. Okay, Again, use some different approach. There should be a room to experiment as well. Like you can't just blindly put your money, like you, yes, Google and Meta are the popular platform, but how would you understand if other platform would also perform well for you? When you do some experimentation, okay? Like I've done an experimentation for when I came across that LinkedIn ads also perform really well for some of my client. How did I got to know? When I spent some 10,000, 20,000 to see how it works, right? So you should try different techniques, you should try different communication, you should try different product, or you should platform basically, and find out apart from Google and Meta what are other platform which will work well for you guys. Again, track your KPIs and use data for insights. When I say use data for insight, as I've shown you, you are getting a data that Google search is performing better than Meta, choose Google search, right? You are getting a data that for your campaign, let's say you're targeting an audience from 18 to 60, and you understood the people who are converting are majorly from the age group of 24 to 35, then don't target 18 to 60, you only target 24 to 35, right? And the last part of this lesson number 6 is basically how do you track and analyze the performance of competitor. Okay, now see, ideally you should track, right, what your competitor are doing, where do they stand. Okay, so basically, um on Google ads, okay, we have an option of auction insights. Okay, I'll show you. I mean, on my platform I can't show you, but I can show you how does it look like. uh okay, so on Google ads, this is a very good section called as auction insight. I can't show you auction insight because I'm not running any campaign in this particular, this dummy account. This is my dummy account that I use to for training purpose. But there's this feature of auction insight. Now what does this auction insight shows you, you know? Let's say and this is specifically for your search ads. Search ads are basically the one that appear when you search for any keyword, let's say health insurance, right? Now with this auction insight, this particular page will tell you that, okay, you know, see, on an average in a day you have a chance to show your ad 100% of the time, right? Which is very obvious. This auction insight will tell you that out of 100% of the time, how much time your ad has been shown. For example, see this, there's a table called as impression share. Impression share is out of 100% of the time, where there's a section of you is, that is, you would mean it's you, matlab it's your brand. Okay, over here, let me just open this in a better view. See this, you would see something called as you means out of 100% your ad is only shown 15% of time. Now this auction insight will tell you which are the competitors who are taking this impression share from you. Okay, so let's say if someone is searching for digital marketing, right? Let's say we as a brand are standing at 15% of impression share. So which are the competitors who are taking major amount of impression share is something that you get in auction insight. So here you could see there's udemy.com, there's linkedin.com. So they are, when a user is searching for digital marketing, yes, your ad is being shown only 15% of the time. Rest of the times are taken from your competitor, and with auction insight you can understand from which are the competitors are taking away this traffic from your brand, right? They are the one who are appearing above you and they're taking out your traffic, right? So basically this particular reporting in Google ads is very great. Basically auction insight will help you understand that, okay, if which are the where do we stand amongst our competitor when it comes to showing our ad. Like out of 100% only 15% of the time my ad has been shown, that means I'll have to increase more budget, I'll have to probably use better performance, I'll have to use better communication, right? I'll have to use better strategies. So auction insight will track the performance of your competitor and will give you an idea of the work that needs to be done from your end. Like if you're losing so much slot from your competitor, how you can buckle up there, right? So this report, I personally use a lot to understand where do I stand amongst my competitor for the category for which I'm running ad. Let's say imagine this is like a random example. Let's say this is for a digital marketing service category or a training category. So let's say from here you'll understand, okay, out of 100% of the time my brand ad is only shown 15% of the time. Why? How these competitors are taking so much traffic? You have to deep down and find that out, right? I hope that makes sense. Now, so you will have to see all these metrics to understand where your competitors are taking away your traffic. Okay, I've already talked about impression share. Impression share is nothing but basically if your ad has been can show 100% of the time, out of that how many percent of the time your ad has been actually shown. Okay, so there's a formula to calculate the impression share. Is basically you are dividing the total impression that you have received by the total impression you are eligible to receive. Let's say you are eligible to receive 1000 impression, but out of that you have only got 100 impression. This will give you a form, this will give you a metric called as impression share. Okay, then you have a metric called as outranking share. Outranking share will tell you that you know how often your ad has been ranked higher in the auction than other advertiser. Okay, and what are the reason you are missing out on that slot. For example, see, there's something called as top of the page and absolute top of the page. What do I mean by that? Okay, so see this. Imagine you are a policy bazaar, or you are let's say you're HDFC Argo. Okay, and if someone is searching for health insurance, what is absolute top? If you want to show your ad over here, the first ad is called as an absolute top of the page ad. Anything below that, so like right now below this we have a star health ad, this is called as top of the page ad, right? So you should also track, okay, how many time your ad has been shown on absolute top and how many times your ad has been shown on top of the page, right? Because you should always aim to be there at the top, right? Because you know, very less people will take effort to go down and go and click on your ad, right? So you have to make sure you see all these metrics and understand where are you losing out. Okay, where are you losing out from your competitor? If you're observing that, okay, policy bazaar is always ranking higher on the absolute top, so then see what are they doing. Try to see, it could be they're spending a lot of money as well. There are many brand who spend extra on Google to get this slot. Okay, if you want your ad to be shown on absolute top, you'll have to pay much more higher than a normal ranking like this or ranking at the bottom, right? So you know where, like, let's say you're seeing your competitors are taking a lot of slot, they are taking 80% of your absolute top ranking slot, then you will also have to increase your budget. That's how you do your budget calculation, right? If I search for this keyword Mintra, okay, right now it's not appearing. Let's try for Amazon. So there are brands, okay, right now I'm not sure why is it not appearing. I'll try incognito mode as well to see. See, there are many brands who run ad on their own keywords. So let's say if someone is searching for Mintra, guys, imagine if Mintra doesn't run this ad, still Google will first show Mintra's website organically because it's their own brand keyword and it's their own brand website. But still Mintra is running ad on this keyword. Why, you know? Because they are, you as a, see, let's say I am Amazon, okay, I can run ad if someone is searching. So what many people do, they run ads on their competitor keyword. So Amazon knows that Mintra is very popular, let's take some traffic away from Mintra. How would they do that? So if someone is searching for Mintra, Amazon can show their ad over here. Now Mintra knows this, Mintra knows that Amazon can't do this. So what Mintra is trying to do, Mintra is trying to show ads on their own keyword. Okay, organically, so yes, Google will give ranking to Mintra. But if Mintra doesn't run this ad over here, there's a good chance the competitor would run ad in this keyword and they'll take away this slot. Right? Similarly, you might see Amazon. Can you see Amazon is also doing this? If someone search for Amazon, yes, organically Amazon will rank higher. But if Amazon doesn't run this sponsored ad, Mintra can show ad on this slot. If someone is searching for Amazon, Mintra can show their ad over here because they want to take the top of the absolute top of the slot, right? So there are many popular brand who run ads on their own keyword because they don't want competitor to take away their traffic. Now, with this auction report that I've shown you, there are some limitation as well. It is only available for some high traffic keyword. You can understand that for which high traffic keyword you're missing out that slot compared to your competitor. It is again available for only 24 hour. Um, it will show you a keyword performance based on impression share. It will show you that, you know, how much a percent of impression has been taken away from your competitor. And yeah, it won't tell you details like this auction report won't tell you that okay how much bidding it's like how much bid your competitor is giving to get that slot, like what a bidding strategy that your competitor is applying to get that top of the slot or taking that highest amount of impression share. So this report won't tell you that okay how much the competitor is paying to Google to get that slot maximum amount of time. You don't get that insight. Okay. Now, in this last lesson, guys, we'll understand what are bidding strategies. Okay, what is bidding? Bidding is nothing, guys, but auction. Okay, so whenever you want to show your ads on Meta or Google, you have to bid certain amount of money. You know what is auction, right? Let's say you would have seen in pictures what is auction. Let's say there could be some picture where a house is getting auctioned out, right? There are people who are bidding for it. Someone will say 1 crore, someone will say 2 crores, and the one who bid highest, they get that house, right? Same is the concept over here as well, but in bidding strategy, guys. So see, Google or Meta would not only see how much you're bidding and give you the slot, okay? Otherwise, all the big brand will usually win that slot because they have more money in the pocket. They'll bid higher and they'll win the auction, right? So, but that's not the case on Google or on Meta or on any other paid campaigns, guys. The platform, let's say in our case, Google will see okay how much you're bidding, how much you're paying for the auction. But apart from that, Google would also check that um like how well your campaign is created, how well you have created your ad, how well is your landing page created, right? So Google or any other platform will also check the quality of your campaign. Let's say you're bidding very high, but the quality of your campaign is not that great, you won't win that auction. Okay, so you have to make sure both the things are on point. You are bidding well and you have a good campaign as well. When I say good campaign, good ad communication, good landing page, you're targeting the right audience, you're not misleading them, right? Your website is loading very quickly, it is well optimized for mobile and desktop both. These are some hygiene check that Google will see. Okay, so you say okay I have a lot of money but I won't look after all this factor, Google will also not give you higher ranking, or even Meta won't probably prefer your brand, they'll take some another's brand and show their ad over there, right? So now in bidding, guys, um there are two approach. Okay, there are two common bidding approaches. One is that um you bid the highest. Okay, basically you'll tell Google that this, let's say in bidding strategies, guys, there are two ways to do this bidding strategy. Okay, um like I'll just give you an example. Okay, mm, so this highest volume bidding strategy is usually that, see, let's say you have a budget of 10,000 per day. Okay. You are just trying to tell Google, Meta, or whatever the platform is that this is my budget. And within this budget, give us as many click as possible. Okay. So what will happen? You are just giving a budget to Google or any other platform. They will participate in all the auctions and they will bid higher for you guys and get you that click or will get you that conversion. Okay, but then there's a bidding strategy like cost cap, where you are saying that yes, you have 10,000 rupees per day as a budget. You want clicks as well, but you don't want to pay more than 10 rupees per click. Let's say you have a limitation, because see, in this highest volume bidding strategy, what will happen? When you use this highest volume kind of bidding strategy, Google will participate in all the auction, even if that auction is going very high in bidding. Let's say the companies are bidding 100 rupees, you will bid 200 rupees or 150 or 101 and win that auction. But what will happen? You'll win the auction, but the clicks that you have got is a very expensive click. You have paid 101 rupees to get that click, and not every other brand is comfortable doing that, right? So they choose another bidding strategy where they give a limit that okay, I want click but I don't want to pay more than 10 rupees per click, or I want conversion but I don't want to pay 500 rupees more than 500 rupees per conversion. So what happen in this kind of situation? Google will only participate in those auction or any other platform, okay, I'm just giving Google as an example, but other platform also, they'll participate only on those auction where they think that yes, they can give you a click at 10 rupee. If they think the auction, the companies are bidding very high, 200, 500, and your limit is only 10 rupee per click, the platform won't participate in that auction, and the platform won't give you clicks also, so your money won't get wasted basically, right? And you won't even end up paying so high, right? So there are two, again, in bidding strategy, the people who have a lot of money in their pocket to run ads, they usually prefer the highest volume one. They are like, let the platform spend and get us as many clicks or as many conversion as possible. Usually the startups who are experimenting with so much big of media spend, they might use this bidding strategy where they don't have constraints. But if you have some constraints with cost per conversion, cost per click, cost per lead, you have to use a bidding strategy where you give a cap to those platforms that, hey, I want conversion, I want lead, I want sale, but I can't pay more than this amount. Okay, so if you can't pay more than this amount, those platform will only participate in the auction if you can get a conversion or cost per conversion at that cost. If you can't get a cost per conversion on that cost, they won't participate, your money won't get wasted at all. So as I've told you, in bidding strategy, when it comes to getting clicks, okay, there are two kind of bidding strategy: manual CPC and maximize click. Okay, so for every objective you have different bidding strategy. Okay, so if your objective is traffic, okay, you have two bidding strategy: maximize clicks and manual CPC. In maximize click, guys, it's the same thing. You are trying to tell Google that this is my budget and get me as many clicks as possible. But in manual CPC bidding strategy, you are trying to tell Google that yes, I need clicks, but I can't pay more than 20 rupee per click. So you're giving that cap to Google. Okay, so maximize bidding, see, so there's maximize click as a bidding strategy is more under Google's control. Manual CPC bidding strategy is more control with you, like you can take more control in this bidding strategy. Okay, now what are benefit of using right bidding strategy? First, yes, it automates your process. Now if you are using a bidding strategy where Google takes the control, it is getting automated, right? I mean, for a bidding strategy like manual CPC where you have to put your intervention, it takes a lot of time. But bidding strategy can automate your process if you use a bidding strategy that Google's take a charge of, right? So here you don't have to get a lot of intervention when it comes to how much you want to bid, right? For example, in manual maximize click, Google will take the control. Don't have to give any intervention. But in manual CPC, yes, you'll have to keep on changing that limit. Sometime you might increase, sometime you might decrease, so that need a lot of human intervention, right? So depend on what bidding strategy you're using. Again, if you're using this maximize click bidding strategy, it will have the artificial intelligence integration over there. Okay, it will use AI um, to focus on some keywords and eliminate some human error out there. Okay, again, choosing a right bidding strategy will optimize your budget properly and it will spend properly. Okay, so you use a bidding strategy which matches your goal. As I told you, there are some clients who are okay, who have that kind of budget, who are okay to experiment and let that platform gives you as many clicks as possible. There are some, and now there are some platform, there are some advertiser who want to control every penny that they're spending, right? So you choose the right bidding strategy which can give you optimal results. Okay, I hope I'm clear with this. Now you also have something called as portfolio based bidding strategy. Here again, it is an automatic bidding process which will focus on multiple campaign or multiple keyword or multiple ad group. Basically, let's say you have 10,000 campaign or you have 10,000 keywords in your account, and for all of them you just want to use one bidding strategy. You can create a portfolio bidding strategy. Portfolio is like, it will be applicable for multiple campaign, multiple ad group or multiple keywords. Okay, so basically, in portfolio bidding strategy, um, you're trying to create an automatic bidding process which focus on integrating multiple keyword or multiple campaign. Okay, so like for, let's say you have multiple keywords, multiple campaign, or for all of them you have a same kind of results that you want to achieve. You create a portfolio based bidding strategy. Okay. And again, I think I've already mentioned this: manual bidding, automated bidding. In manual bidding, you give a limit. Okay. It is a process where you have to manage every bid that you want to put. Again, here the problem could be you can do some human error. Let's say, because you will be changing that bid very frequently, sometime instead of adding 1 0, you can add 2 0. Like sometime, rather than writing 1,000, you might write 10 rupees. So there you are more prone to human error. Whereas in automated bidding, because that platform, the AI, the automation is taking charge, there's less scope of human error over there. Okay. But still, if you are very vigilant person, I would say you can proceed with manual bidding. For manual bidding, you have to be very vigilant, because you keep on changing that bidding based on the auction. For example, Diwali mein, there's so much competition, right? People are in that mood to shop and all, so you have to increase your bid, right? But after Diwali, you might have to decrease your bid, because people won't buy much now, because they have already spent so much in Diwali. Correct. So um basically, how do you start your bidding, guys? You start with a lower bid, you take a basic budget. Okay. Later on, you see how the performance is there, you see some history, and based on the past performance, you tweak your bids. Okay. Never start full fledged that I'll bid 100 rupees, I'll bid 1,000 rupees. No. Start with slow. See how does that campaign perform in that limited amount, in that limited bid, and by seeing your past performance, you can make those changes. Okay. Mix metapixel is something I've already discussed. I don't think I have to discuss this again. I've already shown it to you on the platform. What are features? I've already talked about this extension as well. Always use this Chrome extension called as Metapixel Helper to check if that code is placed properly on the website or not. I've already discussed this. Um, I I've already shown you where you have to go. So the steps which are there in the PPT, I've shown you practically, that we went to events manager, we said create pixel, we took that base code. So I've shown you the steps practically, ideally. I've already shown you where to paste the code, right? Header section. So that was, I've already talked about it. Correct. Benefit, again, I've already mentioned. To get that remarketing audience, to track what your users are doing, you need that metapixel. Correct. um so I don't think I have to reiterate again. I've also talked about what are different kind of code, right? Like your custom events are the one that I've like, you have custom events and custom conversions. So I've that URL that I've given, where you could track page view, add to cart, those were your custom conversion. Custom events are some personalized, specific things that you want to track, like which are only specific to your brand. Let's say you want to track how many people have used how many people have came to your website and bought a product with that influencer ka code, right? For example, like this: track share discount 20%. So that is what we call as custom event. Now, to create custom event, guys, it will be daunting for you guys. You are very new to this concept, but you should just know the theory of it, that what is custom event and what is custom conversion. Custom conversion is that URL that I've given you in the chart, where by default Meta has created different custom conversion. Custom event is very specific to your brand. You want to track very minute thing, very specific thing with respect to your brand, you can create some custom events. Okay. Standard events, I've already taken you through that, right? I've already given you an URL for this in the chat, so please refer to that URL. Huh. Okay, so I think we have discussed the theory part. I've already taken you through the budgeting part of campaign, how, on what basis we decide the budget. Now I'll just quickly show you how this campaign bidding strategy looks like on Google Ads. Okay. So let me, by the way, whenever you refer to the PPT, you can refer to the recording, or you can refer to the steps which are given over here as well. Okay. But let me just show you this. Okay. So we will again go back to our Google Ads account. So this is the last part, and then we are done for the day. So what you can do, you can also sign into Google Ads and follow the steps that are given over here. Okay. So I'm not running any campaign over here, but I can show you all the bidding strategy at least. Okay. So on Google Ads, you can create a portfolio based strategies. Okay. So you have to go under tools and you can find this portfolio based bidding strategies. Okay. Now see this how it looks like here. See, basically, let's say you have multiple campaign running. By the way, these are the amount of bidding strategies that you can use on Google Ads. Okay. Let me just explain it to you one by one. I've already talked about maximize click, right? So let me take you to other bidding strategy first theoretically. Quickly, objective is leads or app install. Then you can use maximize conversion or target CPA if your objective is sales. Okay, so guys, for every objective on Google Ads, you have different bidding strategy. Okay, again, maximize click control by Google, get as many click as possible within given budget. Okay, manual CPC you control. Okay, same goes with maximize conversion within the given budget, get as many conversion as possible. Okay, again this is controlled by Google, but you want to control that, you know how much you want to pay for each conversion. So you can use target CPA bidding strategy where um, you can give a cap for each conversion. For example, 500 rupee per lead. This is your cap that you would give. Okay, same goes with maximize conversion value within the given budget, get as much revenue as possible. Okay, basically you want to increase your revenue, but in target, again this is controlled by Google. But if you want to control your return of ad spend, let's say you want 2x return, 4x return, 5x return, you can use a bidding strategy called as target ROAS. Like you can give a ROAS target for this. Example, 5x return. Okay, and this target impression share bidding strategy is, I'll just show it to you over here. So if I select target impression share, basically where you want to show your ad, top of the page, absolute top. I think I've already discussed what is absolute top. Absolute top is like the first ad where you want to show your first slot where you want to show your ad. Top of the result pages, anything below that, right? So you can choose over here. Here it will ask you out of 100% of the time how much percentage of the time you want to show your ad at the top. You want to show your ad 99% at the top. Now this is where um things comes bit expensive. Like you'll have to bid a very high amount of money to get this 99% of the time. If you want that absolute top of the page slot, then you'll have to bid higher as well. Okay, so this is what an impression share bidding strategy looks like. Apart from that, we have other bidding strategy as well. So see, target CPMA, it will ask you that how much you want to pay for each conversion. So let's say I don't want to pay more than 500 rupees each conversion and my budget is, let's say, 10,000. Did you understood this? This is your target CPA bidding strategy. Then we have target ROAS bidding strategy. Here you have to tell the ROAS target. Let's say your client have told you that we need a return of ad spend of 5x. Then you won't write 5%. Okay, your client has told 5x, so here you have to add 2 extra zero. Remember this, whenever you put your OS target on Google Ads platform, add, if your client is giving you target in X, let's say 5x, 2x, 1x, then after that please add two zeros to it. Let's say your client have told you we want 12x of return on ad spend, then it should be 1200% over here. Yes, if your client, so there are many clients who give you the ROAS target in X, like 2x, 3x, 5x. So here you have to put additional two more zero. Okay. Then we have maximize click. I think I've already spoken, right? In maximize click, you are just telling that give as much clicks as possible within your budget. Okay, but you want to give a cap, then here you can use maximum CPC. Here you can give a cap that in 10,000, yes I want clicks, but I don't want to pay more than 25 rupee each click, right? Similarly, you have maximize conversion bidding strategy where you can say how much you want to, like you'll just give a budget that I have 10,000 budget and give us as much conversion as possible. Okay. Same, you have a bidding strategy called as maximize conversion value, where if you turn this off, you are just trying to say that give us as much revenue as possible. Okay, so these are your main 7 bidding strategies. Does this make sense, guys? Yes, no? Rather than explaining this theoretically, I've directly shown it to you on the platform. Did you guys understood this? So here it is all mentioned in theory, guys. If you could see, I've just mentioned all of them in a practical way. Okay. And the last part, okay, which is bid adjustment. Now, what is bid adjustment, guys? Um, See, whenever you run a campaign, okay, um, let's say I'll give you a scenario and I'll try to explain it to you. Let's say you have got an insight that male performs better, okay, age group 18 to 24 again is performing better, your some keywords are performing better, okay. So when you get such kind of insight that what is performing better than the usual campaign, let's say you got an insight that male are performing better, that doesn't mean you stop running ads for female. You will still keep female on over there. So then what should you do with this insight? If I'm asking you that, okay, let's not pause female because female is also giving you some revenue, it's just that male is giving you more higher revenue, right? Yes, we are getting a lot of conversion from 18 to 24, but there are other age group also which are giving you little bit of conversion, right? That doesn't mean we will stop showing ads to those gender or those age group or to those keywords. What we can do in that case is we can do bid adjustment. Bid adjustment is, okay, let's say you are saying I want for each click, okay, I don't want to spend more than 25 rupees per click. Let's say this is your basic bandwidth that you have. But with bid adjustment, what you can do is, let's say, male perform better than female, right? So for male, you can say, I want to do a bid adjustment of 10% more. So basically, if your ad has been shown to male audience, if required, you might put 10% more amount to this 25 rupee and get more clicks out of it. So what you're saying that the audience or those keyword or the campaign which are performing well, what I'll do, I won't pause the non-performing campaign or less performing campaign or less performing gender or age group. I'll just do one thing, the one which performs better, I'll give them a better bid adjustment. For them, I'll bid extra. Like just for them, I'll bid little bit extra. Okay, that is what we call as bid adjustment. Now, to show you bid adjustment, let me here, okay, there's an option of bid adjustment. Okay, see, can you see this bid adjustment? Let's say, okay, here there are some campaign name. Could you see there's some random campaign name over here? Okay, let's say I want, like, now I know that out of this 4 campaign, I'm just giving a hypothesis that this campaign performs well, the fourth one. Okay, this 3 campaigns, they do perform, but not great as this one. So what I'll say, yes, this perform campaign, campaign performs well. Let's increase its bid adjustment. Can you see? Either you can increase or decrease. Increase as in, like, you are saying that normally whatever I'm bidding, I want to bid, let's say, 10% higher for this. So let's say, can you see, if you are bidding 10 rupee for this particular campaign, you will bid 11 rupee. Okay, let's say in another scenario this campaign is not performing that well, so you can decrease it. You are saying that, okay, in general, if I'm bidding 10 rupee for this campaign, I'll bid only 9 rupee because anyways it doesn't perform that well. So this kind of bid adjustment, guys, you can do at all level. You can do at campaign level, ad group level, you can do at ad level as well. Some ad performs well, some ad doesn't. You can do it for keyword, you can do it for age, gender, location, um and other thing. You can do it for bidding strategies as well. So for all this settings, you can do this bid adjustment. Basically, you are saying that if specific keyword, specific campaign or specific age group perform better, I'll increase my bid in general. Right, I hope you understood the example. If I make it 50% more, so what I'm trying to say, in normal, if I'm bidding 10 rupees, for this one I'll bid 15 rupee. I'll increase my bid by 50% because this is a well performing campaign for me. I'm okay to bid higher and get more traction. But if it does, rather than now you say that okay, this doesn't perform that well, rather than pausing that campaign entirely, because sometime you might get some conversion, right? You don't want to miss out on that opportunity, so you just decrease the bid. Like in general, if you're bidding 10 rupees, you decrease the bid by 50%. So let's say you'll only bid 5 rupees. अगर 5 रुपी पर bid में कुछ आ रहा है तो ठीक है, otherwise you can let it go. So that's all we have under bid adjustment.
We will be discussing attribution modeling, then we'll be understanding the capstone thing, and lastly we would be understanding one how sorry we would be discussing first the landing page part on in Unbounce, and then we would be discussing this running capstone section. Okay, so we'll start with attribution model first. Guys, kindly pay attention. A very important topic. I mean, today again, this all these topics are very important for you to understand the basics of paid campaigns. So we would be discussing, what exactly do we mean by attribution model. Also, sorry, I don't have my headphones for the day, so I don't think there should be any issue with my voice. I'm loud enough, but in case you think my voice is very low, feel free to let me know. Okay. So yes, we would be discussing what exactly is attribution model and what are different types and channels when it comes to the marketing strategy, how this model can help you measure the marketing attribution. We would be also understanding one of the tool within this session, which is Google Analytics, right? How you can see this attribution model thing in Google Analytics, how you can read data over there. And we would also, so two tools we would be using in this particular session. One is Google Analytics, and there's one more tool called as UTM Builder. I'll talk about more about this in detail later on. Okay, but we will first start with attribution model. Okay, now like, see, try to understand this is um in attribution model. You try to give how should I say, okay, let me make it very easy for you guys. We can understand it over here. Imagine we'll take an example of who do we have on the call. I think, well, last I spoke to was Vansh. Okay, so let's say it's Vansh. Okay, now Vansh is in a search. Let's say Vansh is planning to buy a bag. Okay, let's say, so he needs a good laptop bag. Okay, and he is under this research of buying a good backpack bag, and he is majorly doing this research on Google. Okay, because on Google, whenever he would search for backpack, he might see different catalogs of backpacks, and Google is one of the one. Let's say right now I'm just giving example of Google. It could be any platform for that matter. Okay, but let's say his research is based on Google. He's going on Google and trying to find out this backpack, the ideal backpack that he needs. Okay, so we'll take a scenario where, let's say, one should go on Google and he'll search for different search queries, okay, based on his needs. So I'll just give some hypothetical search queries that he might have searched for. Let's say he started with searching for, good quality. So there's some terminologies he would have went on Google and searched for backpack, uh, right? Let's say good quality laptop backpack. Okay. After some time, he might have searched for a laptop backpack about, let's say, 5K. Okay. Um, Backpack with, let's say, I don't know, multiple compartment. Okay. He might be looking for laptop backpack, sturdy laptop backpack. Okay, I'm just taking some example. Sturdy, and let's say the last would be, I don't know, black laptop backpack. Okay, so now guys, try to understand. He again, these are like five terminologies that he has used for his research. Okay, every time he went on Google, he might have used queries like this. Now, one thing to observe is whenever he searched for such kind of queries, okay, one of the ad that he was constantly was seeing was, let's say, from one of the brand called as Mokobar. I'm not sure if you have heard about this brand name or not, but it's very popular nowadays. within tier 1 cities and tier 2 cities as well. Many people who go to office, I mean, who need little bit of premium backpack, they prefer Mokobara. Okay, so now whenever Vansh was doing this research, he was always coming across this ad by Mokobara. Okay, and every time when he searched for this keyword, basically he saw Mokobara's ad and he also clicked on it, but he didn't purchase. Okay, so he, like, when he searched over here, he saw Mokobara's ad again. At every query that he searched, he could see a Mokobara's bag ad. Okay, and he clicked on it. He would have went on the website, but he never purchased. Okay, ideally he purchased when he came to this, when he searched with this keyword, and then he was at the stage that, okay, I want to buy Mokobara bag now. Now, how at this is like a user journey. Okay, like a user can have journey. See, nowadays, of one, let's say, one brand would be showing you ads on multiple platform, right? One brand might be showing you ads on Google, YouTube, social, right? So you come across a ad by a brand on multiple platform or by multiple query, right? Attribution model will help you decide which platform or which query should get what kind of credit. Okay, when I say credit, credit of you as a customer who got converted. So for example, let's say out of this 5 queries, how much credit of conversion needs to be given to which keyword is ideally decided based on the attribution model that you select. Okay, I hope now this makes sense what exactly is the attribution model. So like, if you want to really define in a very specific way, you can call this as a process or rules to channel the marketing strategy based on different touch point. Like, touch point is like, what was the first time when you saw the ad on which channel, what was the last time when you saw see ad by that particular brand, and what was that platform, right? So ideally, attribution model is based on the touch point, like different touch point. Let's say right now for once the touch points were all these keywords. Okay, so different touch points in his purchase path. Okay, and again, as attribution model will really make it simpler for the marketer to identify which of the strategies or which of the channels or which of the keywords have generated most amount of leads. Okay, now ideally, so we'll start with whenever, what are the some of the important pointers when we select so there are different kind of attribution modelings, but then whenever we what are some of the key pointers for your attribution modeling is like how much marketing efforts you're putting, what is your goal, what kind of quality of lead you're generating, how your customer journey look like, right? What are some right tools that you guys have been using? Okay, now, there are different kind of attribution model, and I'll show you like how each of this attribution model will work in this particular scenario. Okay, so starting with, we have last interaction, we have last non-direct. Again, this is something that you guys might have to mug up, because this can be like a common question in your interview that, okay, let me know the types of attribution modeling. Now, you can't use layman term for such terminologies, you need to mug up. Okay, so you have last interaction, you have last non-direct click, you have ads prefer last click, you have first interaction, linear attribution, time decay, position based. Okay, these are basic attribution models. Okay, and we will understand one by one. Okay, starting with last interaction. Okay, now this last interaction attribution model would give complete credit to the last interaction which has lead to conversion. Okay, in our case, I told you, right, that this is where once purchased Mukobara bag. Like, when he searched for this keyword, he was like, he might have seen some specific black Mukobara bag, and he's like, no, I want to buy it. Okay, so this is where he got converted, right? So if you choose an attribution model of last interaction model, your 100% of credit of conversion would go to this particular keyword, which is black laptop backpack around 5K. Okay, I hope it's clear what is last interaction model. Basically, the last interaction where the customer has converted, you will give credit of conversion to that last interaction. Now, in our case, the last interaction has been this keyword, so this keyword will get 100% credit for the conversion. Now, we have last non-direct click. Okay, now try to understand here. Okay, when we say last non-direct click, we are trying to say that this particular model will eliminate any direct interaction before the conversion. Okay, so the credit is not giving has not been given to the last keyword. Like let's say in our case for the keyword, we won't give credit. If we choose this attribution model, the credit would not go to this keyword, it will be given to this particular keyword. Okay, sturdy laptop bag. So this is the interaction before the conversion, right? If you could see, this model will give credit, okay, will eliminate any direct interaction before the conversion. So basically anyone, so directly at the end junction where the customer got converted, it won't give credit to that particular interaction, it will give credit to the interaction before that. So in our case, what is the interaction that one had before this particular keyword is this one, sturdy laptop bag. So your last non-direct click will give at basically credit to this particular keyword. Okay, and this one will take credit of last interaction model. If you are using last interaction model, this particular keyword will get 100% of conversion credit. Okay, again we have ad prefer last click. That means anyone who came through the ad as well, the last interaction with the user converted would get 100% of conversion credit. So here if you could see, the last interaction is getting this. So again, ads prefer last click model is would also give credit to black laptop backpack around 5K. Okay, then we have first interaction model. First interaction model says let's give 100% credit to the first keyword that the user searched for, though they didn't purchased. Okay, but the first click, basically your first interaction model will give credit to the first keyword. Okay, now why first interaction model, like why people have this interaction model where we should give 100% credit of conversion for the first keyword that the user searched for, or for the first channel where the user got interacted with the business but they didn't purchase, right? What is the logic behind it? The logic behind it is, like if this keyword or this particular channel would have not been exist, probably the customer wouldn't know about your brand, right? So let's say if imagine one should have not searched for this good quality laptop backpack, he would have never came across this brand called as Mukobara. So this particular keyword has also helped increase the brand awareness in front of the customer, right? Then let's move to the next ad. So I hope first interaction model is clear. Now linear attribution model will say we will give equal credit to each of them. Okay, so in our case, like we will say 100% divided by 5, which is like 20%. So 20% credit would be given, like 20% credit of conversion would be given to each channel or each keyword. Okay, so like linear is applicable for all the keywords basically. Okay, so I'll just write linear is applicable over here. So if we choose linear attribution model, it will give credit to each keywords, and that too in a equal part. Because again, linear attribution model believes that in the entire journey of the user, some all this interaction would have been that important. Hence, the person went to the last stage and ideally bought the product, right? So you can't ignore the middle people out there. Okay. Then we have time decay model. Here, it is based on the timing. Okay, like when I say time, when I say timing, if you could see this graph, the least amount of credit has been given to the first interaction. Then little bit higher amount of credit has been given to the second interaction. Little bit higher from that has been given to the third for the third interaction, and then lastly, whatever the last interaction the customer had, it got like last credit as well. Okay, so basically time decay says as time evolves, like let's say from starting from first click to the last click, whatever step happened in middle, and also considering the first and last click, each of them would probably the credit point would keep on increasing. Okay, so we have time decay, and the last one is position based attribution model. Now position based attribution model says that we will give most amount of credit to the first interaction and the last interaction, because that's where they do that final action, right? In the first interaction they get to know about the brand, and in the last interaction they are getting converted. So ideally, in position based attribution model, the first and the last click gets maximum amount of credit for the conversion. So we have discussed all the attribution model, and we understood, like, if I consider this journey of different keywords that one shall search for, we know what interaction, what attribution model is applicable for what keywords. Okay, linear will give credit to all of them. Position will give, let's say, maximum 40% of, so 40% credit would go to Google quality laptop backpack, and 40 to black laptop backpack, because this is where the person get to know about the brand, and this is a keyword for which they got converted. Rest, somewhere, someone who are in between, they get 20% of credit for the conversion. Okay, so based on what attribution model you select, your numbers on your dashboard, your numbers on Google Ads, your number on Meta Ads would differ a lot based on different what attribution model you select, right? People can do a lot of false claim, or they can, how should I say, they will say wrong things, that you do this, it will work. No. Okay, attribution model actually decide how much credit should be given to the customer for the conversions. Okay, ideally the best attribution model that I think is a data driven attribution model. Okay, so we have one more attribution model called as data driven attribution model, which give credit to the which will give credit to the keywords, or the channel, based on um how those keyword or those channels has performed in the past. Okay, so data driven attribution model, what it will do, it will see performance of all these keywords in the past. Okay, and then it will decide which should get more credit. For example, we observe that, okay, sturdy laptop backpack had got a lot of impression, lot of clicks, people didn't ended up purchasing, could be XYZ reason, right? So there's a good chance that the data driven attribution model might give more credit to this particular keyword. We have a rule based attribution model as well. Okay, and the name of rule based attribution model is your single touch attribution, linear, and custom attribution. Okay, now, again, rule based attribution modeling. So first, starting with single touch attribution model. Okay, now single touch attribution model says that we will give 100% credit, either to the last touch point or the first touch point. Like if you select single touch attribution model, either it will give 100% credit to the first keyword or the last keyword. That's all. Like it will just give credit to one one of them, not even both of them, one of them. Okay. um, then you have linear attribution model. Again, linear attribution model will give equal credit to all the touch points. So as I said, all the keywords will get equal amount of credit. And the last one is your custom attribution model. Now this custom attribution model will give credit in a very random way. Okay, so there's a good chance that with the end keyword, let's say this was the last keyword for which the one for with which one got converted, this is getting 40% credit. The keyword before that just got 20%, right? Now it is not necessarily based on randomly giving them. Obviously, based on their past performance, they get the credit. Okay, so this is what we have under attribution model. But as I told you, the best and the most recommended attribution model right now in the picture is data driven attribution model. Before, all these types of attribution model we used to use like 2 years back, I think, 2 years before. But from the last two to 3 years, what I've observed, many brands are switching towards data driven attribution modeling, because uh, it now, again, we also call this model as algorithm attribution, because it provides a lot of accuracy and it has a lot of scientific insight, right? It will take some predictive algorithm to merge with some analytics and give precise credit allocation to each touch point. As I told you, the algorithm would see the past performance, right? It will give that accuracy, it will take that those insight, and based on that it will give credit, right? So which is pretty fair, right? And machines are good with doing this. So let's give this, how should I say, let's allow the machine to do this work for us. Let them decide, and let them see the past performance. Let them see how each channel, each of keyword has performed, and based on that, give them the credit. Okay, so again, it is very important to choose a right attribution model, because based on that you will see the performance. Okay, again, there's one more terminology which we call as marketing and tracking attribution model. again, the types are same. Like if I talk about measuring the marketing attribution, it's the same thing, right? We have last click, right? Where basically, again, when we say last click here, it is an effective way for offering discounts and promotions. Where, so this is this slide is trying to explain you guys that what exactly you guys can do to achieve either last click, time decay, first click, or U-shape kind of attribution. For example, last click, here you will put some efforts in providing some offers and discounting, where your customer can take that final step, right? After observing those kind of price drops or some pop-ups or some offering, right? First click, we all know it will give credit to the first touch point in the sales and funnel, which is again suitable for acquiring new customers as well. Time decay, it will prioritize end of cell touch point. And again, when I say end of cell touch point, the, like, just before the last keyword, whatever keyword or whatever channel it was, that if that gets like lot of credit. And then you have U-shaped or position based, where the first and the last touch point gets 40% of the credit, whereas the remaining touch point would only get 20% of the credit. Okay, but as I said, now you don't have to get into so much of juggle. The not easy option, but also data backed option, and with lot of research, with lot of insight, the data attribution model ideally outperforms all of this attribution modeling, and that is more fair kind of attribution modeling compared to this one. Okay, by the way, fun fact, before attribution model doesn't used to exist, one of the go-to attribution model, like let's say apart from data attribution model, is the last click interaction. Because let's just give credit to that keyword or to that marketing channel through which a person actually got converted, right? Or sometimes their brand who use take first click attribution model as well, because they feel that if this keyword or this mark, if we would have not run our ad on this keyword, or if we would have not run our ad on this kind of channel, the person probably would have not got to know about our brand, and they would have not done the entire journey that they've done, right? So again, before data driven attribution modeling, the first click and the last clicks were very popular. We can now, I'll take you to Google Analytics, because there I would show you this attribution model section. Okay, like how does the user conversion path looks like. Okay, now what is Google Analytic, guys? Try to understand. Google Analytic is a free tool provided by Google to track your website's performance. Okay, so, and again, it's very mandatory. Every brand, every, whether it's small, mid, large, okay, they, whenever they create their website and they're starting their online or offline business also, and they, let's say majorly, let's talk about the online part right now. Let's say they start their online business and they have a website. Before starting with any promotion, anything of that sort, they should set up their Google Analytics account. Okay, by the way, not just Google Analytics, people should set up Google Analytics, Google Search Console. Okay, these are two platform integration that they should do whenever they start with online marketing. Right now, I'll just focus more on Google Analytics. So as I said, free tool by Google to track the website performance. But how this tool will track the website performance? Basically, there's a Google Analytics code, okay, that need to be placed on all the pages of your website. Okay, see this. By the way, one challenge when it comes to so as I told you, Google Analytics will help you to, it will show you all the data, like how your website is. So like how much traffic you have got on the website, or let's say people are coming from which channel to your website, how each of your pages performing, right? How people are interacting on your site, how many leads you have got, how many users were there on the channel. Basically, end to end data of your website performance. Okay, now you can find out end-to-end analytics in GA by identifying the right control point. You can integrate your Google Analytics into it, and you can evaluate all the checkpoints. Okay, I'll just give you a demo on this attribution model part under GA. Okay, now to give you the demo, guys, try to understand. You can only learn Google Analytics if you have your own website, and you can set up Google Analytics account on that website. Okay, but let's say many of you right now on the call probably would not have a website. Okay, if you don't have a website, you can't even create a Google Analytics account. Then how one can learn Google Analytics? Okay, so what Google did, because Google understood this problem, that see, not everyone would have a website where they will go link their Google Analytics account to the website and see, track the performance, right? So what Google did was, Google has a website called as Google Merchandise Store. Okay, it's like a proper store where they sell their merchandise. Now, what Google did, for people like you who don't have a website, still want to learn GA, Google has given access. Okay, given Google Analytics access of this website for free for each and every users. Basically, you can see how Google, so what Google did, Google what they thought, okay, we have our website which is merchandise store where we sell multiple product. Let me let me give access of this G account to everyone for free, because they should also learn how to read the numbers in this platform, right? So basically, the demo account will show you the performance of this website, which is Google Merchandise Store. Try to understand, guys. As I told you, you guys can't set up a Google Analytics account because you don't have a website, but still you want to learn GA, then always go on Google and search for Google Analytics demo account. Okay, there you'll come across this demo account link. I'll put it here in the chat as well for your future reference. You can scroll down to the page, and this is where Google Analytics property, Google Merchandise Store. Okay, I'll give you the link as well. Again, you open this demo account basically. Okay, now basically this is our demo account. Okay, so you just have to come over here, tap on this link, and this is how your demo account. So basically this is a website performance of this website called as Google Merchandise Store. Okay, now if you remember, I told you that Google Analytics platform gives you one code that you need to place on the website. Until unless you don't do that, you can't track what's happening on the website. So you should know from where you get the code. To get that code, you usually go to the admin section. Okay, there's an option of data streaming over here. Here there's an option to configure the tag settings. Let this load, guys. So let's just create the code manually. We don't have to create it ideally, but okay, see this. So you have to go to view tag instruction, and you have to go to install manually. Now can you see this code? Okay, this is a Google Analytics code that you need to put on the every page of your website, because this will track what you guys are doing. Okay, and one more thing, for every Google Analytics account, let's say we will create one analytic account, Vinod creates one analytic account out here. I'm taking the wrong name. Now this particular code, you have to put this code to track what user is doing on your website. Okay, and this needs to be there on each and every page of your site. I hope I'm clear. If you don't do this, you can't track the performance. That's the problem. Again, like, by the way, to put this code, you need to ask your developer to do it. Just copy paste this code, give it to your developer, and ask him to paste it on each page of your website. That's all. Okay, now I will, by the way, this is how your GA looks like, but today I don't have time to take you to the entire GA in depth. But in GA, we have this option of advertising. Okay, and this is where we can see different touch point. Okay, where what are the different sources from where people are coming to our sites. Okay, and which one should get what kind of credit. Okay, before I start that, guys, I believe my screen has stuck, it's not responding, so let's just wait for 2 minutes. But ideally, if you're using multiple platforms, especially tools like Google Analytics do get stuck sometime. So let's just allow 2 or 3 minutes for this to load. If it doesn't, then I'll try to refresh by putting right click over here. Okay, it has worked. Now see this, pay proper attention to this. Okay, I'll show you something very interesting. So there's something called as attribution path, and now pay attention to this. Okay, see this. Can you see touch points? early touch point, mid touch point, late touch point. What exactly this is trying to tell you is that what are the channels where usually people check your website for the very first time? What are the channels which are part of early touch points? Okay, by the way, whenever you use Google Analytics, if you have any query and you're not understanding anything, just hover around it, you will see the explanation. Okay, then you have mid touch point and then you have last touch point. Okay, I'll just give you an example over here. See this. Now here, if you could see, if I just there are a lot of things, I'll just extend this. Okay, see this. Okay, now see this. When they say direct 100%, that means people came directly on the website and they got converted. Okay, and it generated such a high revenue. When I say directly come on the website, let's say, see, imagine if I search for Mintra. Okay, if I go from here, sponsored result. If I go from here, this will be part of paid search. Okay, if I go through SEO like this, SEO ranking, it will be part of organic search. Okay, now what would be direct? Direct would be, I'm saying Mintra.com. This is direct. Okay, so basically this says that 100% credit over here. I mean, such this amount of revenue, whatever they have generated, is like people directly went on the directly on the website and they bought it. Okay, this revenue we generated with organic search, like people directly went on the website through SEO and they converted. This is from paid search. Okay, now if you might see some where it has two path. Now what exactly it is trying to say, this one is path. So like earlier, like it started with a person came to the website through paid search, and later on they came to the website through organic search, and this is where they got converted. So this is telling you a flow, that how, like, you see this. Okay, this is paid search and then organic search into five. That means a person came to the website through paid search first, they didn't purchase, and then five times they searched through organic search, they came to the website through organic search, and probably at the last time they got converted. Here they have not converted only, so ignore that. Right, see this, there are time when people are coming again in multiple ways. See here, there's an option of referral. A person came to the website to organic search, didn't do anything, then they came to referral. Referral is like those link in YouTube and all of that. Again, some of them might have convert, and lastly the last interaction was to again SEO. So you can see the path. Okay, Google Analytics, apart from the attribution path, guys, you can see the attribution modeling as well. Okay, now here it will give you the exact brief. See, okay, what the last click data driven. So now, as I told you, the most popular attribution model is data driven. Before data driven, we used to use last click. So it is telling you that how each channel, okay, has what how each channel has got you revenue. Okay, and this will differ for both the attribution modeling over here. So it is giving you a difference that, okay, let's say, can you see organic search to last click attribution model has got a revenue of $70,000, whatever it is, whereas from um you know like, how should I say, this is lastly from data driven, it has only got 66 of revenue. So that means that last click attribution model is giving like better revenue, is what I would say. So here you can compare that, do you want to proceed with data driven, or you want to stay back to the classic attribution modeling, which is last click. I hope I'm clear. By the way, in Google Analytics, you never shown the table to the clients because you were understanding it for the very first time. I had to show you the table. But ideally, the client prefer watching such this kind of graphs where you would explain and hovering around it. So that's all we had in the attribution modeling. By the way, Google Analytics itself is like a very big topic to discuss. I don't think we have time for the day. But in future, whenever you get chance to learn this tool, please go ahead and proceed and learn this tool in depth. By the way, you yourself can go to this demo account and check different section and try to explore. Okay, you don't need money for that. Okay, you really don't need money for this because see, Google is also very smart. Google has given access to Google Analytics for free to all the business owners out there. In future, they might use the data for their benefit. So not, I mean, not everything comes at a free cost. There could be some costing here and there that they would talk about it later in future. Okay, now we'll go towards the last part, which is UTM parameter. Now, what exactly is UTM parameter? First thing, the full form of UTM is Earth Chain Tracking Model. Very important. Please try to mug this up because people will ask you the full form of UTM. If you are like a fresher, for sure, there's a good chance you might get asked about this particular terminology. Okay, now in basically UTM is nothing but we are adding some parameter to the website URL to track its performance. Okay, so let's say my URL is www.mintra.com. Okay, basically UTM parameter will add some tracking ID after the URL to track, people are coming to the website from which channel, what source, 10 other things out there. Okay, now we will understand basically. By the way, to create this, I'll just show you how does this UTM builder looks like. See this again. I'll give you the classic example of Mintra. Okay, I'll open two link. One, I'll open, this is SEO, right? Mintra is also ranking for SEO, so I'll open this link, and then I'll open one link through ads as well, which is Mintra. Okay, now here from the ad one, can you see after Mintra.com, there's such a big this. So this is what your UTM looks like. This is your UTM where it is tracking people are coming to the site through what. Okay, now how do we again, this was through your ads and this is your SEO. So can you see SEO just says Mintra.com, but with ads there's a lot of tracking parameter. Now you can create this a tracking parameter by your own as well. I mean, you can, there's a tool called as UTM builder. Okay, I'll just cancel this. And this is a link that you guys can use to create your UTM parameter. This is a classic one that I've been using. See how does this work? First, I have to put Mintra's URL over here. Okay. Campaign ID you can skip. Campaign sources basically what is the channel through which the traffic would be coming. Let's say the channel is coming, the traffic is coming through Meta or referral or whatever it is. You have to mention over here in the campaign source. Okay. Let's say traffic is coming from Meta social ads, not organic, then I'm just putting it down over here. Okay, medium would be how are you paying to the advertiser for this. Let's say if it's Google ads, I'll pay through CPM. There could be some platform or some POC who would ask in CPM. So it depends, right? What should be in a campaign medium is all up to you guys. Then write your name of the campaign. So basically you'll get a URL. Okay, right now I haven't actually mention anything, but I'll just write a dummy one. Okay. See this now. This is how the URL looks like. Can you see whatever I filled over here? They've just implemented in the URL, and I can just give this URL to you and ask you to put it on the website. So we understood what is attribution modeling. We understood what are different types. Okay, first click, time decay, all of those part. I gave you an idea of how one can analyze the performance of website. Okay, on Google Analytics, and how one can create UTM. So case study is by this brand called as Church Kitchen. Okay. Now, one of the challenges that this particular company was facing was they could see some continuous fall in the customers' visit. Okay. What was their end user analysis and observation? They saw that audience are trying to they are doing their audience analysis, which reveals that the age group of audience is between 18 to 40. Okay. And because customers surf a lot on Facebook feed during the waiting time, you can probably deliver food on free and all of that. Okay, then the goal. Okay, you need to kind of really push yourself hard. If you're not doing a you need to, that you want to increase the count of the conversion, or you want to increase the count of the customer in the next 3 months. You have to do day in day out. Like you should know that, basically what is the goal. Okay, so because based on that you'll target the right customer, you'll choose the right ad, you'll choose probably the right platform as well. Okay, so what did this particular brand did? They started a series of ad which says stored traffic and objectives. Okay, they added a lot of call to action like this, get direction and all of that. Okay, and people who were interested in, like, in a very quick serve restaurant, they did came down, right? Customers were bringing some big spenders, which were targeting the third party data, right? And basically the result that this particular company saw that that each visit which has costed an average of around only $1.14, and ROI was again 4 times the return goal in general. But I hope you understood this part, and I'll close this because we don't need it now. Okay. Now let's go towards the next part. Okay. I think we can take a 5 minute break and then we can. So let's take a 5 minute break, guys, and then we'll start with this particular topic. It is 8:05. Let's take a 5 minute break. Let's take a break till 8:10. Okay. Five quickly 5 minute break. I would want you guys to just go and freshen up very quickly. Go have some water, have something, and after 5 minutes at 8:10, I'll start with how we can use this tool, which we call as Unbounce, to create the website. Now we would be understanding basically, how one can create a landing page. Uh, sorry for how my slides look like right now. Okay, so we would be understanding how to create a landing page. Okay, we did discuss this topic last week, like best practices for landing pages, right? The theme, the color, the form, all of that. Okay, so I won't reiterate the same thing. I would more focus on this tool that would be discussing, which is Unbounce. Okay, so Unbounce is a software which help you to create your landing page. Okay, I mean, apart from Unbounce, there are many platforms which will help you to create a landing page. Okay, it's not just Unbounce. You have WordPress. Again, if you want to create an e-commerce website, there's Shopify, there is Wix. So there are many platforms like this where you don't need to do any hard coding. You don't need to be a coder. Without doing coding, also you can create a website. Okay, so some of the most popular tool that people use to create a website is WordPress. If it's e-commerce, is Shopify, Wix, even this Unbounce thing. Okay, so this particular tool Unbounce has some really good templates. Okay, they allow you to do some A/B testing with your landing pages, right? You can test one landing page with the other one. It has a layout which has some really good conversion rate. Again, they have a free trial before purchase. So guys, I won't I have taken the free trial today only to show it to you guys that how the platform looks like. If you guys are taking the free trial, let's say, I don't think on the call you will be performing this, but let's say after the call you want to try this out, please be cautious on this, because when you take a free trial, they still ask you for your card details. Because after the free trial, like if you don't cancel your plan before the free, like before the free trial, which are 14 days, let's say you don't cancel it, then it will charge you. After your free trial gets completed, it will start charging you, and again the price is very high. So in case if you're taking the free trial, you're using your card, make sure, let's say you just practice it tomorrow, or whenever you would want to practice it, use it, and then cancel the plan quickly, so it won't even charge you, and you can remove your credit card details from there. Okay, so be cautious on those line. Okay, free trial is for 14 days. After 14 days, if you don't cancel that plan, it will start charging you. So what I would be doing after this call, I'll be canceling my plan there and there itself. I won't even wait for 14 days, because I'm that kind of person who won't even recollect that I've taken a plan. Okay, um, now as I've told you, Unbounce is really good. Uh, it is effective tool. It can help you to create some easy to convert landing pages. So it is user friendly. You can do a lot of customization, has a very unique work process, help business grow their revenue. This tool can be used by any kind of business, whether it's small, mid, or etc. You don't need to know coding at all, so that's good thing. You can also link your Google Analytics and other analytics tool to this particular platform. Okay, so in this tool, you once you create your website, guys, you can see insights that how many people have came to your website. You can get some good traffic report. It will show you the visitors, their attribution, the conversion mapping, like how many people came to the website. Out of that, how many people have checked your product, add to cart. So it will show you the entire funnel as well. Okay, now we again, because we are creating the landing page, we should know that what is the role of a background design, right? Because people have a visual hierarchy whenever they see the content, right? So good background design will help customer to kind of notice those attention grabbing headlines on your pages, right? focus on the remaining content, and also leave the page if it is not appealing, right? The customer would judge your background choices based on your brand value, your perspectives, and your aura. So be very cautious on those lines, okay? Now, if you want to create a if you want to select a effective background design, you can either make it abstract, monochrome, geometric, gradient, trending colors, parametric. It's up to you. Honestly, it is more dependent on the mood board of your brand, okay? Now, whenever you create a landing page, there are three very important element that one should know. One is, you should always put the apart from the call to action, you should always put some good offers, add your USPs, and talk about the benefits and features of your product. Let's say you offers, we all know what is offer. USP is more on the line that, okay, our USP is that we provide free shipping, right? But benefit and feature of the product would be, let's say that you will talk, let's say you're a sofa selling company, you'll talk about that sofa, that okay, if you use this sofa, the cushions are so good that it will give proper rest to your back. This is talking about the features and benefit. USP is that you're saying my pricing is low, we have free shipping, we have cash on delivery. That is USP, right? So you have to, whenever you create a landing page, you have to make sure you talk about this. Okay, now I'll give a quick demo on how to by the way, whenever you get the PPTs, you would be able to see the steps here also. Though you have my video recording, you can follow the steps as well given in the PPT. Okay, so I'll just quickly take you to the tool now. This is a tool called as Unbounce. As I've told you, I have already taken the free trial subscription, okay, and I have put my card details because obviously I can't do this on the call, but I would be ending that plan today only, because as I told you, we can't take that risk that I mean, at least I'm someone who wouldn't want to take that risk, that I'll cancel it after before 14 days, let's say on 13 days, because there's a good chance that I might forget about it, right? So hence, if you are taking the subscription, the free trial also, and you're putting your card detail, be cautious. Cancel the plan once you complete your practice. Don't keep it. Okay. Now I'll just signing to Google quickly. Okay. Now this is how your Unbounce looks like. Okay. It will ask you what kind of content or page you want to create. They have a chatbot as well over here. I can just ignore it. Um, so I don't want to see them. Okay. Now I'll choose a template. Okay, so I can check some templates. There are multiple templates. Can you see over here? There are a lot of templates over here on the call. So we will go through them. And here you will see the preview of that template. Okay, can you see? So you don't have to do coding at all. You are just checking a template and you're editing the content within it. Like you might have used Paint, Word doc, and all of that in your childhood, right? Where you should, like, you are just doing a basic editing. The template is there. If you have used Canva, it's like this. Okay, Canva may you take a template and you edit it. You have a template, you edit that template by changing the picture, changing the content, but the design, the theme, everything remains the same. It's the same thing, okay? So what do you want to create? You want to create a landing page, a pop-up, or a sticky bar. Okay, sticky bar is like at the top you see those non-moving slides. So right now we want to create a landing page. I'll say I want to create a landing page. Okay, what kind of page I want to create? I want to create click through page, coming soon, lead generation. What kind of page I want to create? Okay, let's say I want to create a lead generation page. Okay, industry, what industry do I fall into? Let's say I am into service, so I can say, I don't know, I just say all for now. Okay, now I'm seeing there are multiple templates over here. Okay, I can just take whatever, but guys, this is like a free trial. Okay, see, if you use Unbounce, after 14 days you'll have to buy that plan. Okay, by the way, I'll just show you the plan. I mean, how the pricing is. Mm, here. This is, so what I did, I selected this first option, build one, where I start building for free. This is like a 14 day trial period. Don't take the premium one for now. Again, see all this, all they have four options. Okay, now each option will have some restriction. For example, if you are using this build version, only one user at a time can edit this website. Let's say you have a team of 4 or 5 people, you'll have to log out. At a time multiple people can't work, right? If you could see, so hence there are different users count over here, right? Root domain is like how many urls, um how should I say, let's say you want to create 4 to 5 website, right? So for each website, you'll have a different domain. Domain is like Myntra.com, Google.com, Facebook.com, right? So here you can only link one domain, but here in other things, you can link multiple domains as well, right? Again, there are a lot of pros and cons. Obviously, the other ones are better, but for us, we'll just select the build one and we'll just use the free version to see how does the platform looks like. Okay. So in case in future, if you would want to create, you can create it. Again, like Unbounce, WordPress is also same thing, right? It is more of like there are templates, you're just editing it by changing picture, changing the content. If you want to obviously further change the style, color and all, you can do that, but it is, you don't need coding. It is more about your visual idea. It's all about how do you imagine your website and you put it over there. No coding required at all. Okay, so I did selected this one, and then I created my account. I won't do it again because it's already done. Coming over here, which one should we select? So there are many template. I'll just select any random one for now. I really like this one, looks nice. We'll see more. So if you have like n number of template option. Okay, I like this one. You can select this and you can see how does the template looks like. Can you see this? Okay, so I'll say start with this template. By the way, all the steps are added over here, don't worry. Okay, now again guys, it is like your basic editor. Okay, we'll just go through it. You can see the mobile view also. If you don't want to see the mobile view, you can turn it off. You can see how does your, like, basically this will show you how does the website would look on mobile and how does this looks on desktop. Okay, starting from this, so you just have to do double click. If you would have seen, okay, like I'm just double clicking on whatever segment I would want to edit. Okay, I want to edit this segment, I'm just double clicking on it. Okay, and exactly what do I want to change? I want to change it. Let's say I want to change the text, right? I want to put an image here, I want to put my logo. I can do that. Okay, like here this is more of like a logo that we need to upload, right? So you can change the logo. There are multiple options. Can you see there's an option of image? So what I can do, can you see I have an option to upload? Right now I don't have any logo with me. Okay, so otherwise I would have, but okay, so then upload a new image. Okay, I don't have a logo, otherwise I would have selected something, but let's do this. No, can do this. Let's say let's take this for simply learn only then. Okay, sorry, simply learn logo. Okay, right now can't think of anything else. Hmm. See, so I want to change this. I'll just upload the logo that I want. I'll say upload my logo. Right. Choose. So scale image to fit. I want to fit it in here, right? Can you see it's like a basic editing thing that we are trying to do? Okay. Now here, like this is like a box thing, right? So if you want to make some changes over here, you can just drop. Like you want to put a box. Let's say I want to put a box over here. Can you see? So these are some different elements that you just want to drag. Like there are sections. You want to have a section, right? I want to put a section in between this. See this. Now this is a section that has been created. I don't want it. I'll do control Z. I want to put some text. I want to drag some image. So I can just drag everything from here. I want to put a button, right? Let's say, um, let me put this over here. So everywhere they have put a button. Let's say I want to put a button over here. Okay. So I can just say I need a button somewhere over here in the button. Can you see? right? So you just need to like edit things. Okay, I will go back. I don't want to do that, but you have different elements over here that you want to put on your page. Okay, uh, now again you want to change this content. I'll just say, let's say, learn, become performance in 30 days. I don't know. I'm just putting something, guys. Don't judge this. But yeah, like you can edit this, because see, you can change this color. I don't want to put this in black. I can change that. I have all the option to edit everything over here. Okay. I'll just try to hold on. Let me just scroll down a little bit. I have extended the text a lot. Right, and what I want, I can probably stretch this over you. See? Right, it's easy, right, guys? You want to replace this picture, replace it. There's an option to change. So if you could see, it is like a basic editor. By the way, this also helps you with the SEO thing. Okay, I don't want to get into SEO, but for example, when I selected this picture, can you see there's an option of alt text? What is alt text in SEO? I'm not sure. You guys know this, but whenever the Google, so whenever you want your website to rank higher on the search engine page, there will be some bots and crawler who will come. Google bot and crawler will come on the page to understand the content of your website. Okay, and they find it very difficult to understand an image. So in SEO, for every image you have to give an alternative text. Basically, you're trying to explain what this picture is all about, right? So you can do some SEO feature. There are some options to do SEO optimization as well. Not that you're creating like a basic website. Whenever you create a website, you have to think it from SEO perspective as well. Okay, I won't go much more in detail, because as a paid marketing person, it is not our job. Okay, see, as I think I've told you in the past, whenever it comes to website creation, if yes, you are working with a smaller mid-sized brand, they might expect you to create a basic website, and you can use such kind of tool to do that. But whenever you're working with a bigger brand, they'll have a web developer who do this job. Okay, but as I mentioned, if you're getting into paid marketing, creating a website, it's okay if you don't know that, but you should know what a good website look like, what a different element, what font style looks good, right? Alignment. So you should have a good idea on what page does would perform better, and because you'll be guiding your developer based on that. Okay, let's say we are creating this, let's say imagine we are creating this landing page for Indian students. Okay, let's say hypothetically, this image won't go great because people should relate to that picture, right? So you'll have to use Indian face over here, right? So you as a marketer should know this. Let's say you again you are, so this pictures, you always try to observe people use picture based on, like, let's say this landing page is like, obviously if it's a global landing page, you can't discriminate. Okay, but let's say this landing page is only to get some leads from Indian students. To make that page more relatable, you might have to change this picture and put faces where you can find that, that okay, this is an Indian person out there, right? So you can people look into those nitty-gritties as well. I hope you're understanding. I don't need this picture. I can just like change it, and I can change this picture over here. So I don't need it, and I can use another picture altogether. Okay. I hope you understood. I don't need this segment. I can delete it as well. Okay. So not necessary. I have to put it. Again, I need to edit this. So can you see, you can edit it like this one as well. You want to change the style of the font. Okay, you can do it. This one is Volcron, but let's say I want Open Sans as a um option. So can you see this got changed, right? I want it to be in a lighter way. So I'll just select this, and I want this to be medium, right? Whatever I want. So I want this to be light, right? Now both are looking very different. So let's just check Open Sans. Okay. And light. Again, I want to decrease the size. So it's like a basic editor, guys. I mean, right? You want a center alignment, changes like a center alignment. Same goes with the form. Now this is a form. Okay, like because you're doing a what should I say? And there's a lot of editing that you'll have to do, guys, not just font style. Okay, can you see alignment, top, left, color, the font's color, the padding, like how many columns you want, what should be the height, what should be the spacing, right? Can you see there's so many things that you have to change? The background, are you okay with white, or you do want to change that as well, right? So you need to check all this section. Okay, dimension, the padding thing, padding is like the space between it, right? See this, if I increase this to, can you see it? This has changed. Okay, if I make it 100, can you see the space between them is changing? So this is what we call as padding, right? So check, you have to check all of this. From left side you want to change the padding, from left side, bottom, right, everything. So basically, now again, I want the text color to be something, or like the background color to be something. I can change all of them. I hope it makes sense to all of you. Same, like it's a template. I'm just editing this template. And if you want to add some more element, you can add it from here. Let's say you want to add more things at the end, right? So you have an option to add the section. You just say that I want to add one more section, and you create whatever you would want over here, right? So I can come over here, and again I can start with my, part that, okay, what do I want? I want to add some picture. Like I want to add, this is where I'll select a text box so I can put my text over here. Again, I want a picture in the corner. I can select picture over here. So guys, a basic editing kind of a thing. Okay. And then you have to say publish. Okay. Publish. When you say publish, guys, that means um the users can see your website in that way. Okay. But you don't want to publish, you just want to see how your website is looking. Take a preview. Okay, so you can take a preview, but I've not saved the changes. I can just say that, okay, I want to save the changes. I know I have not created a great website. My job is only to show you the features. Okay, so I'll just say, publish it, or let's say that, let's take a preview of it, like how this would look like. See, obviously I made a lot of rubbish changes, but I hope you understood. Very good. I'll just close this Word doc because I think, okay, let's keep it in case we might need it again. And yep. So the last one is an activity. Okay, I will obviously guide you through it. Don't worry. So basically, for till now, okay, you guys know what are different form of digital marketing. You know how one can create a best landing page, and you guys also know what is Facebook pixel, how do we do budgeting, what is attribution modeling, right? So now we will take one scenario and we'll try to understand what all a digital marketer or a performance marketer can do in such scenario. Before I go to that, I just wanted to say that, okay, in case you are guys are taking that free subscription on Unbounce, as I told you, you have to delete that subscription, right? So how do you delete that? You just have to go to your profile. Okay, there's an option of like account overview. You just go there, and there under the subscription section, like right now I've cancelled my subscription. Okay, so I won't be able to see anything. Can you see? But all you hear somewhere over here, you'll see an option to cancel your subscription. Okay. So always cancel your subscription. Right now, I'm not getting option to cancel the subscription because I've already done that. Okay. So yes. Mm, I'll just. mm, so it takes your card details. So be cautious on that as well. Whatever it is. When you see you have 13 days left in your free trial, once completed, your bill plan will be automatically cancelled on your next billing. Because I've already cancelled my subscription, I can still do some practice over here, okay? But it won't charge anything for me, okay? So my entire subscription would be cancelled. Cool. So please cancel the subscription. Anyways, we'll go back to the main part. Um, Now, there's a scenario, okay? We'll go to the scenario. Guys, I would want your intervention as well, but in case you don't respond, obviously, I'm the one who'll have to tell you what exactly can be done in such scenarios, okay? So, now this is a scenario, okay? There's this person called as Bob, okay? And this is an activity. This entire thing is an activity. So, for next 1 hour, we'll just put ourselves in his shoes and we'll try to understand what exactly can be done, okay? So now Bob has observed that the traditional marketing that he organized is not meeting the end goal in the last 6 months, and there's no increase in the conversions. Okay. Now he's working in a travel agency. So basically, the travel agency is planning to organize a digital campaign for advertisement and marketing, and hence entrusted Bob to strategize a paid campaign to attract increased sales and conversion. So we understood Bob is a person who works at a travel agency. They are doing traditional marketing, it's not working well. Hence, they're switching to do digital marketing and they're specifying on the paid campaign. And they want Bob to do some strategies and help in increasing the sales and the conversion. This is like a overview or the problem statement. Okay. Now, by the end of the session, again, we would be understanding how we can compare digital marketing to traditional, how we can build paid campaign, how we can choose right dynamic ads, and how we can do proper budgeting. Okay. So we'll go one by one. Okay. So the first case study of the marketing strategy is that, see, Bob has changed his company's marketing strategy from regular offline marketing to the online one. And again, some of the changes that he did. Okay, so if you could see, uh, earlier it was offline, now he switched to online. Okay, so in offline, the area was not specified. Okay, it wasn't defined. He wasn't able to create any single report of his analysis. Okay, it almost took 6 months to do one advertisement, and still he felt something is incomplete, right? He obviously created an Excel sheet of people who needed retargeting and cold call repetitively, but he couldn't do it with offline. So he thought, okay, let's switch to online, because in online, he can reach worldwide. You can trace like whom you are reaching out to. Okay, you can have a proper analytical report. We just saw Google Analytics right now, where everything is getting tracked, right? And when you do online, it took only 1 month for him to create a good paid campaign and get some good response. Okay, on social media as well. He did a lot of retargeting through MailChimp. MailChimp is basically an email marketing tool. Okay. So retargeting, I've already talked about. You see the people who have checked your website, didn't purchase, you're trying to do remarketing to them. He tried doing remarketing through MailChimp and got some good response over there as well. Right. Again, when he was doing offline, he had invested around $3,000 in multiple billboards, right? Did a lot of TVs, but again couldn't measure the performance. Whereas in online, he hardly invested $2,000, but he could see how much views you have got, how much clicks he has got, because again it's digital, right? Here, he couldn't even establish some reliability. Okay, here he could create some reliability by consumers feedback, took some surveys, and he can add some personal touch to influencer marketing, right? Here he had to scale city wise gradually over 6 months. Here he can target multiple country worldwide, and get customer from always every major cities out there. Okay. Okay, when I talk about Google ads, basically you have to mention what kind of ads you would run on Google ads. Now in Google ads, there are also different kind of ads. Okay, I'll just give you an overview right now quickly. You have search, you have YouTube, which is like also called as a video. Okay, you have display, you have shopping as well, but shopping is not applicable. Shopping ads are something that appears when, like this, let's say if I search for a tote bag, you will see this shopping ad. So we can't run this for a travel company, hence there's no point of taking shopping ads. Okay, and we can do some, I've mentioned search, video, display. We have demand gen as well. So now I'll tell you what exactly are this. Okay, what are search ads? I think I've reiterated multiple time. Let's say I'll say, let's see if there's anyone. See, booking.com is running this ad. This is a search ad, right? So obviously, if a person is searching for that query, you would want to show your ad. Hence, we'll keep a search ad, right? Then what is next? I've mentioned YouTube and video ad. So search ad is usually done for conversion. Okay, YouTube and video ads. Basically, video ads are nothing but YouTube, the ads that you are seeing on YouTube. This is usually done for awareness. So obviously, you would want to do awareness of your new trips and all of that, right? So the skippable ads, I mean the non-skippable ad, you see, right, when you're seeing a video, there are ads that comes which you can skip, which you can't skip. So you can take that as well. And display is something which will appear on the third party website. This you can use for remarketing purpose, right? Demand gen would show your ads on Gmail, YouTube feed, and the discover section. Okay, I'll just show you where does the demand. I think display ads I've shown you in the past as well, right? Third party. So what Google has done, Google, there are many websites and app who have register themselves on Google AdSense. Basically, Google AdSense is, let's say you get good amount of traffics on your website and you want to earn some money out of it, you register them yourself on Google AdSense. For example, Pink Villa has registered themselves on Google AdSense, and now Google is using some of their free slots to show ads of different advertiser. Like for here, over here we might see some ad in a while, and if someone clicks on it, some amount of money would be given to Pink Villa, some of the money would be taken by Google, right? So this is what we mean by display ads. And your demand gen ad is I'll just show this to you also quickly. So mm, see, this is your demand gen ad. Okay, it appears on YouTube first thing. Okay, the picture is still loading, so let's wait for the picture to load. So it appears on your YouTube. It appears on your discover section as well. This is a discover section on your phone. Okay, and it appears on your Gmail as well. Can you see this ad by Samsung? This is like a ad on discover section. Like below your search bar, you read news, right? This is how it appears on Gmail, and this is how it appears on YouTube. So this is demand gen campaign, basically where your ad would be shown on YouTube feed, discover section, and the Gmail. So ideally in Google ads, you need to explore all this four section. Make sense? Yes, guys. I hope you understood. Right, apart from that, we have mentioned by Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, because all these three are important place, right, where you should do your advertisement. You can't miss out. These are like a common platform where you should be there. Okay, now if you have more budget, okay, and because you're about travel company, LinkedIn is not a platform for you guys. I mean, it's more of like a professional platform, a bit risky to consider that. But yes, you can check Snapchat once. Okay, again, Snapchat is like a social platform. You can, if the client asks for more platforms, let's say they're saying, okay, Google and Meta is very standard, give us some like new platform as well where we would want to test it out. Okay, so for testing purpose, okay, now for testing purpose, when I say testing purpose, you'll put only very less amount of money for that. But you can try out Snapchat ads. Okay, you can try out Bing ads. Bing ad is like after Google, there are a lot of people who use Bing browser. So you can say that, okay, for testing, let's try out Bing as well, right? Again, if you are not there, if you're doing this internationally, then TikTok is also, trust me, like I know many brand internationally who spend equal money on Meta and equal money on TikTok, right? So you never know, you can try out. So these are some platform where you can test out. Okay, this are like you can put some money to test out and see, right? But ideally your OGs are Google and Meta. Now, what are the metrics that you would check, guys? Okay, see, the client has clearly said they want good amount of sales and conversion. Okay, so when we say sales and conversion, guys, metrics may there are multiple metrics. What are the KPI? What are the main metrics? Okay, so your KPI, your main key performing indicator would be, if you are doing lead generation, then it would be number of leads. Okay, cost per lead, number of quality leads for that matter. So the amount of leads you will get, some of them would be junk as well, right? So you have to find out that out of so much leads you have got, how much were quality. Okay, and how much you're paying for cost per quality lead as well, if you're considering lead generation over here. Okay, then your conversion rate, basically after people clicking on your website, how many people are actually converting, how many people are actually filling up the lead form, right? This is your job, if this you're doing for lead generation. Okay, but then if So I'll mention this is for lead generation. This would be your KPI metric. But let's say on your website there's an option for the person to go and do the booking online and everything. Then obviously it would be different. You will see number of conversion, or I'll say number of sales. You'll see cost per sale. You will see again the conversion rate over here, and you will see a very important thing called as return on ad spend. How much you have spent. Let's say for your paid campaign on Google Ads you have spent 20,000. How much revenue you were able to generate. So these are your main KPIs. Okay. But apart from that, there are, you can see some basic metrics as well, that how much impressions we have got, what was our reach, right? I think I've already discussed what is the difference between impression and reach. Reach is we have 10 people on the call and I see my reach is 10. That means each one of you have seen my ad. If I say my impression is 20, I mean that, so impression is number of time your ad has been shown, reach is number of people who have seen your ad. So impression is usually higher than reach. See, reach and impression either can be equal or impression can be higher than reach, but it can't be vice versa. Reach can never be higher than impression. Okay, so always understand this. Okay, then you would see how much clicks you have got, what is your CTR, what is your cost per click, but these are not your main metric. Your main metrics are related to leads and sales. Make sense, guys? Yes. Do you guys agree, or do you have more point of view for this? Like, do you think we are missing out anything? We have discussed the metrics and the parameters and the channels that we think right now which are best. Now, imagine, guys, okay, let's say the person might ask you for more in-depth insight. Now, there are people who would ask you for more in-depth insight. Let's say people like me would, okay, we would see this and, okay, I'll see that you're mentioning that you want to run a YouTube video and you want to run a display campaign. I'll ask you what exactly you'll do over here. Okay. So now in your YouTube video, okay, so basically in your video campaign, video and display campaign, guys, you can choose, okay, on which YouTube channel, on which YouTube video, on which website and which app you want to show your ad. Now your strategy would be, take your competitors so let's say if we are doing this for booking.com, I would want to show my ad on Make My Trips channel or Make My Trip video, or I would want to show my ads on those channels where people are talking about traveling, right? So then this is a strategy would come into picture, that you will only choose, because you're doing display and video, and it gives you an option to choose specific channel, video, websites and app related to traveling. Choose that. And when I say traveling, take a mix of everything. Take your competitor channels, video, website, app, or take some influencers detail as well, right? Influencers are also there, right? And then you can say take some general channels. When I say general channels, like those those travel channels. So you, this is where your strategy comes into picture. Targeting is where you strategize, guys, in paid campaign. Okay, try to understand what is in your control, what makes your paid campaign great, the targeting that you choose, how specific it is, right? The communication that you write, like imagine, guys, now because it's about traveling, if I'm trying to show my ad in India, in every state the language is different. So, and you're a traveling company, right? You're a traveling agency. Travel is something that everyone does, so you can use regional communication over here, right? Let's say you're running ad in Maharashtra as a state. There you would you can run your ad, you can use communication in Marathi, Hindi and English both, and see which performs well. You're running it in some another state, use the regional language along with Hindi and English and see which one performs well. So your communication, your content, right? This are in your control. I hope this answers, like, this makes sense to all of you. Yeah, but that doesn't is not part of paid campaign, Viral. See, that comes under your social media organic, where you're hiring some influencers and they're creating content for you. Yes, but if you want to use this content that influencer has created and you want to run that as an ad, that is part of paid campaign. So basically you're saying UGC, when UGC content. Basically, whatever content the influencers are creating, we would run that as an ad. If you're saying that, okay, we won't run this as an ad, we'll just put it on my social media, it is not part of paid campaign. Right now, we are just discussing strategy with respect to paid campaign. Make sense? But thanks for a very good insight. I would want others also to participate, guys. This is ideally your job to do it. I am just helping around, but I could see it's me answering and Viral over here. But Nino, Vansh, guys, others as well, please participate in this. So we were able to solve the first activity. I think we had a good discussion on this. Great job. Um, Now, channel, I think we have already discussed, right? Bob is still not sure that the paid campaign is better to reach more customer globally. Let us help him understand with the help of examples. Okay. So now, there are some activities over here. Okay, so Bob has understood the key metrics and the parameter that are required for online marketing. He has analyzed and choose the paid campaign as the best marketing channel for his agency. Now we want to create strategies for the paid campaign, and we need to help him to achieve this. Okay, so let's go one by one. Okay, first thing, see now strategy wise, he can. I mean, what are the strategies that he can do? Okay, in paid campaign. First thing, he will have to do awareness separately. So he'll have to write two kind of campaign. Okay, run two type of campaign. Okay, or ideally three type of campaign is suitable. Okay, I'll tell you what are those. One is awareness. Second one is consideration, and then third one could be conversion. Why he has to do this? Why he can't just focus on conversion? Because see, if you just keep on showing ad to the people who already know your business wouldn't grow. Awareness and consideration will help you increasing that audience pool. See, imagine if I just always show my ads to those people who already know my brand. How would I grow my brand? How would I reach out to more people? I have to make sure that I'm reaching out to more people as well. And I'm so what happens usually, how does the flow looks like? Okay, at awareness, you are showing ad to new people, right? They will always come to a consideration and conversion stage where you'll do remarketing to them. So awareness is very important because this will help you to in increasing your audience pool, right? Now, what is the next in this also? Now we'll have to differentiate, okay, what we will do in awareness, what we will do in consideration, for because for all the three strategy, the targeting, everything would be different. Starting with, whom would you target over here? Right, first let's understand what are the channels you would take. Awareness ke liye, what are the best channel? YouTube. Okay, YouTube is the best channel, and Meta as well. Okay, I don't think you should do search and display, because when we say awareness, people connect more with video, right? Here the targeting would be more about people's demographic trait, their interest, their behavior traits. Okay, because they are new audience for us, correct? Now, but in a consideration campaign, we might would want to run a display campaign where we'll do, where we'll do kind of remarketing to them, right? And here my targeting could be again reaching out to a look-like audience. Okay, look-like or a similar audience. Now, what do I mean by look-like or similar audience? This people. Okay, what are look-like and similar audience? Let's say you have I'll give you an example. Right now, we have how many people on the call? I don't know, there were 9 or 10 people. Let's say we have 10 people on the call, right? Now, what is the look-like or a similar audience? Simplilearn has data of all of us over here. Like Simplilearn has a data of all these people right now who are there on the call. What Simplilearn can do, Simplilearn can go on Meta or even on Google. Uh, Not Google, let's cut Google for now. On Meta, they can create a lookalike audience. Lookalike audiences, see, you are trying to tell Meta that this is my current audience who are already converted. I want to reach out to people who have similar characteristic to this current audience of mine. Did you understood? So we have 9 people on the call. You all are converted. Like we all are converted for Simplilearn, right? We know Simplilearn. We are already an audience of Simplilearn. Now Simplilearn can use this data, put it on Meta, and tell Meta that, hey Meta, this is the um, This is the, how should I say, audience. This is the audience who are already converted. I want to reach out to people who have similar characteristic like this audience. When I say similar characteristic, they have same interest, same trait, same behavior. I'm not talking when it comes to geographical location. It's not like I'm residing in Pune, so the similar audience should also reside in Pune. No, I'm interested in digital marketing. The similar audience should also be interested in digital marketing. So, look-like audience is a good thing, right? We are trying to create a look-like of our existing audience, and it's possible to do it on Meta, right? So, you can do it that way. And again, here in the conversion campaign, you clearly focus on remarketing through Google search and Meta. Here, apart from display, you can also run search campaign. Okay, here the targeting would all be remarketing. I hope you're understanding how your communication would be different. Here, the communication would be, you can show some testimonial, right? Uh, the people will convert more when they see some testimonial, या फिर more offers and discount, right? For an awareness kind of a campaign, your communication would more be with respect to, let's say, talking about the benefit, the USPs, right? Offers, again you can use some offers over here. At a consideration campaign, again here you can use your UGC content, would really work well, because when a person has an awareness stage, and if you want to put that person to the consideration on conversion stage, they always will follow what the influencer is doing. So if you put some influencer, UGC is nothing but your influencer based content, it will create that impact in mind of that customer, that my influencer is using this product, there's a good chance they might opt out in using the products, right? I hope you're understanding this, guys. Yes or no? Great. Now, so creating a landing page. Bob Collick told him that an effective landing page will help him business grow. Now we want to take reference from some of the pages and understand their importance. Finally, if it really helps to attract an audience, let's help him create a landing page. Now I won't go and create a landing page. It will take a lot of time. But now check what kind of ads people are running in your industry and check their landing page. Take some inspiration from there, right? Like, again, if we can just check this quickly right now on the call itself. I can see. Let me search for trip to Vietnam. It's not running any ad, but Vietnam tour package. Yeah, my make my trip is running this ad. Can you see package starting from 46,000, whatever it is? We can just see right now here. See, make my trip is ideally not doing lead generation. Like if I select this, I can just choose my. I think I don't need it. Skip. See this, I can just choose a date. I can just choose the rooms and all of that. If I'm okay with it, I'll just proceed to the payment. So ideally, we won't do lead generation. We will also consider that this for travel agency. They are also asking directly people to go and purchase. But see, if it's a new travel agency, Make My Trip is someone people know, right? They have that kind of trustworthiness. So people might also do the transaction. But if it's a new company, it's very difficult for them to convince a person to come to the website and purchase the product, right? So then you do lead generation at the start. Once people have that trust, you can give an option of this as well. So you give both the option, either give your details and we'll call you, or if you want to do the transaction, you do it the transaction. So do both basically if you're a new travel company. Again, this is a strategy that you could put. When I say new travel company, you're known offline, you're not known online, right? The problem over here with Bob was he's coming online right now. Makes sense. You see, so then see what how the landing page has been created by your how should I say, by your competitors, and try to implement, take some bits and pieces from there. Obviously, you will have your own A/B testing, but let's say 2 day trip to, I don't know, Mumbai. Anyone else who's running an ad? No. Now, very cool. Here in tools, we have an option of planning, and there you do keyword planner. Okay, I'll just show you how this tool works, and a very great tool, one of my favorite tool. Here you have to use this discover new keyword section. Now you have two options. Okay, either you give some prompts, you can give maximum 10 prompts over here, and Google will give you keywords similar to that. Or let's say you don't know that business, so you can't give prompt. Then you can use this start with the website section where you can give for whatever brand you're doing keyword research. You can put their URL. I always prefer start with the keyword because start with the keyword gives me more keywords, because in start with the website, Google will just take keywords from the website itself. It won't go over and above that. So I prefer start with the keyword section. Okay, but it's up to you guys, whatever you are comfortable with. Okay. Now let's say for this travel agency, hypothetically, we are just looking out for, so we have decided that we would be pushing Maldives right now. Okay. So let's just do a keyword research for Maldives. Okay, and we'll see. So I'll give prompts like tour Maldives. Okay, tour package for Maldives. Okay, let's see what do we get. Okay, so we can put more prompt. But I think we have got enough keyword. I couldn't think for more, but can you see we have got around like 562 keywords. 562 is also a lot. And can you see they have given me all the combinations related to Maldives over here? Yes, could you see there are almost 562 keywords that we have got, right? Can you see now what exactly it's showing me? This keyword tool will tell me the monthly searches, basically on an average in a month how many people are searching for this keyword. Now this is where you can understand also which location you should vouch for more. Let's say I'll do it over here only, right? Tour package for Vietnam, and see which one has more search volume. Can you see, like, ideally it is, oh, Vietnam is more popular, which is very, I think it could be because of the pricing as well. Vietnam package is not that expensive, and if we are doing this for India location. So again, for Indians, if they're going abroad, the first probably the, I mean, I've seen this as a common trait. People choose, they start with Vietnam first, then they explore other locations as well. Like, first it's because it could be their first, for the first international trip, I'm saying. Okay, so again, I think I could see we can clearly decide, right? So you want to, like, you want more volume, then you promote more of your Vietnam tour package. But you want more better return on ad spend, probably Maldives would work better because Maldives package price is also high. So decide, yeah, this keyword research will also help you in deciding which package you should push more, or which location you should push more, right? For now, I'll just remove Vietnam. I just want to see. Now for India, I mean, average monthly searches is on an average how many people are searching for this keyword. Okay. Here, it will show you if you want to run ad for this keyword, how much you'll have to pay for each click. For example, for this keyword, the minimum cost per click will go around 7.77. The maximum will go around 42. Right? And this is for overall India. Let's say you just run this ad in Mumbai location, like a tier 1 city in India. Then see how this number would change. Okay, the monthly searches would change because I'm changing the location. See, can you see now it has become expensive? In Mumbai, the average monthly searches has obviously dropped. India may, there's more population, but just taking one tier 1 city, the average monthly searches would drop. But can you see the CPC has also increased because in tier 1 cities there's more competition. I hope you're understanding this. So you have to check all these factors, and then you choose what keyword you would want to select. Obviously, you'll have to choose keyword which has good search volume, right? And something that you should afford as well. Let's say you don't have a budget, right? There's no point if you don't have a budget. Let's say this keyword, look at the CPC, 128 is the highest for each click, guys. All inclusive trip to Maldives, this keyword is so popular. Can you see? And the basic cost per click is 37, the highest is 128 in Mumbai. You are understanding this? This is just click. Let's say what I'm trying to tell you is click doesn't assure conversion. 10 people would click, probably only one person would convert. So we'll do a random match over here. Okay, see this. You have to do like a lot of back calculation to understand this. See, imagine we'll take the worst case scenario that you're doing this, running this ad only in Mumbai, and your CPC you're getting is around 128, the maximum range we have selected. Okay, and here I will say that I've got 100 clicks. Okay, out of that, how many people would have, so how much we have spent? 100 into 128, We have spent around 1 lakh, sorry, 12,800. Okay. Now, out of that, let's say how many people would convert? Let's say only one person also converts, and your Maldive trip is, what is your average order value for Maldive trip? Let's say you're giving that service in 50,000. Don't you think it is profitable to run this ad? Right? You are spending, I hope I've done the correct calculation. Yeah, 100 into 128 per click. We'll be spending 12,800. Only even if one person converts, it is profitable, right? You have spent 12,800 and you have got a revenue of 50,000. So you have to do this back calculation to understand, is it profitable? See, there are many brands who look after the profitability as well. That is it profitable for them to run a paid campaign or not? Clear, guys? How does the keyword research thing you'll do? Yes, no? So to find out right keyword, you have to use tool like Google Keyword Planner tool. You can download this in an Excel sheet and then you can choose what keywords you want to pick up based on your budget. Can you afford the CPC based on the search volume, right? And just one thing, to decide right keywords. See, how do you find out which is the right keyword? First thing you should always look after is relevance, how relevant that keyword is. So let's say you are promoting Maldives ka package, so the keyword should have Maldives word in it. You can't just show ad on a keyword which says to international tour package. It's very vague, right? You have to choose specific keyword, so the keyword should be relevant. Okay, then the search volume, how popular that keyword is. Check the search volume, check the competition of that keyword, how competitive it is, and lastly you see the pricing, like then you see the bid range, that can you afford or not. Clear, guys? I hope it's clear with respect to, so we have thought of what are the keywords that we would choose, right? uh, Now, I think for the dynamic campaign and budget setup, I have already shown you in the last lecture that how do we set up a dynamic campaign, right, on Meta. You can refer to the last recording. There's no point of me explaining the same thing. But yes, with budgeting, I'll just say that, okay, we have discussed, right, in budgeting where all you will spend more. See, when we talk about budgeting, guys, first thing you have to decide how much you'll put on awareness, how much you'll put on consideration, and how much you'll put on conversion. Okay, let's say you have a budget of 1 lakh per month. Okay, now see, ideally the highest amount of budget goes to your conversion based campaign where you are doing a lot of remarketing. So there's a good chance you might be spending around 60,000 over here. For awareness you can, because see, on awareness people don't spend much, so you can give around 15,000 over here, and then you can give 25,000 over here. Okay, now further you'll have to decide the budgeting, that let's say, okay, for conversion you have decided, right, that you will run Google search, you will run Google display, right, you will run ad on Meta as well. Now how, on which platform would you put a lot of money, right? What kind of campaign will put a lot of money? So let's say Google search, you should always prioritize, because this is a high intent ad. When a person is searching for it, you show the ad. So this ad is called as a high intent ad. So let's say out of 60,000, you might give almost around half of the money to this, right? Then, or if not half, then at least give like 25K. Then give at least around 20K to Meta, because Meta also social performs well. And the remaining budget you can give to your display, right? Or probably if you want to be fair, you want to do a fair comparison, give equal budget to Google search and Meta, and for display just give 10K, and you'll understand, does Google search perform better or Meta performs better for you. So when I say budgeting, first you have to decide for awareness, consideration, conversion, how much you'll allocate, and then for each stage you have to give the bifurcation, that on each channel how much you would spend. So you have to use that logical reasoning. Make sense, guys? I hope you are understanding this. Yes, no? Okay. So we have discussed dynamic ad, guys. I've already shown you in the last lecture how do you set up dynamic ads on Meta. We don't have so much time that I'll create a dynamic ad again. So if I get time, I will probably show it to you again. Don't worry about that. But I mean, it's there in the last recording, so you guys can go and check it. Okay. Then last is conversion rate optimization. Bob strategy, the paid campaign, choose the ad medium and budgeting for his agency. His manager asked him if the paid campaign that he is running is effective. In order to analyze this, he needs to know the conversion percentage using the available data. Okay. So now basically the client want to know that is the campaign performing better, and if not, how he can improve the performance in general. Okay. So always whenever you start, see, this is where your campaign analysis comes into picture. If whenever you want to improve the conversion rate, always let's you start running your campaign, start analyzing your campaign. Analyzing as in check each and every aspect in your campaign. For example, and trust me, all this platform will give you a breakdown. Check which age is performing better, check which gender is performing better, which location is performing better for you. Okay. Keyword as well, if you're doing for keyword, see what keywords are performing well, which are giving you more conversion. You can also check, okay, which days in a week are performing well. Okay, so you have to break down your performance and see this, which, basically time wise breakdown, which time is performing well. Okay. You can do other, let's say you're doing some targeting, let's say you are targeting based on interest. So device very important, which device is performing well. Okay, is it mobile, is it desktop? So you break down your campaign, and once you get some insight, like you got an insight 18 to 24 is performing really well compared to other age group, then you put more budget on that, pause other age groups, right? The whole point is you want to increase your conversion rate, right? Your conversion rate will automatically increase if you decrease the amount that you're spending on low performing targetings, and you put more money on the targeting which performs well for you, right? That's how your conversion rate would improve. So you will have to check all this breakdown and allocate. Let's say you understood desktop is performing better than mobile, give more budget to desktop over compared to mobile, right? Apart from this is only about targeting. You have to check your landing page. See, sometimes your targeting is like great, but your landing page is not great. You're targeting the right audience, everything is all good, but once they land on the page, they didn't like it, it's working very slow, the UI UX is not smooth, they will bounce back. So you need to fix your landing page as well, right? Second problem I've seen that communication in ad and on landing page should match. Okay. What happens, on your ad, the people who will say that, okay, our Maldives package is starting from 50,000, but once they go on the website, they see the package is almost going around 2 lakh. It looks, how should I say it, people might feel, customer might feel cheated or manipulated. So whatever you're communicating in your ad, make sure it's there on the landing page. Don't have that miscommunication, or don't mislead the customers, right? I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to say. Guys, yes, no? So, these are some of the factors that you'll have to check, right? See what is managers asking, that if the paid campaign that is running is effective. Okay, in order to analyze this, he needs to know the conversion percentage using the available data. So on Google ads, on Meta ads, you will get all this breakdown. Like right now, let me see if I can okay, let me show it to you on the dashboard only rather than just saying verbally. We won't be able to see any numbers because my account is like a dummy account, but I can at least show you where you can see all this breakdown. Okay, so let's say you have some campaigns created. See, I've created a lot of dummy campaigns, and there, can you see there's an option of segment? Okay, in segment, can you see time? So you can see all this performance by hour of day, week, month. That basically break down each and everything. Okay, can you see? You can see a device-wise comparison, right? Network where exactly your ad is run, the destination where your ad is run. So just break down your campaign and see the performance. Like here, if you would go, it will tell you all those things, like what keyword you're targeting, how each keyword has performed, how each audience has performed, how each location has performed. You will get all the details. You can break down your data, like you will see like how each location has been performing, and then you put more budget on the one which is performing well. Simple. right? And apart from your targeting, if your targeting is all good, fix your landing page, fix your communications. If you do all this, you will get the data. So now they just want the data, that how is the conversion rate percentage, right? Then you have to give this insight that conversion rate on desktop is better than mobile, all of this. Okay, I think we already discussed this for a very long period. I think this one and this one kind of overlaps with each other, analyzing the campaign. Bob knows how to analyze the campaign conversion. Now he wants to know how to calculate the conversion rate. Along with it, he want to observe a few example. Okay. So how do you calculate a conversion rate, guys? A very easy formula to calculate the conversion rate. I think I've already taught you, right? You have to take your number of conversions, okay, divided by your clicks into 100 is your conversion rate. There are some people, okay, there are some dashboard who will divide number of conversions by their impression and not clicks, okay. But ideally the click one is better, because see what happens, for to do my CTR calculation, how do I do my CTR calculation? I take clicks divided by impression into 100. So if I want to do my conversion rate calculation, obviously I have to go to the next step, right? Next step is, now I have to calculate that how many conversions I've got from the clicks that people have came to the website, right? So this flow looks better. That first you're comparing that number of time your ad has been shown, how many people clicked on it. In conversion rate, you're finding out of number of people who clicked on my ad, how many people got converted. Clear? So I think this one is pretty easy. Like he knows how to analyze the campaign's conversion. He wants to just know how to calculate the conversion rate, and I've just told you right now. Okay. So by the way, on dashboard, you don't have to calculate it. It's already there. Can you see there's a column of conversion rate? So you can see conversion rate of each location, each device, each age group. You don't have to calculate it. The columns are already there on Meta, Google, and all the platforms. I hope I'm clear with this, right? So now here, there's one activity. This is the last activity, guys, and then we are done for the day. Okay, now see this. So there's an available data. So Bob has identified the conversion rate for the paid campaign that he was running. The sales and marketing of his organization wants to compare how their competitor is performing after moving to digital marketing. They have approached Bob and asked him to track how the competitor campaign is performing. Bob wants to compare the competitor's campaign with the campaign that he has created. Also, he wants to interpret the results and provide a conclusion on whether his paid campaign is effective or not. Okay. So basically, this is what he has done. Okay, what he's trying to say is, um, there are three campaigns, okay, and he has got some data of the competitors ideally, okay. And we just need to analyze that, you know, which competitor, like ABC could be you guys, okay, and this could be your competitors data, right? You just have to make a calculation and understand that, you know, what who's performing well in which campaign. So you can clearly see, okay, here if you see all the three table, this NXtpedia, whatever you call it, they are the one who's performing better, because if you see in campaign 2 and campaign 3, they have the highest conversion rate. We are looking after conversion rate. Okay, here it's equal, but here in ABC, here the conversion rate, see, can you see, for every campaign for this particular competitor, the conversion rate has not improved much, right? You could clearly see on the screen, right? But if you could see for this particular brand, they have made sure that at least the conversion rate is growing from 40 to 50 to 70. So it's quite visible. See, data analysis is important. You might come across such kind of data, and you just need to analyze and give a conclusion. So your conclusion would might say that, okay, the ABC one has not shown a growth in conversion rate, and irrespective for all the campaigns. But when you see this particular brand, they are seeing growth in their conversion rates. Now, see, with targeting, okay, you'll have to think a lot. How would you do your targeting? Okay, when I say how would you do your targeting, I mean, you'll have to first think, okay, in location wise, whom would you want to target? So let's say you are planning, this plan is all about taking people from India to Maldives. Then you only target the tier one and some upcoming tier two cities, right? Rather than showing it ad to all pan India. Age wise, probably you would want to only target people from 25 to, let's say, till 45, 55, I'm not sure, but 45, right? Because these are the age group which will convert better, right? You target people now in Meta. This is, I'm talking for Meta perspective, okay? In Meta, you will have to target people based on their interest, okay? So take interest like travel, international trip, right? Then you put a filter, okay? After you put an interest, you have to say narrow audience. There's an option in Meta called as narrow audience, and there you add some demographic and behavior characteristics. Because see, Maldive trip is not that cheap as well. You have to target the HNIs. When I say HNIs, would you target the HNI audience over here? I'll just tell you what are some ways you can do it, okay? Target people based on company they work with. So basically, we call this as an employee targeting, okay? You then target people based on college that they visited or they are visiting right now, that they visit. So for study students, if you're targeting the students, so people who are studying in some big universities out there, they do a lot of international trips, right? So you will see an option of schools and universities. You have this option of schools and universities on Meta. Okay, this is demographic. HNI audience demographic, I'll mention. Ignore the spelling error, guys. And now for HNI audience, when it comes to behavior, very weird spelling errors, but yeah, you can target, okay, people based on consumer classification, okay, which is people in India who prefer high value goods, okay. You can target people who like international. There's an option of targeting international, frequent international travelers. Let me be very specific. Frequent international travelers. Then target based on them in the English shopper. So these are, see, on Meta, what you'll have to do. It is very important that you put all this thing of location, age, interest should be like what do they like, travel. You can add Maldives there. You'll get a lot of option of interest. You can choose location in generic as well, but this narrow audience will be very important because Maldives, again, we are taking example of Maldives trip would, let's say it's not that cheap from your agency, then there's no point of showing ad. See, I am also interested in Maldives, but probably I can't afford it. So there's no point showing ad to me, right? Hence, you add a filter of narrow audience where you add some demographic and behavior characteristics which make them an HNI audience. I'm not saying all the targeting would be an HNI audience. Like even if you target all this, not necessarily 100% of people would be HNI, but probably 60 would be a better 60% of them would be an HNI audience, right? So you want better quality and not quantity. If like, and this targeting is specifically for conversion perspective. I'm not saying from awareness perspective. Awareness may you can reach out to a mass audience, but for conversion, you have to reach out to the quality people out there.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.